Perfect. What if you were alchgility?
I would never agility.
Yeah, but what if you were alchgility? You're not listening to what I'm saying. It's like alch.
What if I just alked?
No.
Just stand in my bank and alked.
No, then you wouldn't get any agility.
Agility is for nerds.
Oops. Putting this there made this screw up. Boop.
When you know in their head they're aware of how stupid it is, like they didn't just pull it off Reddit.
Many kids and adults find cartoons captivating and fun. However, some schools of thought believe that popular cartoons and animations depict more than what's ordinarily seen on the screen.
Oh yeah, schools believe, of course they do. A pattern you'll pick up on as well is that most of these theories can be categorized into the same 4 or 5 different themes, and they're always the most broad shit imaginable. Dream theory is the absolute epitome of this. Like, you can take literally any show, movie, book, video game, anything on planet Earth and say, what if it was all a dream? And suddenly, everyone started running with it. And so I'm going to split these up into fun little topics and go through a plethora of these dark cartoon theories. And we're going to give them a rating from plausible to fucking stupid. Starting with, the characters actually represent something dark. Now, this topic is pretty self-explanatory, and that's because it can mean goddamn anything. You'll soon come to notice that a majority of these theories just rely on throwing around the same few buzzwords over and over. A lot of these are just glorified creepypastas, but they're the thinking man's creepypasta. One of the most famous examples of this would have to be with SpongeBob, who, by the way, unsurprisingly has by far the most crappy fan theories out there. You know, there are lesser-known shows in the world where a dark theory would be appropriate, but you rarely see it because it's just not gonna get the clicks. Like, look at a show like Jimmy Two Shoes. It aired on Disney XD where I lived in the 2010s. Got a couple seasons, nobody really cared, and that's it. But that show sees the main character living in a place called Miseryville, run by the evil Lucius, with the main character trying to bring joy and optimism to the depressed town members. You could make a dark theory that this place is supposed to be hell. That Lucius is actually Lucifer, aka Satan, which you can then corroborate with the fact that the show was originally going to be for adults, with the premise being Jimmy is just a regular kid on Earth who gets hit by a car, accidentally sending him to hell. They never went with that and turned it into a kid's cartoon, but obviously remnants of that are still littered throughout the show. Therefore, that's a good damn theory if I do say so myself. Thank you, Mark, I appreciate it. But many of these theories completely forget, or most likely, ignore the fact that you can't just bring up a theory and have that be it. You gotta actually show some evidence that supports it. And I think that's gonna end up being the main factor that separates the plausible theories from the shit. Case in point, the main SpongeBob characters represent the deadly sins, ooh. This theory states that each of the 7 main SpongeBob characters, well, represent the 7 deadly sins. However, the funniest part about it all to me is that even the people who like to entertain this theory can't even agree on which character is tied to what sin. The links in the SpongeBob 7 Deadly Sins theory are unnervingly easy to make. Apparently not, because not even your article can avoid how confusing some of these comparisons are. So there's a few obvious ones, you know, Patrick is lazy so he's sloth, Mr. Krabs likes money so he's greed, Plankton is envy since he wants the formula, and that's it. The rest are either interchangeable or fucking stupid. So get this, Gary, you know, the snail, represents gluttony, because he's only really seen eating. Now, is that because he's gluttonous, or because he's a pet who can't talk? Sandy and Squidward both alternate between pride and wrath. Both can be seen being pretentious at times, but also aggressive, so I guess whichever you think fits more is the real answer. And finally, SpongeBob is Lust, because he shows a lot of love for his friends. Yeah! Although every time I see someone post this list, the characters are all different. For such a popular fan theory, there's really no consistent consensus. Like, look, this one doesn't even put SpongeBob anywhere here. Pearl, instead, represents Lust, because she likes boys. Fellas, is it sinful to be attracted to the opposite gender? Yes. This one also replaces Gary with the equally unfitting Mrs. Puff for gluttony. I wonder why. Mrs. Puff is shown to adore food, from chocolate cake to pasta, and is fat. You're gonna notice too how these things stretch the truth to try and make it fit as much as possible, like shoving a square peg through a circle hole. Like, no, because in one random episode Mrs. Puff expresses that she wants to have some leftover pasta for dinner does not equate to her adoring food. The simple fact here is that when making a show, you gotta give each character their own personality trait. And usually, in an ensemble like this, you wanna make them all stand out from each other. So of course they're gonna all exhibit traits that can be easily skewed to correlate with these sins. And this isn't to say all cartoon theories are automatically dumb. Even if clearly not true, there is fun to be had in knowingly looking way too deep into this shit. Like the SpongeBob skin theory, which I know you've had in your recommendations before. I could not escape that thing. It draws attention to the frequency of gags in the early seasons of SpongeBob that feature a character being shown wearing skin of another fish, and how it seems to be a normal occurrence with nobody batting an eye. My only issue with it is that the theory is completely open for interpretation beyond that. Like, on its own, that's not even a theory, you're just drawing attention to a pattern. It's like you realize this is a running theme in the show, and now you have to build your own purpose around it, like, oh, what if they're doing it to drive away demons or channel deities? Or what if all these characters are just humans wearing the skin of sea creatures? Like, that's when it starts to fall apart. Are all these skin jokes coincidence? Or pattern? Coincidence. But this is still a quality scripted and well thought out YouTube video. Same with a lot of those Alex Beal ones that get millions of views. Those are fun because you can tell it's just a guy having fun and trying to entertain these outlandish.
Do you believe I'm caught up on One Piece?
Absolute mad
It's
lad.
freaking 1,100 chapters in under a month? Probably like 4 weeks. I'm a
Too
mad
many
lad.
chapters.
Yeah, I think it's crazy how, after Japan arc, which is like pretty focused on, you know, being not Japan, instead of taking, like, I feel like it usually has a pretty mediocre arc that cools the stakes a little bit, but no, instead we have 5 plots happening simultaneously with, the whole world, like, exploding. I actually do believe this is leading to a finale. It seems plausible.
The world is ending.
Uh,
Or changing.
You've got Luffy and friends in the techno land with scientist man and scientist girls and scientist robots. You've got the Navy trying to rescue Guy from Blackbeard. You've got the guy from the very beginning of the show, red-haired Shanks, actually doing something. What else? There was like another plot. Oh yeah, there was the government stuff going on. People got murdered at the government, the normal government meetup thing that happens every 4 years. The homunculus in a jar showed up from Full Metal Alchemist. I didn't expect him to be there. I think they just have I think he has an appearance, but he just shows up in shadow for now. But he looks like the homunculus in a jar. What else? I feel like there was one other dangling plot that I'm struggling to think of right now. What was it? Oh, there's so much stuff. Oh yeah, I remembered. The comic relief clown from the very beginning of the series has stumbled his way into being one of the 4 great emperors. I thought I would dislike that because I knew he like kept showing up, and I'm like, oh great, like is the clown gonna be a freaking rival? But no, he's used pretty freaking well. He just keeps accidentally stumbling upwards, and everybody knows it too. It's not like he's become more powerful or is intended to do it. He's basically like trying not to die that results in him stumbling higher and higher up the hierarchy. He's being used as an emperor by people who are actually powerful, and they're like, we don't really want the attention. But also, whenever he puts his name on anything, they get mad at him. It's great. Because he's not even doing it. It's his stupid underlings. But yeah, he was in... It started when he was in the jail arc, like, before all the time skip stuff, and Luffy ends up accidentally freeing him, and he ends up taking, They end up assigning blame for the prison break to him, the clownman, and so he gets a legion of adoring followers who believe, he let them escape from super jail. It spiraled out of control from there. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good way to handle that sort of character.
What if SpongeBob characters
rather than
were buzzwords?
Have him actually be a joke villain for the beginning and then get serious later on? Like, I hate it when that happens.
That claims all the SpongeBob characters represent different drugs. Because I'm 14 and I think drugs are spooky.
No, Pac-Man, drugs are bad.
SpongeBob is into mushrooms because imagination. Krabs and Mrs. Puff are on cocaine because they're irritable and paranoid. Squidward is a heroin addict because he's moody. And Patrick loves that motherfucking kush. But then they say Sandy is the only sober one, which is why she gets very annoyed when visited by SpongeBob and Patrick, as they are usually high. But aren't they, like, friends in the show? Okay, we'll take a break from SpongeBob after this one, but I gotta give it a mention because it's yet another one that's so reliant on you being intrigued by buzzword. How about the SpongeBob characters all represent mental illnesses? SpongeBob has ADHD. Sure, that was definitely never an intentional decision, but if someone wanted to identify with that, then that's cool. Patrick has an intellectual disability. Wow, you really tried to work around saying that word. Sandy has borderline personality disorder because of mood swings and impulsivity. Like, I don't know what cartoon they're watching. Screen Rant, you literally said last article Squidward was the one with mood swings. There's like 400 episodes of SpongeBob. Just because a character acts differently between two of them doesn't mean they have mood swings. Squidward is depressed. Mr. Krabs has OCD, and Pearl has body dysmorphia. I think we're gonna move on for now. I love that someone's job was genuinely to sit down and acknowledge a dumbass theory like this credited to a user, Strawberry Ooh Girl. What do you tell your parents your job is? As we all know though, SpongeBob isn't the only cartoon prone to receiving these lame representation theories. Winnie the Pooh is a really popular one which states all the characters in the 100 Acre Woods represent different mental disorders. What the? Pooh has an eating disorder. Piglet has anxiety. Tigger has ADHD. Owl has narcissism. Rabbit has OCD. And Eeyore is depressed. I mean, just look at him. And Christopher Robin is the root of it all. Suffering from schizophrenia and imagining all his talking animal friends. I have to say this one at least is more believable than the SpongeBob ones, but I think that's more so just a result of Winnie the Pooh being a baby show for babies, and so of course the character personalities are going to be more simple, and therefore can fit into these diagnoses more. Also, there's like a million mental illnesses out there, so I'm sure if you tried hard enough you could diagnose anybody with one. What mental illness do I have? Let me know in the comments below. But we still prefer to think that Christopher Robin had real talking animal friends he spent his time with, because that sounds a lot less crazy. We think? Thanks, Yahoo. Bing would never stoop this low. I was surprised to see just how many dark fan theories there are for the Fairly Odd Parents. But with a show so out of this world and magical, I guess it makes sense. Possibly the most famous theory out there is that Cosmo and Wanda aren't real. Dude, it's always drug or mental illness. If you want to make a good fan theory, just don't involve either of those and you're already a step above this crap in my book. I'm also just gonna avoid all the aspects of these theories that want to delve into Timmy being abused because, like, why? Does it really need to be that dark? So, apparently, because Timmy is so abused and neglected by his parents, he has to take antidepressants, which are manifested as Cosmo and Wanda, with Green Guy representing Zoloft and Pink Lady being Prozac, with them both being prescribed to help with anxiety and depression. The most obvious hole in this theory is, what's the deal with the magic then? Well, don't worry, because they've thought of everything. According to them, all the magic beings represent their own kind of drug. Dude, mixing the mental health theories with the drug ones, they're really breaking new ground. Jorgen von Strangle is steroids and Wandissimo is Viagra. Like, what? The anti-fairies are hard drugs like heroin and the pixies are placebos since they can't perform magic. Like, what? Also, there are other kids with fairies who Timmy interacts with. Even episodes where humans interact with the magical creatures. Not gonna acknowledge that, of course. It really does seem like a case where these people just throw an idea out there based on a show's premise, and everyone runs with it without considering if it actually makes sense or not. Like, I get that most people making these theories are just having fun. That's cool. But there are people living among us who genuinely think this was the intention the creators had. My boyfriend told me about this, so I googled it and see this entire story.
What if I heated up some food for my alchgility?
You would be alchgility.
Alkgil Eaton. I like it. Will I even gain an agility level? Probably not. Leftover curry or barbecue? Probably leftover.
Barbecue sounds good.
This guy wants me to eat the barbecue.
Hmm.
Oh, it just had a weird tab. Yeah, I don't have anything to go with the barbecue, but you spot a big thing of it. I'm a fan. I don't know if I want to eat all of this barbecue, but I might. Who's gonna stop me? You? I don't think so. Pat? Not even here. Q? Not allowed in this channel.
I am amazed. Oh, I'm not that amazed he hasn't joined yet.
I mean, he's probably gallivanting with with his friends. He's playing foosball with his friends.
He's on Discord. I assume he's around, but I figure he's watching television or something stupid.
He's probably reading Sekimaya and taking notes on something that nobody even knows about.
Watching television while grinding PvP.
I didn't check if he was online.
He was when I signed off. I don't know if he still is. Is the 2-minute burst meta a problem?
Yes.
Video removed.
$4 million or $5 million? How high should I alch agility to? What do you think?
8 million.
No, this is gonna take too long. Plus, I don't think I have 8 million in my inventory right now, and I'm not going to get more.
12 million.
Okay, you're not understanding how this works.
This number will only go up.
I guess I do have 7 million in my inventory. That's wild. There's my food.
Not share. That is not what I clicked. I said not interested.
This guy
Stop.
loves watching VTuber clips.
I don't know if it's just idiots 14 videos that I'm trying to get
This
out
guy's
of here.
Mr. Happy's VTube debut. It's a big
I don't know
titted
where all
anime
these videos-
AI girl.
Where all of these videos came from. It's freaking weird. This one's Ivan's doing. English cover, The Vampire by Narissa Ravencroft.
That's not my. I don't get any Narissa videos on my feed.
You're the one who linked her to me the one time. That is the only thing I have watched of her.
Stussy.
You did this.
Stussy.
No, Stussy.
Imagine if you were a One Piece character named Stussy.
I kind of believe it now because I heard similar stuff about other shows in the
Do you
past,
want that
just
stuff?
like Rugrats
Do you want
Zelda
that
being mentally
Stussy?
ill, and those are different personalities and hallucinations inside her head, and the other babies don't really exist. There are other Fairly Odd Parents ones that I barely even want to
Because I watched the
but I feel
Dawn
like I
trailer
must
teaser
because I've
again.
been
Is
seeing
that
them
that?
everywhere.
Actually, it's probably because
And
I
there's
watched
one
that
man to blame for
one
that.
dude's translation of the live letter that did all this.
That's a One
So
Piece
Butch
reference.
Hartman, in an attempt to once again
Dawn
remind
Trail.
us that he made the Fairly Odd Parents.
Think
Is
about
it?
it. You're on a ship. One Piece reference.
I
It uses
actually
the term
wasn't. I think it
Dawn,
was
One Piece
Yoshida saying that you
reference.
should read One Piece.
Wait, really?
Yeah, that was like recently.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna overthrow the world government!
By recently, I mean I think with the the live letter that announced Dawn Trail. Let's see.
We're gonna overthrow the world government.
Only
We're gonna
him.
find out our
For
dad's a
years and
revolutionary.
years has been entertaining each and every one of these theories.
Anyway, when are you
Including
reading One
TikToks
Piece?
and YouTube shorts where the person explains
Oh, I
the
guess this
point.
is back in
As
April,
suggested.
actually.
No, it's just
So it was,
straight from his
with
chin. I don't think I've
16.
heard him say a single word in any of these.
If you see someone with a pupil in the
Highly praises One Piece and its latest developments for the Luffy.
Luffy. I guess you
Luffy,
can call
sure.
him Luffy. Technically, if you're reading the Wano arc, you have to call him Luffy Taro to not give away his secret identity as a pirate. No one will pick up on this epic clue. When are you reading One Piece?
Also, I'm not sure I want to go through 300 chapters to occasionally get to some good things until I get to good things for the last like 500 or
You read
600
Negima.
chapters. Negima 1 didn't take that long, and 2 I liked it pretty early, honestly.
Well, you might like One Piece pretty early on. You're different than me. You have worse taste than me.
Questionable.
I don't know if that's true.
My taste is unfathomable.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, I did not. I did not wish to click that video. I do not want to watch Poison Only Skyrim because it is not by Funny Man.
You should try it sometime. If you can stand getting introduced to the characters, you'll make it. I would maybe like most of the bad pacing things is like fights. I would just like skip through some of the fight scenes or like just fast forward.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been all in on some of the random, or I haven't really liked some of the random panels you've linked, which I don't know. Maybe it's something. Maybe the writing style is something you get used to. I don't.
Yeah, it's fine. Some of it's just translation stuff. I probably linked a mix
might
of
be.
fan translations and official translations. I mean, it is a lot less serious than most of the stuff I like, but you get used to the tone, and it's one of those things where, like, the thing that works about it is it's pretty self-consistent in that, it's got wacky stuff in it, but it makes sense given the previous things that have happened.
But this is where it gets really
That
crazy.
makes
So
sense.
if you look at Timmy's crush Trixie, she actually has a best friend named Veronica. But if you look at Veronica's eyes, she has pupils. So the theory is that Veronica is actually Trixie's fairy in disguise.
This would be a decent little fan theory. Clearly not true, but who cares? It's a cool detail to point out. If it were true.
Every single kid and human does not have pupils. But every fairy, look at all
6+ hours of
all
classic
have
WoW
pupils.
info to fall asleep
So,
to.
is the mayor a fairy too?
Not
Seems
interested.
Like the approach to making this theory work is to just act like this show has 4 characters. I like that this one claims.
But they also have pupils. that basically applies to all of the other fairies in the show.
While showing Jorgen, who doesn't have goddamn pupils.
Humans do not have an iris in their eyes.
That was a
This is
VTuber
a
OT
quite
video,
unique
wasn't it?
characteristic of magical god parents.
Correct.
The only exception here is George.
I mean, I didn't
Frank.
click it. I
Like,
just
which is more likely
scrolled
here?
away, but I
What's
realized
Jorgen
that the
intended to
Navi
pick
had
up on
like
this
funny
completely
hair and cat
random,
ears.
inconsequential fact about the character's pupils and only relate it to Veronica? Or
I was like, wait a
Jorgen
second,
doesn't
why
give
did
a shit about
Navi have weird hair and ears
consistency?
like that?
Stupid.
It's friggin' VTuber, isn't it?
This theory makes so much sense when you think about it. If you
Not
know, you ignore all the
interested.
ways
Die.
it makes no sense.
Die
Also,
from my
she
feed,
lives
at
in her own
least.
house. We've seen that at least once. Got any explanation for this? Oh, what's that? You haven't seen the show since you were 7? Of course.
No, I
The
don't want to
last
click
one
this
I
video
seen
either.
everywhere,
Stop
and
being
yet
here.
another that Butch continuously entertains is that Timmy Turner is Danny Phantom. Apparently, when Timmy was 13, he didn't want his fairies taken away. Even though the show states he loses them when he's 18, but he's planning ahead, I feel it. And so to keep his godparents, he wishes that he was
Well,
Danny
there's nothing of
Phantom,
value on YouTube.
with Wanda turning into Jazz and Cosmo turning into Frostbite. Who? Also, don't the parents of both protagonists look alike? No.
Especially not this
Like,
YouTube
what
video
if
I have open of some
Neutron
nerd
messed
playing
up on one of
RuneScape.
his experiments one day and
Alchgility,
turned everyone
baby.
into SpongeBob. Dude, they both invent things. They both have idiot friends. Shane wears a shirt. You know who else does? The only theory format I could understandably say is worse than these are the ones that just go with something so meaningless that you could literally apply to anything. And that is coma theory. Like the last, coma theory is pretty self-explanatory. You take a show or a movie and basically say, what if it was all a dream? There are two incredibly popular theories under this, and those are the Pokemon and Adventure Time ones. No, I have never seen the Pokemon anime, so I can't attest to how well this fits. The lore. How do I start? So listen to this and let me know what you think in the comments. You know, the comments, that thing right under the subscribe button. Apparently at a certain part of the early episodes of Pokemon, Ash got hit by lightning, which according to this is when Ash gets put into a coma, being hurried to the hospital. This sparked a major changing point in the series' pacing and tone, with it getting much more lighthearted. This is because his medication has taken effect and stabilized his dreams into being idyllic? I don't know. Which would mean that Ash's fantasy of becoming a Pokemon master isn't actually happening. The other popular theory that floats around is related to Adventure Time, with it stating that Finn was a lonely boy. He had a poor family life and his only friend was his beloved dog Jake. Once Jake died, Finn fell into a deep depression that resulted in a suicide attempt, where he ended up in a coma, living in a perpetual dream state. With these dreams being Adventure Time, the show. Like, what do I even have to say? They speak for themselves. Regular show. In a coma. Scheider. In a coma. You watching this. In a coma. Wake up. There is one single theory akin to the coma thing that I actually like, and it's because they go out of their way to build upon a plot point that the show actually establishes, and it comes from American Dad of all places. So in the season 6 episode Rapture's Delight, we see the events of the Rapture unfold, with everyone getting sent up to heaven, only leaving behind those who are sinful. Like This Is the End, starring Seth Rogen. Stan and Francine are two of these people left behind because of something they did early on in the episode, and thus we see a massive time skip of them being in the post-apocalyptic future, where they end up becoming involved in Jesus' war against the Antichrist. Stan sacrifices himself to save his wife, and because of that, he's sent up to heaven for putting others above him, where he's granted with his own personalized room in heaven, which manifests itself as his greatest desire. And so he walks in, and everything is the way it was. Finding a way to reset the status quo, but that's still a sweet ending. So this theory suggests that the events of this episode didn't actually reset. Instead, it claims that every episode after this is just happening in Stan's personalized heaven. And hey, it's not the most sound theory out there, especially since the ending to that episode has Claus the fish dead on the wall, but still I like this one. You can tell it was just a genuine fan making a fun observation. It works. And again, it's at least better than the coma theories we went over.
He was treated poorly by his family and only ever felt loved by his dog, who he would tell all his crazy fantasies to. When his dog—
You know, this is almost as depressing as the Candace has schizophrenia theory with Phineas and Ferb. Oh my god, I can't avoid it! Alright, fine. This takes us into our next topic, which I'm calling the imagination theory. Once again, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this one out, and it is yet another that can seemingly be applied to theoretically anything. Noticing a pattern with these. Basically, aspect of a show, say it's a part of a character's imagination. Why? Schizophrenia are one of those other wacky things. Like the American Dad one, however, this isn't without the rare theory that I actually enjoy, such as the Courage the Cowardly Dog one. It's strange how such a terrifying kids cartoon can have such a quaint and wholesome theory around it. Once again, Courage isn't a series I'm too familiar with. I was more of a Nickelodeon kid than Cartoon Network, but people theorize that the more unsettling moments of the show, all this stuff, isn't actually happening. I know not because Courage is actually a metaphor for, I don't know, Percocets, or because it's actually all within a drugged up state before being put down. Instead, it suggests that perhaps none of this is really happening, because we're seeing the show from Courage's point of view. He's just a little dog. So it's a fair assumption to make in saying that all this crazy stuff is just happening through the eyes of a tiny, anxious animal. A little boring and clearly isn't real, but if someone had this as their own headcanon, I couldn't blame them. The other imagination theories, though, are fucking dumb. So it's been about 5 years since I learned about it, but I finally succumbed to looking up this goddamn Phineas and Ferb theory. My search history has forever been tainted. The FBI agents are probably fucking laughing at me right now. Phineas and Ferb are simply a figment of Candace's imagination. After not being able to handle Phineas's tragic childhood death, and Ferb having a disability that restrains him from talking or moving much, Candace creates a world in her head where Phineas and Ferb play together and create incredible things. This is why her mom is never able to see these things. They also claim Dr. Doofenshmirtz is Candace's psychologist who's trying to get her back to reality. So, it's just like every other one of these, huh? I hope people don't yet again take this as me being the fun police or anything. I'm aware most of these are just made for the joy of it. I just genuinely can't believe there's people who run with these things. Again, I've literally had someone in real life try to convince me this was true. Like, how do you exist? I guess maybe it harkens back to a time before the internet became so widespread, so involved in every facet of our lives. A time where you could hear a theory like one of these and not immediately go to the creator's Twitter only to see them say, lol, no. Maybe it reminds people of when they were kids. That feeling of having the wool being pulled over your head. That there's a deeper meaning to everything, and shows you your first signs that maybe the world isn't so clean and good. Like, I remember I used to be addicted to those crappy Illuminati confirmed videos. You know, the ones where they'd show the Starbucks mascot and be like, whoa, if you flip it upside down, it looks like a demon. And let me tell you, I've slept with one eye open ever since. There's just something unsettling about the idea of something being covered up right underneath your feet, being swept under the rug while you remain none the wiser. But at the same time, no. Tommy Pickles did not die due to stillbirth. According to this riveting tale, none of the babies in Rugrats actually exist. Instead, they're all figments of Angelica's imagination because of her parents' negligence. They could have just ended it there, but no, they knew they were writing gold. Chucky died with his mother. Tommy was a stillborn baby, which explains why his father, Stu, was always in the basement making toys for the son he never had. Finally, the DeVilles had an abortion, and so Angelica didn't know if it was going to be a boy or a girl, so she imagines both. I like how they're trying to act as if they're answering a question that never existed, like, oh, this explains why Stu is always inventing toys, and not because it's his job? Thankfully, one of the creators of the Rugrats was asked about this biting expose, with them saying, and I quote, fuck, you got it. That's what we intended the whole time. Finally, someone with a brain. No, of course not. They responded with the eloquently put, no, it's not true. Thank you, Arlene, for your public service. Dude, I'm running out of creative names for these topics. It's impossible to make these things sound cool. So next, I'm going with the title, Location Theory. Exciting. This one is a little more broad than the others. This can mean it's a theory about where the show takes place, or a theory about the characters going to a certain location. Look, I'm just trying to make it easy by lumping them together. You'll thank me for this. There are two incredibly popular theories about the towns certain cartoons take place in, and those are with Ed, Edd n Eddy and SpongeBob. Yet again. The Ed, Edd n Eddy one claims that the show takes place in purgatory, which would explain why the characters never leave the cul-de-sac, and why we don't ever see their parents. That's a neat idea if you don't think about it too hard. It's kinda cool to take this decision that was clearly done to reflect on the nostalgic endless summers of childhood and give it a darker meaning. However, the more you read, the more it kinda falls apart. So not only does this take place in purgatory, but each character in the show is also from a different time period. For example, Rolf is from the 1900s, at some point during those years, with his family's farm animals trampling him over. Yeah, dude, get sent to purgatory for that. Look where you're going. Eddie came from New York during the Great Depression, Ed's dad died in World War II, and Double D died in the 80s because of a chemistry lab explosion. They do this for all the characters, but the question I'm sure you're most intrigued to know the answer to is it real? So the SpongeBob one claims that the reason all the fish can walk and talk and sell burgers is because of a nuclear explosion that happened on the coincidentally named Bikini Atoll, where between 1946 and 1958, the US government actually detonated many nuclear bombs on the island, with some being underwater. Literally, the name is all that makes this one come off as plausible. And hey, it is a mighty fine coinky-dink, but then that's all it is. A coinky-dink. Like, I'm pretty sure we've seen many other locations in the SpongeBob universe where the sea creatures also talk. It isn't unique to Bikini Bottom. But again, it's another one that isn't trying too hard to be deep or serious or adult. So I enjoy it even though it's not true. This one I've seen mostly be used by environmentalist websites like, oh, you like SpongeBob? Then why are you killing him? So you know Pixar's Cars? Yeah, no, I like to forget about it too. Well, how would you feel if I told you that it took place in a dystopian future where humanity is dead? You want a test of this theory? Me too. If you think about it, we have autonomous car technology coming in right now. It's getting to the point where you can sit back in the car and it drives itself. Imagine in the near future when the cars keep getting smarter and smarter, and after one day, they just go, why do we need human beings anymore? They're just slowing us down. It's just extra weight, let's get rid of them. But the car takes on the personality of the last person who drove it. Whoa, there you go. Oh, that's it? That's stupid. This might be the worst one yet. When in our history are we gonna start giving cars mouths with teeth? Yeah, that'll make school trips fun. What about the one that states Scooby-Doo is happening during the Great Depression, which explains that the series takes place during an economic collapse? And that's the reason why all these rich and successful people are trying to spook people in silly monster costumes. Had me in the first half, not gonna lie. Okay, location theory was a lot dumber than I thought. I apologize for that. So I guess to end this off, I want to just rapid fire a few general dark theories that I couldn't find a place for anywhere else. Starting with, the Smurfs are anti-Semitic. Okay, no, we're not doing that one. The Krabby Patties are made out of crab meat. This one would actually be a kind of fucked up and cool dark twist on the show. Too bad Steven Hillenburg said there's no meat at all in Krabby Patties. Unless he's in on it too. Steven is Sans. No, yes, really. Sans is actually an acronym for Steven After Not Surviving. Moving on, Dexter killed his parents in Dexter's lab. This one is just filled with plot holes. It says after one of his experiments killed his entire family, he made replicas of them all. And that's why he doesn't want them knowing about his lab, so they won't get injured again. Only issue is, this theory also states that he made replicas that are indestructible, so why would he need to worry about them getting hurt? You had me, then you lost me. You got too carried away. SpongeBob has PTSD from his time in World War II. Toy Story 3 is a metaphor for the I think that's enough. I could go on. I really could. But I feel like there's only so many ways I can say, this sucks. Overall, cartoon theories can be a fun little way to further explore your favorite shows. I have nothing against the people who make these theories, but I really think that clickbait articles and soulless social media channels have beaten them into the grind so much that nobody can really take any of them seriously anymore. And that's a shame because... Well, no, I guess it's not really a shame now, is it? What are you still doing here? I said wake up!
Clean off this fork. I think we're almost done with this alchgility session. Also, I could level construction. I could do a bunch of things instead of doing the gauntlet. Or lizardman shaman. Ooh.
Sounds like someone wants to avoid the gauntlet for some reason.
Spooky. It's so spooky, and I'm worried about going unlucky. You can't make me.
You will, Gauntlet.
Probably.
Inside the tank is Brandon Burchak, and he is going to attempt to hold his breath for this entire video. Brandon is one of the world's foremost experts in breathwork, so please don't try this at home. I'll put his info in the description if you want to learn more. I'm going to keep this shot going continuously on the right side of the video, and while he's holding his breath, we will figure out how he does it. And I'm even going to learn how to hold my breath way longer than I ever have before. I failed the very first level of swimming because I refused to put my head underwater. This is somewhat terrifying. All the cells of the human body need oxygen in order to survive. Oxygen to react with glucose and produce ATP, the molecule that delivers energy wherever it's needed in a cell. Breathing is so important, it happens without conscious thought. It's under the control of the autonomic nervous system. When resting, we breathe about 12 times per minute, but that rate automatically increases when exercising. The brain knows how often we need to breathe using chemical sensors called chemoreceptors. There are chemoreceptors for CO2 in the carotid arteries and in the brainstem. Increasing CO2 in the blood makes it more acidic, and it's thought that this CO2 acidity is the main feedback mechanism that regulates breathing. CO2 is created at the same rate oxygen is used up, so acidic blood tells the body we're building up too much CO2 and therefore running out of oxygen, so we better breathe. The only known chemoreceptors for low blood oxygen are in the carotid arteries, but these are thought to play a smaller role in regulating breathing. And this is why hyperventilating before going underwater is a really bad idea, because hyperventilating expels a lot of CO2, making the blood more alkaline, but it doesn't actually increase the amount of oxygen in the blood, which is limited by the concentration of oxygen in the air and the number of red blood cells. So with the blood starting out alkaline, more CO2 must be produced before the CO2 chemoreceptors give you the urge to breathe, which means more oxygen will be used up. Sometimes to the point where the brain runs out of oxygen to stay conscious, so you can black out underwater before even getting the urge to breathe. If you want to maximize the time you can hold your breath for, we have to optimize two sides of an equation. First, you need to maximize the amount of oxygen in your body before you start and minimize CO2. And second, you have to reduce the rate at which oxygen is used up during the breath hold.
So when we work with an athlete, one of the first things we do is we check their Bolt score. Just tell them, all right, hold your breath. And then they hold their breath, 30, 40 seconds or something, they breathe. That's your new Bolt score.
Where BOLT stands for Body Oxygen Level Test. If you want, you can try to hold your breath along with me.
Whenever you're ready, give a really nice exhale and then a really big inhale.
The BOLT score just measures the number of seconds you can hold your breath before you feel the first urge to breathe.
Your first inkling to breathe is when most people choose to breathe.
Yeah. That's it's like, that is exactly when I'm going to want to breathe. Some people are naturally better at holding their breath. The bigger your lungs, for example, the more air and hence oxygen you can hold. Most people have a lung capacity between 4 and 6 liters, but some people have a 10-liter capacity. I don't know. How's that?
40 seconds. There you go, 40 seconds.
Stretching can help expand what you've got.
So I'll do like 90 degrees this way, 90, 90, and then also on my chest. And then I'll do it again at about half volume of a lung pack. So and then I'll do it again.
The ideal physique for breath holding is someone tall and skinny, with plenty of lung capacity, but not too much tissue to use up oxygen.
Alex Segura, excellent breath holder. He's also built for it too, you know. He's like 6 feet tall, weighs less than me. I mean, he's like a lung with a brain.
Another technique that can increase the amount of air stored in the lungs is called lung packing. After taking a full, deep breath, you continue to take little sips of air, packing it in on top.
So I'll hold my breath, and then I'll do about 20 packs.
The other side of the equation involves reducing the rate oxygen is used. And since muscles use oxygen to contract, it's very important to be relaxed.
Go through the whole body, and we're gonna do like a muscle check. We're gonna go all the way down and then all the way up. So once I hold my breath, now I'm just gonna check to make sure that nothing is engaged.
Brandon sometimes does performances where he's active during the breath hold. But since he's moving around, he uses up oxygen faster and so doesn't hold his breath for as long. People actually have a secret weapon when it comes to reducing oxygen consumption by virtue of our evolution. It's called the mammalian dive reflex. All mammals have this physiological adaptation that helps us survive when we're submerged in water. The trigeminal nerve in our face detects the coolness of the water and triggers a series of responses. The heart beats slower, decreasing the rate at which blood and hence oxygen are circulated around the body. Our blood vessels in our extremities constrict, confining blood to our vital organs and brain, ensuring we have enough oxygen to stay conscious.
If you take a freediving class, you can see your fingers, your hand, very sort of like a pale color.
If I do like a 10-minute breath hold, this will read at like 50 or 60, and then it'll just turn off.
All right, fine. I'll do the gauntlet.
It's all from like.
Damn right you will.
And the spleen releases extra pre-oxygenated red blood cells into the bloodstream, increasing the available supply of oxygen. The brain also uses a disproportionate amount of oxygen.
Mental activity, neuronal activity also uses oxygen, so you're trying to preserve as much as you can.
When your body's not moving, your brain is using 80% of the oxygen that your body is utilizing. 80%. It's like a biblical amount. So you kind of want to turn that off a little bit.
All right, let's go. The gaunt. The jaunt.
You want to give yourself some sort of mantra that you can just keep cycling back and forth. You kind of want to stop thinking, but you do need to pass the time somehow, and you have to fight against this urge to breathe. So give yourself something short, something that you can remember, and then you get through the mantra enough times that you'll pass another maybe 20, 30 seconds toward the end of the breath hold, particularly when it's really hard and the CO2 is high and you're dealing with a really bad bout of acidotic response. Once you do your body check, I want you to go through the alphabet, and I want you to have a gratitude for each letter. The more you practice this, the better you'll get at just the sensation of compassion and gratitude. And that itself will be very, very relaxing. When I do a really big breath hold, I'm not thinking about anything. I'm on like cloud 9. I'm just like between 5 and 15 minutes, I feel like I'm just like on a rocket ship at like 1,000 miles an hour. I'm just like, I'm not thinking or feeling anything. I just have like a sensation and like a color. But that's because the whole experience is a little bit psychedelic.
After a half hour of practicing with Brandon in the pool, this is the longest breath hold I was able to achieve.
Nice, that's good.
Immediately relaxing.
I'll leave it running in the bottom of frame here.
just know that that urge to breathe is just your body lying to you. You do not need to breathe. You have plenty more time. So when you get that urge to breathe, relax, just appreciate it for what it is. It's just your body taking a real-time pH readout, sending a signal, telling you to expel CO2, but you're totally fine. You've got maybe like 4 or 5 minutes until you drown. So you're totally good. So when you get that urge to breathe around a minute, relax, appreciate it for what it is, and then I want you to try to count to 10, like as slowly as you can. Just give yourself 10 extra seconds after the urge to breathe. Okay? Okay? All right.
I practice breathing at a set rhythm.
And I want you to breathe about 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out. Just through your stomach and through your nose. And again, as much as you can, but without engaging any muscle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out.
Followed by holding my breath for increasing durations.
I feel like psychologically. Yeah. I was like, I'm not comfortable not breathing for this long.
Well, you made it about a minute. Nice. So you made 130.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, crushed it.
Wow.
Easy. And we're just starting. Amazing.
For real? What was that?
We made about 145, I think. Close to 150.
I modified the strategies Brandon suggested to keep my mind calm.
I think what I was doing that time was going through the alphabet and just, I couldn't do gratitudes. They were too hard. But I was just like doing animals.
Yeah, great.
And I was like,
good way
hey.
to gently distract the mind.
I was singing like nursery rhymes.
Nice.
Something I do for my kids.
I
was
love
like,
that.
I'm just gonna sing some of the songs I sing for them.
I was skeptical that my heart rate would drop significantly, but my watch showed that the mammalian dive reflex really did kick in.
My average heart rate was 72.
48 you got down to. Nice. Look at that.
That's wild. I don't even get down to 48 when I sleep. Like, that's low. That's low for me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's that thing of like, when have I not breathed for a minute? Maybe never my whole life.
Perfected.
How'd you go?
236.
236, look at that!
I think I can guarantee that I've never held my breath for 2.5 minutes.
Yep.
The psychological side is the hardest. How do you distract your mind for a few minutes?
Right.
You know, like how do you stay calm when you feel like this is not something I'm used to?
Calming my mind while holding my breath was honestly the most challenging part, but it really helped to have a knowledgeable, experienced guide there in Brandon to help me through it. And I think that sort of assistance can be helpful in everyday life too, which is why this part of the video was sponsored by BetterHelp. The idea of BetterHelp is simple: to connect you with an experienced, licensed therapist who is trained to listen and give you helpful, unbiased advice. And I know from personal experience that finding a good therapist is hard, especially when you only have the options in your city. But BetterHelp changes the game on this. It's an online platform, and by filling out a few questions, you'll get matched with a professional therapist so you can get talking in as little as a few days. You can have your therapy sessions as a phone call, as a video chat, or even via messaging if you prefer that. Whatever's the most comfortable version of therapy for you. It's easy to sign up. There's a link in the description. It is betterhelp.com/Veritasium. Clicking that link both helps support this channel, and it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp. So
All right.
you can try it out and see.
Alright, let's put on the moves and let's go.
Two, one, mage.
The corner.
2, 1, range. Two, 1, mage. Two, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 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 1, range. 2, 1,
no, stop.
mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1,
Frick.
mage. 2, 1.
No, dude! Frick. He's at 93 HP. Man.
If it helps you.
I don't know how that hit me. Shouldn't have.
What the heck? So Cancel's just now reading Bookworm?
Cringe.
Cringe, Canzo.
Dude, I can't believe that wasn't a kill. I guess I was too close to those fires and it hit me. Didn't seem like they should be able to reach.
You. And if you don't really fit with your first therapist, which is common, you can easily switch to a new one for free without stressing about insurance.
Don't see the video there. I need a new video to listen to. Oh well. Oops, I probably need to keep the sprayer on. This run kind of sucks. We got the big beasts, I guess that's most of what we need. Small things, not great. Screwed that up a little bit. Files. Oops. Okay, there's fish. It's good, I like fish. Here's all the trees. Die bat. Fish. Okay, mine carts. Die rat. Frick, I'm out of inventory. Wait, why don't I just click one of these? Perfected. Alright. Score. Dude, I need a pickaxe thing. Or else we're not going to boss today. There we go. Alright, perfect. Now let's grab fish. Get off me, horse. You're bothering me. Cook, cook, cook.
Two, one, May. Two, one, range.
Frick, Ivan. Why?
Two, one, May. Two, one, range. Two, one, May. Two, one, range. Two, one, May.
Thing.
Two, one, range. Two, one, May.
Can I hit, please?
Two, one, range. Two, one, May. Two, one, range. Two, one, May. 2, 1, range. Two, 1, made. Two, 1, range. Two, 1, made. Two, one,
Dude, I just start noodling.
range. Two, 1, made. Two, 1,
No.
range. Two, 1, made. Two, 1, range. Two, 1, made. Two, 1, range. Two, 1, made.
Switch my weapon like I'm telling you to.
Two, 1, range. Two, 1, made. Two, 1, range.
Dude, I'm not gonna have the deeps.
Two, 1, made. Two, 1, range. Two, 1, made. Two, 1, range.
That's not fair.
Two, 1, made.
It's not fair, it's not fair.
Two, 1, range.
This game's just not fair. I literally just can't hit him ever. I need more. I need more stats or more defense or something. I just have to eat so much. I'm doing everything right. I'll do one more try, but I don't know. I just feel like I need more stats.
Time to grind stats.
Or I need the like raid level prayers.
Time to grind raids.
But I need gear for raids. This guy has the gear. He's got my bow. My bofa, these nuts.
We're back.
You can't hit me from that far away, right? Yeah. Hello? Use these things that I'm telling you to use. Middle. Yeah. Perfect. almost forgot to perfect my bow, I think. That could have been bad. Alright.
2, 1, made. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, made.
Are you kidding me?
Two, 1, range. 2, 1, made. 2, 1, range.
Dude, if this run succeeds, any run can succeed.
2, 1, made. 2, 1, range. 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 2, 1, made. 2, 1. Range. 2. 1. Mage. 2. 1. Range. 2. 1. Mage.
Mage.
2. 1. Range. 2. 1. Mage.
Click. Click! Click! I clicked! I'm so freaking mad.
1. Range.
I clicked! That was 100% a kill. It just didn't. He didn't go.
2. 1.
That was a kill. The game just didn't give it to me.
Yeah, pretty much. You're not wrong on that one. Trees. I'm exploring this really strangely. No, okay, this is... No, I am exploring this very strangely, okay. I'll go this way. Another freaking burr. There's so many burrs in these woods. Maybe we try something weird with this one. What we need, though, we need... Okay, that's what we need. Need to kill some enemies or something. No, this run is screwed, I just need to leave. Alright, I don't want to do another one, but I'm getting close to breakthrough. Every one of those runs was very close to a success. And I feel like with maybe even 5 more in the stats, they each would have been clear. the bushes. Give me that poison ivy. Oops. E now avanto.
Why, hello there, and welcome back to another episode of Trader Steve's journey across Gielinor to collect as many rare items as he can get his grubby little mitts on. Trader Steve is starting his journey in the Grand Exchange chunk, but for every new rare item he can add to his collection that's worth more than 1 mil, he can unlock a new adjacent chunk, with Trader Steve's ultimate goal, obtaining a quest cape. Now, I've been working towards my first major boss on this account for quite a while, and I think we're ready. Well, not really, but I think we're ready to at least give it an attempt. In the last episode, we unlocked a very important chunk, the God Wars chunk. With it, we unlocked 4 new bosses, and today we're going to finally try out our first one. Today we're going to try our hands at killing Saradomin. Saradomin, I think, is the only realistic boss right now I could effectively solo, because you can kill it pretty effectively with actually just a crossbow. The other God Wars dungeon bosses would require a Bow of Fair Denon maybe at least, and that's really far away. We have to go all the way to Prifdinus for that. Or we need an Arclight, which is even further away than that, as we'd have to go all the way to Zaya as well as the desert. And Armadil, I think, is just too difficult right now with my low defenses. Really, that just leaves Saradomin. Then the last episode, we power leveled our range up to level 90, which I think that's actually a decent enough level to give it a solid try. So luckily we already have some of the more expensive items we need for this boss, but we still need to go purchase a few minor things. So we're gonna go buy ourselves, for one, God D'hide. We're gonna go for Zamorak D'hide. We're gonna buy a Varrock's Helm just for the increased tankiness, mostly just to tank the minions. Some D'hide boots, and some enchanted diamond dragon bolts. This setup is workable. It's a pretty low level overall, but with our reasonably high range stat, I think we should be able to get some kills. We're also going to bring ourselves the serpentine helm and a blowpipe, but we'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so we're heading over to the God Wars dungeon for the first time. I'm a little nervous. Where is this knight? Why is he so hard to see? I am literally blind. What? My god, this guy's like a winter fox or something. Try not to be seen. Oh my god, I think we can finally enter. Yes! Now, one of the drawbacks of doing Saradomin in particular, getting the kill count to get into the room, which you need 40 of, pretty damn slow. Now, there are workarounds for this, such as ecumenical keys, but I can't get those, and nor will I ever be able to get them because they're in the wilderness. Not strictly required for the challenge I'm doing. Now, there might be another option, but let's just see how long this takes to begin with. Okay, that was a while. That took about 10 minutes just to get the kill count. Not the end of the world if I could do very long trips, but I'm not going to be able to, not only because I'm bad at this, but also just because my stats and gear, not the best. But it's time, let's try this out, maybe we can get lucky, just get a quick armadillo crossbow or something. Now the strategy for this kill is very simple. All you have to do is really run around in circles. I have some tiles marked here. You don't have to be even exactly on the tile, but you're just going to be kiting around as the main Ziliana boss around the room. Now the reason we brought the serpentine helm and the blowpipe is so we can have a 100% chance of venoming the minions. Because my DPS is so low, we kind of have to do this or else we will run out of time trying to kill the minions after, which is going to be no good. Once we hit each of the minions once, we just proceed to attack Ziliana with our crossbow, kiting around the room until she's dead. The strategy is pretty simple, but we're going to take a fair bit of damage just from the minions as we run around. Oh my god, Ziliana is so tanky. Even with a crossbow, even with 90 ranged, I feel like having rigor would be very helpful here, but we can't afford that yet. Okay, so the crossbow is a bit slow, but we did get our very first kill for some, hey, brews and restores. That's actually pretty useful. Oh my god, you're joking me. God Sword Shard 2 on my first minion kill. Well, second, I guess. Well, that's pretty damn lucky. Not worth a ton, but we'll take the collection log slot. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. So we got our first couple kills at Ziliana, and it went okay. I mean, it took a long time to get there, and the kills are pretty slow, but at least we know that killing Ziliana now is possible. There is one key upgrade I would like to get, though, first, because I'm going to be using a crossbow for so long. And to do that, we're going to turn to our newest best moneymaker right now, Floor 5 Hallowed Sepulchre. So excited I unlocked this in the last episode. Now we finally have a chance at getting the Ring of Endurance from the Grand Hallowed Chest, which is worth over 30 mil right now. Not to mention the loot is just way better throughout. So it's time to learn the 5th floor. Oh my god, we finally did it. Took a Hallowed token, but we got to the end. It took me a while to figure out exactly how this works. Each floor you get an extra 2 minutes added to your time, so I didn't realize the previous floors actually do matter. Can we get the Ring of Endurance on our first chest? No, of course not. So the 5th floor is actually pretty difficult. Not so much the floor itself, I don't find it that much more difficult than 3 and 4, but finishing in enough time is the hard part. You can see my completion rate's not great right now. We've only finished about a quarter of them, but we're practicing. Well, I messed this one up, but that's not the important part. The important part is 93 agility.
That's a lot of banked XP. Yeah, like half a level. Nice.
We've been slowly improving at the 5th floor of the Hallowed Sepulchre. No ring so far, unfortunately, but now we're finishing about 2/3 of all our runs, which is a vast improvement, and we're getting a pretty consistent 1 mil per hour, if not more, plus a chance at the ring, so just overall an incredible method. So we've done 70 laps of the Hallowed Sepulchre and 45 successful coffin completions, with the vast majority of those failures being in the first 20 or so. So we're improving and we're making a lot of money. Now in the last episode we unlocked this chunk right here, the Western Varrock Bank chunk, for lack of a better name, and this signifies a pretty big midterm goal we're going to start in today's episode. Firstly though, we need to finish Gertrude's cat. There we go, we got ourselves a kitten. Why in the world would I need a kitten? Okay, so there we go. We're up to 62 successful loots of the Hallowed's coffin. Kind of a random place to stop, but we're going to start cashing out on some of our loot. We have a bunch of Hallowed sacks to open and a bunch of loot in the bank. And I think with all of this combined, we might just be able to afford ourselves our most expensive item yet, I think. Okay, we're going to sell everything off, including the God Sword Shard that we spooned on 1 kill count. And after claiming everything, we're up to 23 million gold, which is by far our largest amount to date. Plus, we have another mill just in lockpicks. And
Hello.
with it, we're going to unlock a pretty...
You scared me bald.
Sorry.
I'm bald now. Why have you done this? Hello. Go read One Piece. I keep
busy. He wants to come in and talk about Bookworm now.
I keep telling you to read One Piece, the manga that I've always loved forever.
Yep.
Anyway,
yeah,
how's
after I'm
Bookworm?
caught up with Bookworm, it's good. It's very good.
I agree.
So far, I like that we have the official confirmation. I'm just got halfway through the book, or a little bit more than.
What the heck?
They're like, yeah, there's these people there from the.
They killed him. They took him out.
Assassinated. He only got halfway through the book, so he only got halfway through his sentence.
Now the people from Lenzanave murdered him. I'm assuming that's what he was going to say.
Did I cut out?
Yes.
You did.
Okay, annoying.
What are you saying? There's people. That's what we heard.
Yeah, there's people wearing the silver cloth from Nazanab at the funeral.
That's what I assumed you were going to say, but
yeah,
they took you out.
Wait, that's...
Assassins. I just want to go. I just wanted to go back to magic school so we can find the Gesundheit.
Yeah, I've decided I'm gonna start reading the pre-pub.
What the heck?
Yeah. Look,
You're
if I'm
gonna
gonna
force us to read the pre-pub?
Oh yeah, you know me. Always topical and around to talk about things 100% of the time. So.
And we're gonna force Q to read the pre-pub.
It's okay. He'll start reading the pre-pub and fall behind anyway.
True. Actually true.
True, just like One Piece.
Yeah, I've raced ahead of me, so.
Yep,
By
I'm all caught up. Yeah, I wasn't planning to read. I read like a ton on Friday. I spent the whole night reading.
Nice.
Besides like the 2 hours we played Minecraft. But yeah, after Wano, I was like, okay, they're gonna have like another thriller bark or something, like a calm down arc or something, and they just don't. There's like 5 plots going right now, and it's crazy.
Nice.
And Shanks gets to be a character. He's one of the plots by himself.
Yeah. Nice.
Because he's literally like, Sir, cut to for 1 page every 50 chapters in the story.
Nice. So now you've seen Gear 5, you can go and watch the clips from the anime with context. See White Luffy slamming a dragon or
yeah, I don't think the anime clips look that good. Like the animation quality is obviously high budget, but I think I watched a clip of it and the action was really confusing in the anime. Whereas
yeah,
it was more clear in the manga that it's like a Tom and Jerry cartoon.
Yeah. I've just seen 5-second clips that are super tightly edited. So
yeah.
Like Luffy getting big and then suplexing the dragon.
It's a great
and then
idea.
The cut in.
My favorite Looney Tunes Luffy moment is when the dragon shoots a laser beam at him. So he just grabs the ground and shakes it like a parachute and it bounces the beam back.
Hell yeah, that's great.
Looney Tunes upgrade is a pretty great idea for John Rubberman.
Oh, I died again. I'm back now though.
Yep. But yeah, Gear 5's good. It's interesting to see, because he hasn't, it showed up like one more time since its first appearance, and it wasn't in like a big deal scene, so I'm kind of interested to see, like how it gets used, or how like people compete with it.
Yeah.
It looks like the next fight, it's like just started in using Gear 5, is like him versus John Laserman again. I don't know if you've ever met John Laserman. He's
I don't know.
Okay, he's just like one of the admirals around. I really hate his design.
No.
But it's fine. Well, he just looks like a boring. He's like the Pokemon guy. You know the boring Pokemon guy. That's his gimmick. Yeah. He's like that, but in One Piece it like stands out in a bad way.
I see. Yeah, I think the only admirals I know about.
I think you'll meet him soon because I think they all at least show up in like all the military arcs. I thought he showed up briefly in the lobby.
No, he probably didn't. I just don't remember.
Yeah.
So. Oh, well, the waiting room is closed, so I'll be back later. I'm gonna go play games with my brother-in-law.
I'll see ya.
See ya.
See ya.
Oh yeah, I can.
Typical.
I can tell you though, like John Laserman's power is busted. He ate the light fruit. So it's one of the types of fruit that turns you into the thing. So he literally can just turn into light and move at the speed of light and fire light, and it's just like, this is the most busted thing I could even conceive of. So the question is, can John Real Physics Men beat a Looney Tune? I guess we'll find out. I mean, because Luffy did, in the previous fight where he was in Gear 5, he did a Bolt of Lightning struck, and he used it as like a pole to like swing himself around on. So, yeah. Well, he's a Looney Tune. Like, Gear 5 is literally, he gets to use Looney Tune physics.
That's cheating.
Yeah, he turns himself into a giant by puffing himself full of air. He's a Looney. He gets to use Looney Tune
Does he turn
physics.
himself into a pickle?
No, he does not turn himself into a pickle. He does, What else does he do? Oh, he does run along the air, like like when you run off a cliff in a Looney Tune, but you don't look down. He didn't look down. But yeah, you get the lore that he he's not just John Rubberman. He's the actual lore of the gum gum fruit is the government suppressed its true nature. It's like a god of freedom's fruit instead. So it's a human fruit. Model like mythical god guy. It's just the god was made out of rubber.
John Rubber God.
John Rubber God, exactly. You'll understand the deep lore. That's a pretty cool idea. IMO. Oops. Anyway, you ready for 80 construction? Pretty told me I have to level construction.
Time for a cuppa.
I've been drinking it.
Pretty expensive item, the Twisted Buckler. Alright everyone, put your hands together for our 100th item. Pretty much a third of the way done, right? This is a bit of a questionable purchase, but I've decided to go for it, for one, because I want to try out Ceradomin more, and this will be a pretty big upgrade. And two, because the crossbow, the dragon crossbow in particular, is going to be our best ranged weapon for a long time. The bow of Faradinum would be amazing, but we can't get it until we've completed Song in the Elves, which is quite a far distance away. We could, of course, get the Twisted Bow, but that's so expensive. We're not getting that for a while. So the Buckler, I think, is going to get a lot of use, because their crossbow is going to get a lot of use. Okay, there's no hiding it anymore. We need to unlock a new chunk. And where are we going? We're going to the desert. Now, I was watching a video about Leagues 4, and in it they were rating all the regions based on their strength, and that kind of convinced me. The desert is very highly rated, and it really comes down to a bunch of pretty new additions overall. The desert is jam-packed with high-level content now, from things like the Tombs of a Masket, which actually isn't that hard to unlock, to things like Desert Treasure, which will give me Ancient Magics, Desert Treasure 2. The desert is even required to unlock next because the Frozen Door mini-quest requires Desert Treasure. There's just so many major things here, and a few other smaller things as well. Unlocking the desert can even potentially fix my Ceradomin kill count issue. The fact it takes 10 minutes is kind of ridiculous, but there might be a solution hidden in the desert. Okay, we're taking our first step into the desert. Okay, well, it's more of our second step, honestly, but with the Twisted Buckler, we're gonna unlock this chunk here, the Tourist Trap Hideout, which means it's time to get started with some desert quest lines. Okay, we're back for my revenge, this time with marginally better gear. I don't know if the Twisted Buckler is gonna be an absolute game changer, but it will definitely make things better. This thing gives a whopping 10 range strength and 18 range accuracy. It's really good. Now, you might be thinking this run is going moderately well. I mean, like, look at how many supplies I have left. These are strength potions. I don't know how that happened. I've done this once before, but oh my god. Why do brews and strength potions look the same? We're literally running off peaches only right now. We gotta go. Oh god, we definitely have to practice Ziliana more. Our trips are way too short right now, and the GP per hour, probably not that great. And to make sure I never forget about Ziliana, Crumb has immortalized the commander and sent me one in the mail. Now she just sits there, staring at me. Today's video is sponsored by the old school RuneScape YouTuber Crumb. I'm always excited to be working flipping at checkout. It's a great way to support both of us directly, and thanks again to Crumb for sponsoring. Right now we're doing actually a little smithing training. For what reason? Well, apparently Tourist Trap actually has a smithing level requirement, which I somehow did not have. How I didn't have 20 smithing at this point beats me, but we got it. Now, unfortunately, we won't be able to get too far in this quest line. We can run down to the hideout and enter it, but pretty quickly we're going to be asked to go somewhere that is a little inconvenient to get to. We need to get over to the Bebedin camp, and that kind of brings up an interesting dilemma. How do I get around the desert? What's the best route to take to get to different quest locations? Because the desert is home to multiple completely dead chunks. So it's a little bit of a minefield, actually, we're going to have to navigate here. Now, before we get any further into the desert, we need to figure out our best route to take in advance. So I went ahead and watched through every quest guide that involves the desert and tracked every location you go to, and here is the map I've come up with. Every quest sign on the map is a legit chunk that I will need to unlock for a quest at some point, and every X is a dead chunk. I'm like 95% sure. Not 100% because there are other reasons you might have to come to a desert in another quest, but I think this is a good place to start. So what exactly can we make of this? Well, to start off, there's a few chunks that are going to be very problematic, but we're not going to worry about those yet. Those are the ones in the corner. The Runes of Uzer and the Desert Treasure 2 start location. I don't know how we're going to do that or if there's a better way to get there, but let's not worry about that yet. Let's look at the main bulk of quest locations, and it actually looks like there's a pretty reasonable way to get around. The paths are actually all connected, or so it appears to be. At first glance, I thought we could avoid every single dead chunk, but there's actually one issue. Now, it looks like we want to take this route through Narda, south through the Ruins of Ulek, and around to Menephos. But unfortunately, these two chunks here, you can't traverse. They are connected, but there's no way to get to the other one from the north, which means we have to probably unlock one of these two chunks, either the agility pyramid, which I don't think any quests go there, but at least unlock something, or this empty chunk in the Caridian Desert, which has no content, but would be a lot more convenient for getting around the desert. This might seem a little bit irrelevant, but these are pretty important decisions because we have a very limited amount of chunks, and there are still a lot of quests to do. So we had about 6 mil left over from our last big money-making grind from the Sepulchre, so we're doing a bit of a bank sale here to actually afford another kind of expensive item, but one that's way cheaper than it's historically been, the Ring of Suffering. We're buying this again in hopes that this will help our Saradomin trip. This may have all been a bit of a waste of money for now, but the Ring of Suffering is a good item. We will get use out of it. Now the first thing we have to do is imbue it, which we actually just have enough points for. And look at that, 4 prayer bonus, 20 in each defense bonus. This will make us a bit tankier. Okay, so with the Ring of Suffering, we're going to unlock this southern chunk with the Smoke Dungeon in it. That's pretty much all it has to offer. Luckily, it is a quest location for Desert Treasure, so we have to come here. The Smoke Dungeon also does have Dust Devils in it. They can't be assigned until we've done Desert Treasure 1, but hey, we could kill them if we wanted. So that was actually a pretty decent trip. I think that'll be our 4th kill of the trip, 4 or 5, I can actually remember. Hey, and a hit points level, that's interesting timing. These upgrades have definitely made a difference, but the accuracy just feels still so low. Saradomin's just way too tanky, but that would be our 13th kill of Ziliana. So because I was a little irresponsible and just spent all of my money on a couple big ticket items, we need to make some more. Now we're finishing up our first Demonic Gorillas task. Still, I forgot that I hadn't finished it. Unfortunately, no Zenite from the first task, but that's to be expected. It was only about 150 kills or so. There we go, task done. That's actually our 40th task as well, so a nice point boost from that. Okay, next task is Trolls. That is actually fine now. Doing Trolls is way more convenient now because we have mountain trolls, not those stupid river trolls that no one should ever kill. For some reason, we are training attack with an Abyssal Dagger. Don't know why, but it doesn't really matter. What's more important is 80 attack. Oh my god, look at that. Same task, we also reached 80 defense. Not bad. Okay, so we have actually quite a bit of Slayer points saved up, although we don't want to blow through all of them because we still need to be careful we don't run out of points and get a task we can't do. But we're going to go ahead and actually unlock the Vampires as a Slayer task, mainly because doing Firewatch Sentinels is a pretty decent moneymaker, and doing it on task would be even better. So I think that's worth unlocking, and we're also going to grab ourselves Bigger and Badder, which I honestly thought I had already unlocked, but apparently not. But that will still leave us with over 200 points. Hey, there we go, Black Demons, 134 of them. So it's time to head back to the Black Demons for another decent chance at a Zenite. Oh yes, there it is. Near to the end of our second task, we finally got ourselves a Zenite. Really excited about that. Our first one, new collection log slot. Now as soon as Steve gets a new item in his inventory that is part of the collection, a new chunk has to be unlocked. I can't sell this first one. So it's going in the collection tab and we're unlocking a chunk with it. Now once we get subsequent ones, we can of course sell them. But as per the rules, this is going in the bank. But with it, we can unlock ourselves a new chunk. Now, the two major things I want to unlock in the desert first are Desert Treasure 1, so we get access to Ancients, Necks, and a few other important things. And I want to complete Beneath Cursed Sands so we can unlock the Tombs of a Masket, the third raid. Two major pieces of content that we can unlock actually in the near-ish future. But because we're so close to the Desert Treasure 1 start location, I think I'm going to head there first. So we're going to unlock this chunk right here, which appears once again to be an entirely dead chunk, but it has this important quest location, the Desert Treasure 1 Circle. So we're good to go there. Potential. This is what this account does to you. You just kill everything, examine everything. Brains racing. Can I make money with donkey? Camel meat? Probably not. Hey, there we go. 73 Slayer at the Demonic Gorillas. Nothing too important, but each Slayer level is bringing us closer to something actually useful. So there's our second task complete for Demonics. Still only on one Zenite. So the entire task is actually a 9.3 mil task, but if you include just the regular loot, not bad, 2.1 mil just in alcohols. We'll go ahead and sell all that off, along with some Hallowed Sepulchre loot. We're looking at nearly 5 mil. Okay, so we're going to invest that money into two cheaper items for once. We have been blowing all our cash on some expensive upgrades, but now we're going to go for some cheaper ones. The Fremennik Kilt and the Draconic Visage, both about 2.3 mil items, and that will allow us to unlock 2 more desert chunks, which will bring us nicely to the Desert Treasure 1 start location. Okay, so the first new chunk we can unlock here is the Bandit Camp. A few interesting things here. There's the Bandit Bar, which we could use to buy an item called the Bandit Brew, but I think we actually have to complete Desert Treasure 1 to even do that, so we'll leave that for now. We get a general store and just a bunch more cactuses. Okay, it's finally time to move on to the Bebedin camp. Mostly all just quest locations here. The most important thing, of course, the start location for Desert Treasure 1. But with this, we can also now complete Tourist Trap, which is pretty nice. It's nice to finish what you started. Okay, this might be the first time in the history of this game that someone has taken the smithing experience from this quest. Could, of course, put it in agility or thieving, but instead we're going to get ourselves 10 smithing levels and Tourist Trap's done with. Oh my god, 7 deconstruction, all just from the Hallowed Sepulchre. It's been adding up slowly over time. We're getting like maximum like 7k per hour construction experience when we're running this. Definitely nothing to scoff at over hundreds of hours. Now, I've been having so much fun with the Sepulchre. Just the chance to get in the ring has really distracted me from how slow the agility training is, but we just hit another big level, 94 agility. I think we've unlocked like everything in the game. There might be one shortcut left, maybe, but I'm pretty sure the one at 93 is the highest, which means we pretty much have everything. At this point, we're just grinding out for the Ring of Endurance. Okay, so we're gonna dump some of our loot from the Sepulchre. After selling it off, we're up to 3.3 mil. I've actually scoped out a pretty cheap item we haven't got yet, the Magic Fang. Thanks to bots, probably. Pretty much all of these Zulrah uniques have tanked so hard. So we're able to pick that one up for 1.8 mil, and that is another item knocked off the list. And one more step we can take into the desert. Okay, so it's time to unlock another pretty important quest location for Desert Treasure 1, the Pyramid. Now, although this is mostly just a quest location, I have some ideas of how we could actually make money in this chunk, but we're gonna have to wait until we finish Desert Treasure 1 to do it. Pretty much right now, it's just a unenterable pyramid, but it has potential. Oh man. You need Desert Treasure 2 to dismantle rings? That's disappointing. Oh, I thought it was so smart for a second there. Well, we're dumping these back. So there is 88 successful loots of the Grand Hallowed Coffin. We're quickly approaching halfway to the drop rate. So expected value, we should be having another 15 mil. Not that it matters, we're gonna have to keep the first ring we get anyway. Okay, so we're able to scrounge our bank for a bit more. We got mostly just some runes that we're stacking up that we don't need right now. And that's brought us up to 3 mil once again. That's gonna allow us to buy the other really cheap Zulrah unique right now. So that's another item knocked off the list. So I'm going to take a bit of a detour here. We're going to unlock this chunk here, the quarry. In it, we can complete Anakra's Lament, which will give us access to the Camulet. The sandstone worth so much. The Camulet will allow us to teleport to this chunk directly, which I think will be pretty handy, especially for when we get Ancients and we want to switch our spellbook. This guy is such a bastard. Why is this guy so mean? So there we go, quest complete. From it, we get the Camulet, which we could imbue it to have unlimited charges. I'm gonna do it. Why not? Completionist content. Was it worth a mill? I'm not sure. So we should be able to teleport to the quarry with this. Oh no. We need the Desert Diary to teleport to the surface. That's gonna be an issue. I don't think I can do that. Okay, that might have been a waste of time and or money. We need to rebuild our bank a little bit here. I noticed black d'hide bodies were just ridiculously underpriced. We're gonna start off by just alking 70 of those. We'll take that. 200k profit in about 5 minutes. Not bad. Because we're on the quest for another Demonic Gorillas task. I think it's time we actually extend Black Demons. Why not? I mean, that's mostly what we're doing Slayer for right now. We might as well extend the task when we get them. Where the hell is it? Ah, of course. This is the Black Demon. Okay, we're going to go ahead and extend this task. Oh, yes. Look at that. It was meant to be. 205 Black Demons. That is going to take a while. But that's what we signed up for. Okay, bit of a throwback method here, but before I go ahead and start my multi-day, probably, Demonic Gorillas grind, we're going to go ahead and actually buy some colored boots from the Mauritania clothes shop. Something they can just be slowly selling while we do other content. Right now, they're actually going for a pretty inflated price. They tend to do that, I'm not sure, mostly just PK clans, I think, buy these things. But if you look at red boots, not even selling for 10k each, which means we could try to make our own price here. We could sell them for maybe 4 or 5k if we're getting kind of greedy. Realistically, they'd sell maybe closer to 3k, but you know me, I'm always pretty greedy. 7,000. No, there's an item, not the one we want, but we will take it. Ballista Limbs. It is a collection log, that is nice. Okay, next morning, our yellow boots sold off for a reasonable amount, 2,400. Red boots, we got greedy, so they didn't sell overnight, but we're going to sell them off now for 3 times less, and we're still going to make money on it. Okay, Demonic Gorillas are not great experience per hour, but you just have to kill so many of them that eventually adds up. There is 74 Slayer, 1 level away from Gargoyles, which is a very important one, in the sense that we have to block them. We can't do Gargoyles because there's no quest location in the Mauritania Slayer Tower, so we have to be mindful. Next level, we're going to need to have a block slot available for that. Yes, finally, a Zenite Shard that we can actually sell. We actually got kind of lucky on this. We got it, I think, at 450 kill count, so 2 and 450 is not bad. I'm excited, though. We can finally actually sell this one. We already have one in the collection, so that's an 8.5 mil, 9 mil boost to our cash stack, which we really need right now. Okay, we finished up the task. Unfortunately, our luck did not continue, but still a very nice Black Demon task. We didn't have much loot left over besides the Zenite, of course, but we're able to dump it in there for 8.4 mil. Beautiful. Now it's brought our cash stack up to nearly 13 mil.
You have to wait until Pat gets here. He'll be here any minute.
No, you said he's definitely not going to be back until later.
Yeah, you have to believe in Pat.
I was so focused on
one, it's already later than he originally said, and 2, I would never believe in Pat.
Multiple precursor quests that are not easy to do. Temple of Ikov, that's a bit out of the way. The dig site, that's also out of the way.
Believing in Pat is objectively the wrong choice.
Gillinor. I can't do this right now.
Call me John Object.
Now, it's not the end of the world. We would have had to unlock these locations eventually anyway.
Why?
We're closer
Object.
now to completing Desert Treasure 1, but this is a huge commitment right now.
Just
We
got
just
you.
do not
Just
have the
pranked you.
money to complete this in any reasonable amount of time. So we're going to leave this for a minute and focus on a much closer goal, Sophenheim. Sophenheim is actually not that far away, and to get there, I think we need 3 more chunks. So we're going to buy the Abyssal Dagger Poisoned, the Arim's Robe Skirt 0, and the Pharaoh Scepter, which I think will actually get some use. Oh, Fashionscape, look at that. The time has finally come. We have to unlock a dead chunk. Doesn't feel great, but I don't think there's any way around this. Like I was mentioning earlier, it was either this chunk here or the agility pyramid. Sure, the pyramid gives more content, but our agility is so high level, I just don't think the pyramid is ever relevant at this point. So I'm just actually just going to pick something that will make it more convenient to get through the desert and quicker. This Caridian desert chunk right here. Okay, so what do we have here? We have, oh, we got some crocodiles. Okay, there's something here. Crocodiles and, banana tree. Okay, we can pick some bananas. We got some cactuses and some jackals, but that is, that's it. Nice views, though. Okay, so it's time to go south into another fairly empty desert chunk, but this one has an important quest location. The start to Ichlithen's Little Helper, which is realistically the start of the questline that will lead us all the way to the Tombs of Amasket. Now with our third and final item, we get to unlock Sophenheim, which actually has a fair bit of content in it. We have multiple quest locations, we have Pyramid Plunder, the Sophenheim Dungeon has some interesting things in there, a bunch of water refill locations, I don't know. There are definitely some interesting things in the city. Okay, there we go. Ichlithen's Little Helper's done with. A bit of experience, but most importantly actually, 100 quest points. I didn't even realize we're getting that. 100 quest points is actually really important because that has just unlocked us another Slayer block slot. We're gonna need that really soon. Literally in one more Slayer level, we're gonna need that block slot, so it came just in time, honestly. Quest points are not easy to get either. Like, to get to 150 is gonna be challenging. Why is it every single time I under-prepare for a quest, the boss is hard, and every time I over-prepare, it's like a piece of cake? There we go, the contract quest is done with, which means we have everything we need to start the Beneath Cursed Sands quest, which is the final hurdle until we can unlock the Tombs of Amasket and complete our very first raid. So we have all the precursor quests done. The only thing standing in our way right now is the locations. We need to unlock a fair bit of the southeastern desert, including the ruins of Ulag, Necropolis, and Narda, but we'll have to leave that to the next episode. But coming soon, our very first raid completion, but I'm excited to give it a try, but that's gonna have to wait until the next episode. I hope you enjoyed this one as always, and I will see you next time.
On July 25th, 2019, alongside the release of Song of the Elves and the Elf City of Prif, was a scary dungeon boss, Hunlith, the notorious dog of the Gauntlet, which is a dungeon minigame thing. This minigame would prove to be game-changing, mostly for Iron Men, because there's no chance to lose your stuff, every completion is tossing you an absurd amount of alchable items, and there's a chance to get some highly sought-after armor, sword, or bow. But there's more to it than that. There are two versions of the Gauntlet, normal and corrupted. The red version, red of course meaning evil and much more powerful, as many tales have taught you before. It buffs up all the monsters' health and strength and lowers the time limit from 10 minutes to 7.5 minutes. And let me tell you folks, Corrupted Gauntlet is no walk in the park, and a lot of video makers especially will have you think otherwise. But remember, they are lunatics. The fact that they are able to come to the Corrupted Gauntlet and bust out 100 of these just as like a little pit stop in their actual series of Journey to Infernal Cape, but every round I get waterboarded or whatever they're doing that week, is insane. Corrupted Gauntlet is difficult in a lot of different ways, but my biggest roadblock is one that most players don't run into when they get here: my stats. If I was being smart about this, I'd definitely get myself 90 plus range, magic, and defense, and grind chambers out to get the 2 dope prayers from that before taking on Corrupted Gauntlet, because my attacks are gonna look a lot like an airsoft gun letting loose on an M1 Abrams tank, so this might be a little difficult for me. But I have a plan in mind. It's a little unconventional, but I figured, you know, if I want a Corrupted Gauntlet KC, I've got to think outside the box. Hey guys, I figured, you know, if I could take out a tank, I can take out Hunlith no problem, but it turns out Destruction War is beautiful. Play War Thunder for free on PC, Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, or the previous gen consoles. New players and returning players can claim a big bonus pack with premium vehicles, premium account, 3D decorator, and more by using my link in the description. Thanks to War Thunder for sponsoring today's video. Alright, maybe I take a more practical approach to this.
Hello? Yo, what's up, man?
What's up?
From here on out, you'll address me as Sergeant.
Yes, Sergeant.
Is that a good world for you?
I have no idea, dude.
That is a German world.
I'm gonna switch to 429, I believe.
You want to complete a corrupted, or you just?
I mean, I have to try corrupted, dude. I've got to attempt it, and I think I can do it, dude. I've got a very cool pet rock, and I'm feeling good about it.
I'm gonna say 99% of Reddit cannot do a corrupted gauntlet, so.
Really?
It'll be cool if you do it. Yeah.
99.
There was literally a post that said it was harder than the Inferno, which okay is not true.
No.
Let's get you over to the gauntlet.
Should I walk there or run, you think?
You look really cool. I say you walk there.
But there's this cool slow-mo animation if I run with this.
Oh, never mind. Run. Yeah, that looks way cooler.
This looks really good. Couldn't squeeze past a couple bushes. I had to go all the way around through this guy's house. So is there like lore behind the corrupted gauntlet, or does it just exist for everybody?
The gauntlet was created as a training ground by the Amlod clan to ensure their warriors were capable of defending Prifddinas during the God Wars.
My character goes, train? There's got to be a way for me to disable this drop thing. This is gonna be so embarrassing.
If you do find a way to disable it, I'd love to know.
Scoreboard.
You're gonna be one of those completions, and maybe even one of those deaths.
Definitely one of the deaths.
Definitely one of the deaths.
So I'm guessing you have to do the regular one first before you can even try.
Yeah, you have
corrupted.
to complete a regular before you can even do corrupted. Yeah, you can go in if you want. I mean,
they're gonna let me bring my rock in, right?
Yeah. Well, no.
So I'm gonna watch them while I'm in there.
Yeah, the guy to your right. First thing you want to do, just go straight into the boss room.
All right, I'll find him. Is that him?
Yeah, just go straight in there.
I'm going in.
You're gonna want to pray range.
You coward.
Usually, I just like to hit him a bunch of times, and
get one of these.
Yeah, you're gonna want to put this on. Okay, pray mage now.
Okay.
Okay, you're doing great. Pray mage, he just disabled your prayers. Okay, a little late, but we got him. Range? Yep, nice. You're getting the hang of this.
I've already got it down to a science. What the fuck is that
so
thing?
that you want to run away from. It's gonna like follow you around and stuff. Also, if you go under the boss, you're gonna get trampled. He's gonna hit you for a lot. But oh, mage.
Got him.
Now you know what you're up against.
That's not too bad.
So first thing, you want to identify where the boss room is. Okay, so it's south of you. We're gonna be going in a circle around this room. So you want to start from either the east or the west. Just flick one of these on, and you're gonna want to kill these guys. You're gonna want a weapon frame from one of these guys.
Okay.
And you can pray melee. I don't know how high your defense is actually. I'm not really sure what
I think it's 75.
75? Okay, yeah, you're probably gonna want to pray melee against these guys. You're gonna want to pick up any shards you get.
Okay.
Dude, you're doing great.
Good on time.
You're gonna want to go into the north room, grab that frame, that teleport crystal, and grab those little cotton balls as well.
Okay, I'm gonna grab them.
I want you to flick the light of the north room here, but don't go in. We're just gonna see what's in there, because this could be a boss room. Nope, it's not. So now go west. We're just making a little circle around like your original starting room. Okay, chop 3 logs here.
What are we making with the logs?
This is all for your armor, the cotton and the logs, and we need some rocks. Turn on the north light as well. We're scouting these rooms to see if there's a boss in them. Okay, so there's a bear. We're gonna ignore that.
No bear.
We don't like bears. Also, since you already got your logs, you can drop your axe. You no longer need it.
All right.
See if there's a dark beast or a dragon. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna come back to that. We're not killing that yet. Now go to that little spherical pan thing, like north of you. That thing, yeah. And you're gonna want to make a staff, a 7. You can press 7 twice.
7 twice. What did I just do?
You just made it an upgraded staff. So now drop all your fish here, drop your cotton, your logs, because you're gonna want a little more space. Make 2 vials. Okay, perfect. And now go back to that dark beast. And you can actually use those empty vials on a fishing spot to fill them. And you can crush those crystal shards. You can do it twice, because you're gonna need to make potions with those. And you're gonna want to pick all that up that you just dropped. We're looking for a dragon. Okay, that'll work actually. Kill the dark beast. So there's a 50% chance that he drops an orb or a spike, and an orb would be perfect for us because we can upgrade the staff all the way. So we dropped a spike, which is fine because now the bear that we first saw is gonna drop an orb. Make a bow and then upgrade it all the way. And now go find the bear.
Freaking idiot.
Yeah, he's dumb. You're way better than him.
So much better than him, dude. What's the crystal spike? Is that
That's used for a halberd, but you're gonna ignore melee because it makes gauntlet way harder. You can crush that spike with your pestle and mortar and you'll get 80 crystal shards.
Oh, nice.
Let's get back to the center. Let's make all your armor, and then all that's gonna be left is just getting fish. We're making tier 1 armor. That's all we need. Okay, so now you can drop your other 2 weapon frames, you can drop your pickaxe, you can drop your pestle and mortar, and you can upgrade your staff. Let's find some fish, and that's all you need right now. They 1 tick, so they cook really fast.
Oh my god.
So he's always gonna start with range. He switches prayers every 6 attacks of your weapon, and he switches his attack every 4 attacks. When you see like a stomp on the ground, that means he just changed combat style. That's pretty much all you have to pay attention to. You should pray range right now, because you're about to be teleported in. And then every time you see a stomp, you just pray the other thing. You don't even need to keep track of anything else, really.
What are these things on the ground
so,
here?
When those tiles turn orange, they're gonna do damage to you. So that's just like a warning. Switch to your bow, because he switched his overhead. And this you're just gonna want to run away from. This is a good time to eat usually. He switched, he's on range now.
Oh, his hitbox is fucked up.
Oh. You're gonna want to run and eat. Just eat to full while running. I'll tell you if he switches attack style. He's about to. Mage now. Staff. Range.
Dude, that's tough.
Yeah. Mage now. Oh, he disabled it. Nice. He's praying range. Or he's praying mage, sorry.
No.
Oh.
I'm fine. Everything's fine.
You pray range, pray range. You're fine, you're fine. You have so much food. He's almost half health. You're doing great. And here are gonna be lasers, so just run around and you're gonna want to eat while doing this. And attack with mage as well.
God,
now
there's like so much.
He disabled it.
Oh my god.
He switched styles range.
Oh.
He's also praying mage now. Range pray.
Oh.
You can even toss up Eagle Eye here if you want.
Fuck it.
You have a lot of prayer. Attack with range and range pray. Yep, you got food. Attack again. Nice. Let's go!
Yeah, baby! The most scuffed run of all time. But
Yeah, you did it though.
yeah. Well, I got my first death out of the way immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, congrats. Now you can do that, but harder. A lot harder. Go see your reward.
What'd I get?
Dude.
Dragon
big
arrows?
news.
God damn, bitch.
Big news for the account. Yeah, this place is insane for money.
Yeah, that wasn't even the red one.
Yeah, that was the blue one, and it's still insane. So your things are in the top left. You're tracking.
Oh, look at that.
There you go, bowstring. You can check the room east, and it could have the dragon.
Well, let's
that's
see.
West.
That's west, I said. I'm not freaking out, dude. Dungeoneering in old school RuneScape.
Basically as close as we've got to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does make me nostalgic for it.
Oh my god, he can't even navigate around this little thing. That's so embarrassing.
He's pathetic, man. You gotta put him out of his misery. I would get far away and then greed the hit. He's on 6. Nice.
Yeah. That one was definitely better than the panic one at first.
The pattern recognition software in your brain is working a lot better already.
Almost. It's got a few kinks to work out.
Dude, let's go.
Oh, I'm getting good at this. I'm getting real good at this. What is this? The lead combat task. Of course, it's when Settled walks away, I do this. I got an elite combat task done.
Oh, what is that one?
It's I never took damage off prayer. Yeah.
Let's go. Pattern recognition. It's happening.
A little bit of panic and a little bit of counting. That's all you need.
If you can prep in 7 minutes and 30, that's the first step.
I've come for the orb, I said.
Nice, dude. Reno Village reference.
Yeah. Dude, you're killing it today with these references.
You're killing it today with these references. There you go. I got it for the video. I'll put that in.
Thanks, man.
Just in case you want people to know that you're killing it with these references.
80 construction!
That's what I'm talking about.
Alright, what's that get you?
I can't believe how much I'm gonna be able to high alch after this. Holy shit. This is even the corrupted version. It's crazy.
Yep.
Got him.
Let's go. Gauntlet veteran after 5 kills.
Thank me for my service out here. I think it's the same thing for Winter Tot too. It's like you do fucking 10 Winter Tot kills. It's like Winter Tot veteran, Winter Tot champion.
Let's see, what does that give me? The thing about construction is like you have to look up all the freaking boosts. Oh, it gets me the fancy jewelry box very easily, and it gets me a fairy ring in my house. But I need a big boost for that, so that could be annoying. It gets me, I guess, the next rejuvenation pool. All that is fixes reduced stats. In addition, it's not the heal one yet. That's not until 83 or 82. 82. And then I don't have to boost to do any to the altar stuff. But that's not a big deal. Alright, I'm going to pause there. I think we'll... somewhere like out of planks, basically. Yeah, I have like 100 left. So, did I already make all the combat bracelets and stuff for this? No. So let's do that. I like that. I like that. Do I even have mushrooms? Mushroom. I do. Huh, that's surprising, actually. Alright. It's time to make some stuff. Man, I'm gonna have to spend a bunch of money on my freaking house. It's unacceptable. Alright, how many dragon stones? I need to use some dragon stones. Do I even have enough dragon stones? Yeah, I do. Thought I didn't, but actually I did. I need 8. Alright. Cut all these dragon stones. Oh, you know what? I have a billion keys too, so I have way more dragon stones than even this. Okay, so I'm definitely fine here. So I really only want to make 4 of these at a time. One, 2, 3, 4. Stop! Okay. 4 bracelets. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop. Alright. Now I just need to enchant all these suckers. I don't actually know what runes I need for this. Okay, I grabbed the right ones because I'm a genius. Alright, so there's that. Then I need to grab 10 super restores. Let's grab the crystal saw as well.
It's like, oh my god, really?
You'd think it's like Wintertod beginner.
Wintertod novice, they skip right over novice every time.
Yeah.
Prep with 4 minutes left.
That's actually really good.
I got really lucky with the rooms there.
Let's go, the fadeaway shot.
Fadeaway shot, baby.
Sub 10. There you go. 6:29 prep time. I think you're ready.
You think, dude?
I mean,
forget to grab my
just
money.
do that same prep but incorrupted.
That same prep involves me getting extremely lucky with rooms. I can try it. Fuck it. What's the worst that happens? I don't complete it. Oops. I don't know.
That is the worst that can happen.
Yeah.
Try tier 1 armor. If you can't get it with tier 1 armor, we're going to try to get you to do a tier 2 prep. Everything does less damage if you have better armor.
Can I hit this thing, please? I'm begging.
Okay, I need 1 gold leaf. I need 2 marble blocks. I'm out of inventory space, frick. Put away this blank sack, I guess. Blank sack of crap. Alright, that was expensive. But it's all worth it. My pool will turn pink.
Congrats.
Yes. Everyone loves pink pools. Poop. Okay, hold on. I have to... I have to sequence this weird because my inventory space is at an all-time premium here. Frick. Okay, this is not gonna work. Oh, shut up. We need to put away these skills necklace and combat bracelets first. That's what we need to do.
You're doing great on time, though. You have so much time.
Nice, dude.
Actually, a really fast prep.
Guess this is it, huh?
Yeah, great prep.
Alright. Let's do this shit.
Oh shit.
No.
Drink a city.
No, we're not.
Upgrade a pulley. Oh frick, I wasn't in building mode. This game's cringe. The boost keeps lasting.
Oh my god. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, the
Never
super
been more
restores
fine.
have to be 4 doses. Freaking cringe.
Range spray. Staff.
I'll just decant them anyway.
I don't know which one it is. No! I fucking completely lost track of what the last prayer was.
You were so close.
Ah, dude, that's brutal. Oh no. I completely forgot what the last prayer was. I was so fucking all over the place.
I didn't even know what you meant, otherwise I would have told you.
Yeah, I didn't remember if before he turned it off, I literally had no idea if I was on range or mage. So fun fact, I figured this out much later. He will only turn your prayer off if he's currently on mage attacks. So you flick back on mage unless you hear the change sound, and you put on range. Took a while, but I did learn that. Nobody look. Yes!
Adamant full helm. You were so close though. You can get that.
Yeah, I can do that. That's.
He was 170 HP, and I think you had what, 6 food? Crush that spike into 80 shards. Remember?
Oh shit, you're right.
I didn't know you could crush the thing in the shards, dude. That's awesome.
That's been a thing since release. I remember doing that at the playtest.
I've never heard anyone talk about that.
We keep that kind of stuff on the low, Kev.
Yeah. I usually just share that with my good friends.
Why'd it take me so easiest balls in my life? You know what I'm saying?
Kev, this is no time for joking around. I'm trying to find fucking a hole to fish in.
You should get the plug-in, Jim. It's called the Gauntlet plug-in.
I'm using it.
It's the wrong one, man.
Why?
Because it'd have bullshit popping up.
I don't want bullshit popping up.
He doesn't have that stuff enabled, but he is using the plugin.
Are you about to do like 12 gauntlets and be like, I'm a man, and then never do it again?
Can't find fucking fish anywhere. I'm not gonna have enough food for the fucking big guy at the end. I'm pissed.
Talk about Santa Claus's dog.
You're doing fine. You're fine. You have so much time here. You have plenty of time here to cook
This
your
isn't
food.
good, dude.
You have
Oh,
plenty of
no.
time here to cook your food, get to the boss room. You're
Take a
fine.
nap. Take a nap in the middle of
You
it,
can
maybe.
Take a nap before the kill.
Man. Well,
What's up?
just didn't go how I planned.
You're fine. You can still get. Unironically, you can still get this kill.
Alright, I'm just gonna let him kill me at this point.
Don't want the practice.
I guess I could practice.
Practice makes nothing, Jim. Don't do it.
Alright.
You think Michael Phelps ever practiced?
Probably not. I think he was born with it. Jim, if you get this kill, I'm gonna go get some ice cream.
Really?
If you don't get this kill, I'll probably do it anyway.
You're on.
Damn, is that by release?
Yeah.
How many quests do you have left?
Sorry, I'm getting fucked up, dude.
Yeah, I shouldn't ask you questions in the middle of this.
Yeah, I'm not gonna survive this one. I was not hitting much. I should just stick with tier 1 armor for a little bit.
Your 2 armor is good, dude.
Yeah, I know, but I always run out of supplies. Like,
you can't prep fast enough, is what you're saying.
Yeah, a lot of people would complain about 241 fire runes, but me, I'm thankful.
The forbidden Kool-Aid.
This guy's got a pool of forbidden Kool-Aid.
Alright, now I can get my... Oh, this is gonna be so nice. Well... This will be moderately nice. I changed my tune pretty quick on that. Okay. Ooh! I can charge these in the Myths Guild! I haven't used the Myths Guild for anything. Joke's on you, Myths Guild. I can use you now. I don't know what I... Oops. What do I recharge these on? Do I use them on the statue? Oh, probably this. Aha! Neat.
What the? Everything's fine.
You're fine.
Except I prayed the wrong thing. Well, now I'm praying the right thing, so it's
Now
fine.
you're praying the right thing then.
I'll be sure to kill him with no food left with 400 HP.
You can do it.
I can do it.
If you don't do it, just don't want to do it. I took a shower and then came back on a little bit. You guys be pissed?
You're a fucking creep, dude.
Alright.
I just got hit at 50 because of you.
To be fair, that was because of me.
I'm gonna scream in your ear until you like it.
I already have tinnitus. What are you gonna do? Make it fucking worse?
Make it tinnitus version 2. PhD in tinnitus, dude. You're gonna fucking PhD in it. I was off! I clicked off of it! No! If I died enough times in a row and corrupted, I would go back to the normal one to remind myself I could still kill a thing in this game, because it was hard to remember that.
Dang, look at these teleports! I can go to the crafting guild, I can go to the cooking guild, I can go to the woodcutting guild. I can even go to the farming guild. No one's ever been to the farming guild. You can also go to the monastery for some reason. God knows why. Okay. Do I want to try stewing up for... Well, let's build the room first, I guess. Need another garden at Superior Garden. I think maybe we swap these two rooms. think maybe I delete the chapel for now. It's not very useful for me.
Says deleting his chapel.
Yep. We do it like this. That's a problem. I have no way to get into the kitchen. Oh wait, yeah I do. Am I high? Just do it like this. Okay, hold on. There we go. Do I want to try to make a fairy ring? I would need soup. I need to RNG good on soup. I need a lot of soup. How much orange do I have? Not freaking much.
Fuck you.
Nice Minecraft.
There is no Minecraft pet.
It's a shame if someone played Minecraft with you.
Yeah, it would be a shame. I'd cry. I don't want to play Minecraft with Pat anyway. He smells like a stupid idiot moron face.
That was your Moogle Tombstone grinding queue?
I'm like halfway done.
You have a day?
Yeah. I just need like 30 more tumors. Halfway done with what I have left.
Okay, that was not made clear.
That's a bit of a different amount.
Yeah,
that's a huge difference.
I omitted some major words in that sentence.
Yeah, I'm like,
I could see where the confusion
I'm like,
came from.
we've done it for 15 hours. Like, good luck, bro.
Wait a minute. Yeah.
GL Brazil.
I finished I finished chapter 2 of the Sekimea. I'm really enjoying it. It's there's some weird shit's happening. And I would be mad if it didn't, like, if everyone didn't say, like, no, literally everything is explained and has a logical explanation for what's happening.
But does it really?
I guess probably.
Does it?
So yeah, it's fun.
You're fun. Me looking.
Yeah, it's like no. Let's see. I have 45 tomers. I need, what was it, 72 to finish?
I have a cat in my inventory. Your argument is irrelevant.
So you said I should get both, or I should get all of the triple triad cards, right?
Yes. If you ever have any desire.
So that's, yeah. So I need, wait. So 60 plus 10 plus 7. So
I think they were all
total.
cheap aside from one. So
let's hope the party finder is back hopping with full clearing.
Go on, puss.
Party finder full clearing what?
Quote my character.
I was just chilling in a Asphodelos first circle farm party.
Oh, you were doing the Eric 1N, one tank, all DPS?
Yeah. It's actually, yeah, it's very fast.
It is. It's just also it's a tombstone per minute, for the 2 minutes it takes to kill him.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's way better than...
I mean, yeah, it's better if you're cringe.
Yeah,
okay, well, I joined a party of 2, so we'll see how long it takes to fill.
Yeah, that's the unfactored cost. Can you believe British people?
We just got 3 new people.
Oh,
no, I cannot believe in British. I do not believe in British people.
Well, there's dialogue in this game when I send my cat to go hunt a rat.
What are you?
The dialogue is just, "Go on, puss, kill that rat."
Yikes!
They can actually call it puss.
Yo, the party filled up. That was easy.
I'm playing RuneScape.
I figured it out.
I've oh yeah, but catching up. Speaking of names and catching up, Japanese names not much better. There's a character in the arc. Her name is Stussy.
Same.
Yeah, I thought it was weird when Luffy looked right at the camera and said, "I want that Stussy."
Yikes.
It's very good. I mean, you'll like One Piece.
I gotta finish catching up on JoJo first.
Nah, just quit JoJo.
I'm enjoying JoJo.
JoJo's bad.
No. We have 2 machinists.
You ain't getting that 2-minute clear.
Okay.
That's just because there's a bard in the party.
Hello.
A batard.
A battered.
I understand what you're doing, but it's bad. Dirt.
Go on, puss. Oh, and now I'll give you tell you the most motivational speech Luffy ever gave. He said, "I'm gonna make a place where my friends can eat as much food as they want." That's the big triumphant moment.
I would never eat food.
And you know what? In context, it works pretty good.
Oh god. What's happening? Our caster died, and it's our only caster.
How does a caster die in Eric?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that they did the fire ice wrong.
Isn't it just solo, though? There's no, there's no. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's normal mode, not savage, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I.
We're about to die. Oh my god.
I would be embarrassed.
I'm very embarrassed for us.
All right. So let's say
we're down to 6 people.
Let's say a buff can go from +1 or +5 to -5. How many times would I need to roll on average to get a +5?
Whatever, 11 something or other. Why are you making me do math?
Let's see, I'm sure the wiki page has an answer for me.
God, this is so cringe.
Yeah, 8.3% chance. So that's 1 out of 11. I think.
Cring.
Oh, it might be 1 out of 12 apparently. Just because of how the what?
Never felt so much cring in my life. I can't believe we had 6 people die. Or sorry, 3 people die in this thing.
I can believe it. I can believe it. I can believe it. I can believe it. So if it's 1 out of 12, I will need on average 36 doses of orange spice. Which means I have 6 plus 12 already. Okay, that's not too bad then. This is... I just click the cat and he turns rats into spice. The technology we've always wanted.
Oh! Second death of the day.
No.
24 minutes of my life I'll never get back.
Yeah. Every run I've done so far is that, so.
The fact you play in full screen does not make it easier for you either.
I'm not playing in full screen.
No, you're not playing in fixed. She's amazing you, by the way. Yeah.
I've already given up.
You must be doing terrible damage if I went in a minute after you and I'm closer to it being dead.
It's atrocious damage, yeah. Let me get my adamant scimitar. Ooh, mithril mace is perfect. Oh my god. Oh, motherfucker.
Also, I'm getting an ego boost about RuneScape. Telling there's a guy who's doing all the quests by release date. On his account, and I've been watching him, and he got the Elf Town last video, and now he's learning the Gauntlet, and he's struggling way worse than I have. Thank you.
That's nice, I guess.
Well, I mean, he does this for a living. He's not a high-end player though.
Missed that dude by 1-2.
Yeah. You're doing good though, dude. You were doing a lot better. I think I'm
Question, did we all play the Pokemon Fool's Gold ROM hack, or was it just me?
When the tornadoes
That was just you.
No, it's just you. Me and Talon played good ROM hacks.
It's a good ROM hack.
Me and Talon played good ROM hacks.
Well, anyway, they made an updated version.
Pokemon,
that includes
My Digger.
Gen 3 Pokemon as well. So we can play that at some point if you would like.
Didn't ask.
Okay.
come out. If you did that, like, you would have it so much better.
If you're not doing DPS during tornadoes, that means you need to be risking your health more when they're not up. Like, you should not be eating until the tornadoes are up.
Yeah.
And I'll take my armor seed.
Great, now someone's DCing. I love
Congratulations, McChild.
video
We'd like
games.
to offer you this armor seed courtesy of the elven people.
where is it?
It's in the mail, 3 to 5 business days. Seems like I would die in a new creative way every time. But finally, after hours of hard work, no way! Yeah, I still fucking died. Shut up! Shut up! It's the best prep I've gotten in a really long time. Oh, I gotta make this one count.
Get him, puss. It never stops being funny.
So cringe.
Oh. Yes. Me and my rock. We did it. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so I'm not going to be doing this any more than that until I get better stats, because that was miserable. But you can do it if you have these stats. You just need a little bit of luck with prep and RNG and a lot of things that are out of your control. And then you can do it once. Only 17 tries. It's about 60 less than I thought. And ain't too bad. Welcome to the summer of 2020, everyone. Nationwide quarantines and traveling blocks. An atmosphere of uncertainty. A truly scary time for
I can't believe we
humanity.
never
What
cleared
most of us remember from the summer of
Zervon.
2020 is how much we got to play
Yeah, that
this
is kind of
goddamn game.
embarrassing.
In the midst of the chaos, the developers at Jagex worked from home, giving us all a little
It seems
treat
like
by putting out
no
a
one was
very
actually planning to
long-awaited
get a group
master
together.
quest. June 4th, 2020.
Yeah, I
Quest
mean, I feel like
145,
the normal people that
Sins
we
of the
raided with
Father.
really
Last
didn't
time
want
we
to
were
do
here,
it.
we confronted
They really
vampire
didn't enjoy the
noble
fight in
Rainister
the first
Khan
place.
with our pals
Yeah,
from the
I
Myarchy
got
and
the
slayed
same
him in
thing.
front of a bunch of
Same
civilians that were
idea.
too sick and hungry to care or even notice what happened, probably. But it's time to make our next moves. I'm heading to the town of Sleep to meet up with Velioff and see what's going down. Some sort of ruckus going on over here. Hello, not infected, are you? Oh my god, we are in 2020. I don't think so. You don't seem very sure. We don't want any infected near the children. Okay, let's say I'm not sick. What about this sword? Can I go near the
Maybe
children
try to
with
put
this,
the
you
group
think?
together
Maybe Dawn
tomorrow
knows
if
what's
I'm back
going
early
on.
enough for my brothers.
Same dialogue. You guys got a script or something? Oh, Tanya, not you too. Maybe they're the ones infected. Something tells me this gentleman knows exactly what's going on here. Oh, he can't talk. Guy's either a mime or he speaks a different language and he's very confused right now. I just want anyone here to know what's happening. Sister Eram. Maybe we'll call you Y-Ram if you turn out to be evil. It sounds cooler. What's with the mask? Masks of the Sisterhood. They store herbs in the beak? Is that what they used to do with those? Can I have one also? To wear a mask of the Sisterhood, you need to join the Sisterhood. Alright, sign me up. I'm gonna guess you've got one requirement, and you aren't a 2005 NPC, so I should definitely qualify if I say I do. You lack the qualities we're looking for. Oh, really? Is that so? Yeah, look out for my X-Longer, Twitlonger's next generation cancel tool. You're on deck for it, Y-Ram. Maybe I should start the quest, perhaps. Oh, wait, what's going on here? The strange tattooed man is on trial. He might have caused the return of the sleeper plague. Those infected fall into a deep sleep and never wake up. I think that's called dying, actually. I'm almost certain of it. Well, there's clearly a problem going on here, and I'm guessing we're gonna get to the bottom of it on this episode of By Release. Oh, look, it's Velioff, just loitering.
Alright, what if I made a fairy ring in my house, Talon? How cool would I be? Caveat, I am still playing RuneScape.
Not cool. Got him.
You wound me, sir. You wound me. I'm wounded. You've wounded me. Ten unnoted mushrooms. Okay, so I have a bunch of stews I can try. Yeah. New stew, yeah. I didn't get any increase or decrease. I did get a 5 cooking bonus, that's cool. I got it! Wow, that was fast. Fairing! Woo! That's very nice.
Ugh, RTPS is shit. God damn it. What fairy ring is my house? Dick. DIQ is your house. Congrats.
I see.
Funny.
Stands for Dear I'm Q.
I think it stands for
No.
Suck My Dick.
I don't think it stands for that.
I think you'll find it does.
I know, British people are a little weird.
Alright. Well, that was a nice construction thingy. The only other thing that might be nice to do is get my... you know? Yeah. You know. What has this training dummy? don't know what room it is.
Oh. If you don't have one roll per party, or one whatever. If we don't have I can't type or speak and do my rotation at the same time.
You oi, mate. You oi.
Because we don't have since we have multiples of the same job in our party, our limit break fills up way slow, right?
Right.
That's
You're
also
supposed to
true.
clear the fight in 2 minutes, so you're not going to get a limit break anyway.
Yeah.
It's true. But we still usually get LB1 pretty quickly. Or my previous group, we got LB1 pretty
Well,
quickly.
does it matter though?
I don't know. They were using it. Either way, our DPS is much worse. Group.
I'm not sure using the limit break is you good thing. Good.
Am I dying or does Talon die?
Yes. Limit break is slower than your
robot or
using it.
Oh, it must be the whole server. Hello? Okay, it's back.
Did it switch itself to US West or whatever? So I don't think we can do that anymore.
No, we can't. I'm assuming it just officially died and then came back to life. Yeah, some guy just got his bofa, these nuts. Congrats, that guy.
Imagine not being able to get it.
Yikes.
Cringe,
he
IMO.
did 692 corrupted gauntlets. I don't want to do that many. I barely got one.
In Plague Town.
Have you gotten one?
What's
Yes,
up, Ryder?
I've
He
gotten
suspects
one.
The vampires are involved in this sleeper plague thing going on. The first victim was Lady Chromewick and her
proof.
husband who rule the town. I guess vampires have been seen around
Proof?
the manor. They happen to show up when the
Look
plague
at this
hit.
cape.
We're gonna talk to the
Got my
victims in
stream
this
open?
church. Well,
Gauntlet cape. It's red. Boom. Proof.
Fake cape.
Real cape. I do want to make this undead training dummy though. I need 4 buckets of slime. Slime time. So I need 5 teak planks. Four bolts of cloth. 5 buckets of sned. Do you have to upgrade through it? Yeah. Okie doke.
Oh, Velioff learns more about the vampires in the manor, which means he's probably just gonna stand right here until I get back. Oh, this is not the kind of church I'm used to. They're usually blue. May the chaos rot your soul. Well said, Lecter. Did you want something? Well, what have you got? I stumped him. May the flames guide you. Flames do guide me. Just go the direction that they are not. What else is happening in here? A jester. I pretended to be him once, and then I got this helmet I'm wearing, actually. Oh, his friend got the plague. Hey, they're with the tattooed guy outside. That's their friend. Cool, yeah, no, I talked to him. I mean, they're about to kill him. Oh, they came here on a quest? The College of Bards told of the sanctuary below. Have you not visited the Grand Kingdom of Varlamore? No, I haven't actually, because it hasn't been coded into existence yet, Jester. You're just programmed to think you've been there. But Varlamore is not real. You were born right here on this very tile, inserted with memories of a fake place called Varlamore with a fake College of Bards. You really think dudes that sing at taverns for drunk people need to go to college for it? Wake up, Jester. He gave me this piece of paper and I feel like this means nothing to me. So I'll keep looking around. Ooh, an explosive discovery. I think this is just like a tease for the nightmare boss. I don't think these chaos druids are here for anything except Swampletics grind, so I'm at a loss. Ooh, there's a chest here. Oh, it's locked. Nothing for me here. You know, I think RuneScape might be the only video game on the planet where finding a giant chest in a tucked away room in an obscure building that you'd never enter is a giant disappointment. I can't think of any other game where I've seen a chest in the corner of a room and the first thing I think is, well, that's probably nothing in there. Here's a game dev idea that'll never be implemented. What if they add dozens of cosmetic sets spread throughout the entire game map inside the thousands of pointless bookshelves and crates and giant lip-licking shiny chests? That's a collection log opportunity, which means dopamine, which means membership renewal, which means what the fuck am I looking for here? What am I missing? Who do I talk to? I'd like to continue doing this quest. You don't find anything you'd ever want to read. Good news, guys. It turns out I had to talk to him again to get the quest dialogue since I clicked a different option the first time. So it looks like they got sick after drinking at the local pub. His friend was drinking something called a bloody bracer. Let's go see to this pub and act like we know how to investigate something. Bunch of dudes in red elegant. It's like a 2006 Rivington house party. What's your deal, Carl? Why are you poisoning folk? Where do you get your bloody bracers from? An old recipe of the Chromic family. I don't recall asking that, Carl. Who's giving you the bloody bracers? Who's asking? Me, Carl. Judge, jury, and executioner of the Alcohol Committee Club. Tell me now. My suppliers are private individuals. He doesn't like others meddling in his affairs. Well, Carl, that's what I do. I meddle in affairs. There isn't a single affair I haven't meddled in. I'm here on a routine inspection. That is what I meant, Carl.
Mad
That's
machinists.
what I was saying there. My work requires me to inspect your
I
things.
had nothing
It's
to
on
do
my
with it.
schedule here. It's right here. It says fucking barge into Carl's
I
shitty
think you
bar
were
and
in charge of
inspect his
recruiting the machinists.
drinks with blood in them. Lethal force permitted. There's no routine inspections here. Clear off. Well, Carl, I might just look around anyway. All right, Carl, I'm gonna ask you this once. Is there any clickable things in your bar here? So it doesn't seem to be. Oh, it's in the back. It's like Carl's out of bloody bracer. I'll need to collect more from his supplier soon. I was right. Carl was just as predictable as I thought. Fucking fool. Time to stalk Carl. You know, Jagex, I just got one question for you. I'm really curious why you thought a following mission was a good idea, as if they've ever been a plus to any other video game. Carl, you're so paranoid, turning around so often. You really think someone would follow you? Get over yourself. All right, Carl, don't look at my sword sticking out from this tree. No one's here. Okay, we're good. What? What do you mean? You failed to stay close enough to Carl. What do you mean by that, game? I was clearly within acceptable stalking proximity there. I had him right where I wanted. Maybe I'll try over here this time. So this was a close call, an unnecessary risk. Oh, good. Velioff moved. I thought he was gonna blow this whole operation just loitering over there still. The dungeon, Carl? God, I love the name Carl because it's so easy to feel authority over people named Carl. Just rolls off the tongue with verbal assault. Whoa, Croy. Croy saying someone's been snooping around and you decided to come here? What if they followed you? Don't be alarmed, Croy. He took the longest detour in the history of detours. There's no way anyone followed him down here. You're a fool, Carl. See, Croy gets it. Feels nice. Go back to your pub, Carl. He heard that, but he probably thought it was a voice in his head. Damien and Vanstrom, vampire nobles, arms crossed, serious business. So I guess the sisterhood that I'm not allowed to join created an elixir a long time ago that extended people's lives at the cost of them sleeping
How many
forever.
tries
So
do you think it would take us to clear
terrible idea. But therefore this-
P1S if we did it just randomly? After having done it already.
Just a few, I guess.
Like 2 or 3, probably.
Sure.
Let's do it. Let's do it right now.
Nah.
Why? For what purpose?
Prove that we can. We'll solo it, just the 3 of us. Our eye level's high enough.
No, it's not. Furthermore, it does not give you tombstones.
destroy something. I also installed this training dummy. Let's smack it. Nice, 15 extra prayer points. That's not bad at all.
I love making everybody move when I get targeted.
Sleeper plague. Croy found the recipe for it, so he's been putting people to sleep with the bloody bracer drink. And then while they're asleep, the vampires tithe them since they don't need as much blood while they're asleep to survive. Vanstrom's like, who the hell told you to do some shit like that? Damien is really embodying the whole young, ambitious, naive character trope right now. Surely this story ends in his favor. It always does with these characters. And here's the crucial old and wise counter of you're being reckless. It's gonna get you killed. And he's like, no, I'm too smart and talented for that to happen. I'm more powerful than you think I am, old man. You're old and stupid. And now Vanstrom's telling him that the Myricky are already here and he's screwed and he's not helping him. Oh no, he's coming this way. Maybe I hold off on the whispering this time. No, he's going up. Good. Time for my grand entrance. How much did you hear, human? Enough. Then I can't let you leave this place alive. Death isn't on my to-do list today. A joker. Your arrogance will be your end, human. Yeah, probably not. We shall see. Yes, we shall. Jesus, Croy, you don't have to nod so hard. You're gonna snap your own neck. I really hope Croy has a trick up his sleeve here, because he is not doing much. What is that? What is he throwing? No, didn't do anything. All right, Croy, it's been a pleasure. Destroy. Yeah, why not? Jesus Christ! I punched the whole table in half. I'm unstoppable. Let's check in with Velioff and let him know how good I punch tables. We just filled him in, and he's adding that the vampire population has grown so much that they're running out of blood to take, which, I mean, I don't think they've ever had sufficient blood supply, so maybe it's a true shortage now. Hence the sleeper plague idea. He's saying the fact that Damien went behind the nobles' backs might mean their problems are a lot bigger than we thought, and I guess they're also recruiting werewolves to get humans for tithing, so that's another issue entirely. We've already done too much for these Zamarakians. There are others more deserving of our time. Whoa, Velioff, no need for hate speech in public right now. Everything's fine. Just calm down. Until we leave, at least. We're gonna meet up with Velioff, Ivan, and Drezel back at Paterdamus to continue this little investigation. What's up, Drezel? Has Velioff filled you in? Not yet. I thought it best to wait for you. What? Velioff, do not repeat something to the audience if they've already read it, heard it, or seen it. Very important storytelling thing to remember. Drezel, maybe you just improv and guess what happened, as courtesy to the viewers. So entire groups of people have gone missing. They tried to get the King of Varrock involved, but his advisor discouraged military action. Typical. This is why I hate politics. Velioff, you hate politics because it makes an effort to keep peace instead of jumping to killing and bloodshed. You'd have war every time. There's every single situation, war. There's gonna be a meeting of shady characters in the Haunted haunted woods, so we're gonna go investigate that. Also, Ivan is not here because he's already spying on the meeting. He's just a boy. He's a grown man. You just made Velioff look silly, Drezel. I liked it. Once Drezel is gone, he will be the only remaining descendant of the 7 priestly warriors. Who the hell are the 7 priestly warriors? Are you becoming forgetful by release? What? What do you mean? Don't gaslight me, Drezel. You've never told me anything about that. This is the first time I've heard anything about this 7 warrior thing. Talking about those statue guys over there, the 7 of them? I didn't even know there were 7 over there. I've never counted them. I thought they were just decoration. My guy is wanting these dudes to just smash the fucking spacebar on their conversation. We're gonna get going. I'd appreciate if you could avoid mentioning the Evander stuff to Ivan. Yeah, dude, no problem. I don't give a shit. All right, there's Ivan, standing menacingly under a tree. Velioff really wants Ivan to stay safe, and it's getting obnoxious. Imagine trying to do a quest, and you've got this guy trying to keep you safe. Not by giving you food and prepping you, but trying to convince you to log off so nothing can kill you. Oh my god, that family's about to fight the vampires. Oh, never mind. They're about to be blood slaves. Very hostile exchange going on between the werewolves and vampies. Please don't hurt us. We'll do anything. That is the last thing you should probably say in your situation. Next time, bring more. You assume there's gonna be a next time. I bet you don't last another week now that the Myarchy are running around with vampire killing weapons. A week? He won't even last another day at this rate. Yeah, I give him another 30 minutes max. The werewolves are going up near Varrock and shit and snatching families up for vampires. Not really ideal for neighborhoods. Do you two hear something? No, you're losing your psychotic mind, Ivan. You're paranoid.
My dot refresh just got a
Never mind, we're
crit
gonna die,
direct hit.
Go on then, finish it. Ma'am, if you don't kill Velioff here, I might. Oh, Velioff, if I wanted you dead, I'd have done it a long time ago. Very true, Velioff. I don't think you'd be very
That's the
hard
noise
to
it made?
fight. I'm here to talk. Yeah, right. Like we're gonna just stand around and talk to a vampire. I will tell you anything you want to know. Hello, Benescula Jacan. Humana. I released the great vampire slayer. You really mean that? How else would you describe me if you'd had to, you think? She's glad I killed her brother, apparently. She's got a once-in-a-lifetime offer for us. She's saying there's no chance of us getting to Lower Niel without her help, but she can get us right into his chambers. She doesn't want to go into detail here, so she's gonna meet us at Icene Graveyard, I guess. You're trying to lure us all there to wipe us out. You know, why do I feel like Velioff has gotten lured like once a year for the last 14 years? He's the type of guy to still be open to telegrabbing a cash stack on the ground. Benescula knows exactly where all of our secret bases have been. She knows how many of us there are. She also just dropped the bomb that Chalcedon, the apparent heroic leader of the Myarchy, who has been their main source of hope, is simply a lie told by Velioff. Just an idea of a guy who he used to generate false hope in the group. But she doesn't want to talk here, so we're gonna meet her at the Icene Graveyard. What? Velioff, what isn't good about this? What? Velioff is still trying to convince Ivan to stay back. Was Velioff always this thick in the head? I feel like he's a terrible leader and the most annoying personality possible. Damn it, Ivan, I'm trying to keep you safe. You're wielding a baby sickle, Velioff. You've got steel plate legs and leather gloves. Who do you think you're keeping safe here? I'd appreciate if you could escort Ivan down to Berg de Rot. Oh, you want me to do temple trekking to get him back? That's your idea of keeping him safe? You wouldn't want him to come to my POH and use a Barrows teleport portal? Or maybe a Shades of Morton minigame teleport? You suck at safe things, Velioff. You suck at most things, I'm learning. I hear this minigame's great if you're miserable. Looks like we can't get over this bog. We'll have to go back to Paterdomus. Okay, who wrote this quest? This dude was just yapping about the importance of taking a stance and making an effort towards the tyrannical vampires. But we get to a little river and suddenly he's tapping out immediately. Maybe Velioff was onto something. Maybe this guy's just a liability. A ball and chain around my ankles. Ivan, look, you start clicking things, okay? There's only so much you can do. We've got 3 strings. We tie them together. We get a rope. Is it safe, you wonder? Of course it's not safe, but you don't want to get your socks wet, so follow me. I'll have to do the same. Your brain is solving so many puzzles, Ivan. Why is it fading to black? No. Did you guys just weasel your way out of animating a rope swing? One of the oldest animations in this video game? Good God, I know this is when you guys started working from home, but you've been back for far too long to let Ivan just fade to black. What are these things? I hate their noise. Can't believe this was exported from a fucking audio software as a final draft. I'm so mad about things right now. The bridge is out. Do you think there's a way over? Just shut up, Ivan. If things are broken, you fix them, Ivan. It's not... You can't just expect... Where did he go? Where's Ivan? Did he run back? You escort Ivan through the swamp. Do I? I think I escort me through the swamp. I'm not seeing Ivan anywhere. Looks like some fresh Myarchy meat. Hang on, that's the Slayer. The one that killed Rannis. That's right, and it was funny. So step aside, Vamps. I have no quarrel with you. Very polite of them to 1v1. I respect this. Oh, I've turned this one into a cloud. That was kind of beautiful in a way. Ha ha ha, time to disappear and rejuvenate. Okay, I'll just do it again when you're back. Another successful journey. Is that what you think a journey is? That was not a journey just now. That was an inconvenience. Here we are, likely going to our doom. Shut up, Velioff. At least we go together. Shut up, Ivan. You know, if I waited another 2 years to do this quest, I might have been able to sail to this graveyard instead. I gotta be more patient with putting these episodes out. Way too frequent nowadays. Cephalon, hi. Hierarchy prevail. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. He said ever since I killed Rannis, the vampires have doubled their aggressiveness towards citizens. I essentially threw a rock at a wasp nest, killed one of them, and left town while everyone else dealt with the repercussions of the hundreds of others. I'm a goddamn hero. They know we can kill them. They finally know what fear feels like. Yeah, I bet they start freaking out when they see you roll up with your steel armor. By release, after due consideration by Velioff and I, we would like to promote you to the rank of lieutenant in the hierarchy. Congratulations. Wow, lieutenant in the hierarchy. Let me guess. You guys made yourself generals, and the other 3 guys who aren't dead are captains, and I'm still the lowest in the chain of command. We wanted to thank you in some way for all your hard work so far. What about money? Anyone else abnormally happy about what's going on right now? Skip this small talk. Shut up, Velioff! Conversing with you is a chore. Most real thing I've heard today, Venescula, whatever. She's explaining that Mauritania used to be known as Hollowvale, ruled by a race of Cerdominus called Icene. Then her brother Lower, Niel, stupid name, conquered it and renamed it Mauritania. She claims it's the worst thing to ever happen to them. Humans are decreasing, vampires are increasing, supply and demand, but it's in vampire RuneScape. Lower Niel has been absent through this whole downfall, so she's pissed. She's saying there was once a time where humans and vampires lived in harmony in a big old empire, and under her rule, she'll return to that way of life. Mauritania would become a land of peace and prosperity, with humans and vampires living side by side. Or we could just kill both you and your brother and take back Mauritania for humanity. Who the fuck? Kale? Hard leather body, 0 kill count Kale is saying this? Do I need to stay a part of the monarchy, you think? She's saying if we killed her, another would just take her place, and she's the only one who would rule with good intentions. So, she's our only hope. Say we accept your offer, how do you propose to get us into the castle? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, Cephalon. Not the question we ask first, I think. I would like to hear more about this human-vampire harmony fairy tale she's talking about. Because let's say she does declare peace, stops all vampire hostilities. Does that also mean you suddenly stop being vampires and you no longer need blood? You start getting blood from pigs or something you could have done already at any point? There's a giant hole here, Venescula. It's gonna end terribly for us. We're being set up. And honestly, I'm just gonna roll with this anyway because I like having you around. So yeah, how we getting in the castle? We're gonna pretend to be prisoners of hers, and she's just gonna escort us into the castle, and then we fight Lower Niel and win. Of course, I'm not happy. You expect us to just hop into bed with you, Velioff? Whoa, just me, dude. Just me. This is growing boringly repetitive, Velioff. Very good point. Let's kill him. She wants to talk to Cephalon. Okay, I guess I'm the chauffeur for their private conversation. Cephalon shares a name with the old Icene royal family. He says the name is pretty normal since lots were named after them. And Cephalon remembers nothing from his childhood, and I guess Vanstrom claws played a part in that. But Cephalon has some weird, mysterious powers going on, so it saved him. Venescula knows all about his powers. When he fought Vanstrom, he used his powers at the cost of forgetting everything except for his own name. This graveyard we're in is the private graveyard of the Hollow family. Every member of the royal family is buried here. The old rulers of this place are buried in that big thing behind her, and she says he'll find the truth he's been searching for in there. Oh my god, my guy is a genius, a scholar. The door is locked, ma'am. Well noted, we'll need to unlock it. I bet I can get it open, I said, puffing my chest out and sucking in my gut. These Icene people were on another level of genius, making their burial ground accessible to anyone who could do math for a second. Alright, give me like 2 months while I figure this out. Step aside, I get to see it first. I earned it. There's a plaque on the coffin. What does it say? Here lies Larina Hollow, beloved daughter of Afarate and Acertes Hollow, and my god. It's the most dramatic thing my character's literally ever said. Dramatic pauses are my new thing. And a faithful sister of Cephalon Hollow. It can't be true. It can't be. Why not? He's the half-human, half-Icene son of Queen Afarate Hollow. I had a sister. The fucking look of horror at the thought of him not being an only child is intense. He's concerned because this building was built for his mother and father, but they're not here. During the big crazy war, his father was captured, so his mother turned herself in to try and save him, but that didn't work. No one but Lower Niel knows what happened to her, and his father was put through vampirification, so he became a bad guy to fight for them. But his father lives to this day. He's now known as Vanstrom Claws. Oh my god, Cephalon. You're the Luke Skywalker of RuneScape, dude. That's so cool. He needs some time alone or something, and he wants me to tell everyone that we're in on the plan. Paul Maffey here sees holes in this plan, understandably. He's not on board. Ivan's very stoked about joining forces. He's all in on Venescula's plan. Just hope there's no rivers or broken bridges when we head out. Vertita's kind of just riding the wave here, and
Hey, it's really you.
What are you... Don't do that. They don't know about the videos. They'll freak out if they know I'm making money off their hardships. Keep quiet, please. Yeah, Vertita's cool with it. Guys, would you believe me if I told you that Veliov still doesn't want to go through with the thing we have no choice about going through with? This guy's great. Kale, hi. Great heckling back there in the most serious conversation we've ever had. You're a real hoot. Vampires are the enemy, and she is a vampire. You're the Sherlock Holmes of smart shit, Kale. All right, I guilt-tripped him and told him that his friend's death would be in vain if he didn't help, so he's in. Radagad. See, this guy gets it. He likes the plan. Oh. He wants to kill Venescula after the plan. Maybe he doesn't get it, but he gets it for now, and that's good enough. Okay, I'm talking to this guy again, and I'm telling him that Ragadad has a plan to overthrow Venescula after we kill her brother, and he likes the sound of that plan because he's an idiot, and it's enough to get him on board, so that's truly what matters here. Okay, Veliov. Also, thanks, guy. Monarchy prevail. All right, Veliov, you're the only asshole who's being an idiot and dumb also. So why don't you just come on over with the rest of us, because we're pointing and we cannot stop laughing. Looks like we all get to die together. Shut up, Veliov. My Evandis flail is not going to be enough to kill the big guy, so we have to make something more powerful. Venescula is actually the reason that I was able to make this first flail, so she's cool for that. We got to go back to the old laboratory and find more research notes about vampire killing weapons. I would like to join you by release. Nice. You know, I really wish companions were a thing in this game. Kind of like pets, but they can fight with you. I guess that was like summoning. There's just such a good feeling of not running around alone. Oh, he's meeting me there. All right. Never mind. Okay, laboratory should be somewhere here. I think it's right next to me in there. Okay, we're in. Cephalon, what have you found? Let me guess. You've been standing here for 15 minutes, twiddling your thumbs in a 4-tile radius waiting for me to get here. Cephalon is talking to me about his construction level or some shit. Oh, look out. Whoa, Cephalon, chill out, dude. It's just a freaking Bloodfeld. It's prey melee. You don't gotta go sacrificing every memory you've ever had just to protect yourself from this thing. This guy better remember me in 10 seconds or I'm gonna be pissed. We're standing around cracking jokes about how he's 1,000 years old and brittle and elderly, so I have to do all the work. Okay, well luckily it looks like this mutated Bloodfeld problem we've just discovered is immediately solved. We have a rotating auto-targeting cannon set up down here. All is well.
How's Questing?
Sorry, dude, I got nervous. I didn't know what to say. Found research. Handing it over to Saf. I'm meeting him back at the graveyard. Looks like Veliov is letting Venescula know for the 400th time that he's skeptical and will retaliate with force. And Venescula is reminding him again how easy it would be to nuke all of us right here, right now. But she still hasn't, so please, for the love of God, shut up, Veliov. There's a tree, a blisterwood tree, and its bark can create weapons that can demolish vampires, so we need that. Perfect for killing your brother, assuming you don't kill us first. God, Veliov, I will vampirify myself just to fucking not be on the side that you're on. Venescula, I'll pay you any amount of vampire money to kill Veliov right here where he stands. It will make zero difference in this plan, I promise. The tree we need is in the middle of Darkmire, the new vampire capital. I'll need a disguise as a vampire noble to get in there, so we're gonna take some stuff to Old Man Raoul's basement and get it made. Paul Maffey's making the disguise for us. No, I can't wear it yet. So now I need to scent this disguise with the blood of a noble, so we get to take out that Damien guy from earlier. I'm gonna kill him and then rub his blood all over the clothes. All right, I'm here with a battle-hardened veteran, and we're gonna fight the Damien guy. You think I'm afraid? I'm a lord of Darkmire. I am fear. My guy's like, aren't lords supposed to have, I don't know, guards and shit? Everybody abandoned him. He is literally here by himself with no help. Romwick, you will support me. Oh, that's the guy who rules this place. Ruled this place. Oh, Veliov tossing up the overhead prayer. Okay. Very impressed with that, Veliov. More of that. Looks like he's just putting fires around the room every now and then. No idea what they do, but I'm just stomping them out as soon as they show up on the floor, because there's no way he's putting them there to help me. Damien, you reek. Got me falling asleep over here. As Damien dies, you use his blood to scent your disguise. You start tasting it. You like it. You want more of it. It's the only thing you like now. Got what you need? What? Yeah. Yeah, we should go. I'm in this manor right now, and I'm looking around, because I don't think you can ever come back here once you leave, so I just want to find, like, anything. They gotta put cool shit in buildings like this. Just some kind of incentive for players to aimlessly wander around areas like this. Like, all 3 of these bookshelves that are only accessible right now this one time, you find nothing of interest to you. How cool would it be to find an NPC's diary giving their perspective of a game update? Like, the guy living here in this manor writing about being concerned because players from the main mainland are lining up for the Theater of Blood the day it came out. They're like an old newspaper talking about the first group to successfully complete the Theater of Blood. Oh, wait. There's a bronze dagger right there on the ground. Scratch everything I just said. They added plenty to this place. Well, I've got my noble vampire outfit. It'd probably look way better if I was a girl character. Which makes me, Wow, my right arm is significantly bigger than my left. It's weird. I have no idea why that's the case. Well, let's keep going. We got a lot to do. Immersion test. Hello. Oh, sorry, we're not meant to talk to the nobles. Yes, good, Jagex, you've passed. This time, I'm back, everyone. What's up? Vampire Slayer returns. 2 of my brothers, now Damien as well. 2 of your brothers. Wait, who'd I kill? He also killed our younger brother, Draenor. Oh, that's your brother, we've decided. Okay. He wasn't much of a challenge compared to Rhaenys and Damien, I said, lying, knowing damn well I nearly got my ass kicked as he depleted all of my shrimp. I guess there's a convenient crack in a wall in North Ditch that I can just scurry into to get into Darkmire. Oh look, Safflon finally asking the first question we should have asked. And look at that, she does not have an answer. I have to get to some guarded building holding the Blisterwood tree and then cut logs from it. My name has also suddenly become Anaric Helsing. I don't really like that. What about Gary Gilbercula? What do we think about that instead? Anaric Helsing, it suits you by release, so that's a no for Gilbercula. And it's been that easy the whole time. How did we not try that? We're in Darkmire. A lot of the same houses with nothing in them, and a furnace that no one's used once. I know I'm supposed to lay low, but what if I talk to every NPC I come across by accident? What's there to do around here? Eat, drink?
Oh, I did
Sounds
it.
great, I'll be sure to try those things. I don't know if my character's nervous or if my social skills have tanked drastically in the last 3 minutes. What are you looking at? You? Okay, it's definitely the social skill thing. Why? Why not? I guess. It's a bit weird, though. What's so weird about barging into your house and staring at you for a few minutes, lady? Damn, I should start committing some crimes here just to see what happens. This should be the place. This guy Desmodus is guarding it, and he isn't gonna let me or anyone in. Ever, for the rest of the time. Except Gilbercula carries much wisdom and knows that everyone wants something, and this guy is no exception. And look at that, everyone's got a price. A Juvenite was supposed to deliver some slaves to him, who happen to be the family of Gataranks.
My family, I wanted to keep them safe. Will you do me a favor? Please try to save them, please, I beg you.
You have my word. If we find them, we'll take care of them. Well, I hope this guy takes good care of them. I gotta go to the lower tier of the city. I don't know what that means, but what is going on over here? Oh, how terrible. They're auctioning away humans to be blood slaves. Oh my god. The horror. Terrible. Just terrible. How soon is very soon, you think? Maybe I'll catch the next one, not a big deal. Okay, here's the guy. Oh, good, he sold them to someone else. Great, he sold them to Lord Alexei Jovkai, who's one of the most powerful vampires in the city. Hey, here they are. Apparently this lord is actually a nice dude who treats the humans nicely. They like it here. Too bad they're not staying here. Uh-oh, Lord Alexei approaches. Who are you? Gilbercula. And I ain't looking for any trouble, partner. Yeah, he doesn't really care that these slaves belong to someone else. Also, they keep saying they like it here. I don't know if they mean that, but I'm trying to get the point across. Oh, shit. It's arms crossed secondary antagonist guy. Time to stare forward and not turn around until he becomes suspicious of me. Fanstrom knows these humans and knows that the guy guarding that building over there owns them and wants them returned. You there, Fire. Yeah? Oh, he conveniently wants me to tell the guy he's getting his slaves back. The thing I was trying to do in the first place. Your voice, Fire. It sounds familiar. What is your name? Oh god, I gotta put the Gilbercula voice on or I'm toast.
Gary Gilbercula, I am the coolest vampire.
Turn and face me. Oh man, I could really use a coincidental interruption to make him forget about me turning around. Whew. That was close. Oh, it's Vanascula saving the day. My hero. Well, I've successfully assured that these folks here get a slow and painful death instead of the comfort they were given. Mission accomplished. He's letting us in. It's time to get ourselves some blisterwood. What is going on here? You let the fucking lumberjack in before me? All the bark's gonna be gone before I get there. I gotta turn these valves until it gets the exact amount of water it needs and then I can chop it. I'm gonna pretend I did that really fast and I didn't mess up twice. You'll never know. Wood acquired. Back to base. Okay, now we gotta make the modifications to our vampire killing stick. Back to Ditch. Monarchy prevail, yeah, great. Gave the weapon guy all the wood. He's gonna make everyone blisterwood sickles. I'm gonna make a ruby sickle to attach. I'm gonna enchant it, and then we just jam it into the wood, hard. And now we have the blisterwood flail, and we can take over as king of all vampires, is how I understand this. Well, I was ready for battle, but I guess Saffalon is being a crybaby somewhere, so we have to go give him a binky or something. Really? Staring out into the ocean with like 20 squares of render distance? You've got powers from your demigod relatives and you're sulking, staring at low-resolution water that doesn't move. So this is it. All these years of fighting, all these years of running, it all ends today, one way or another. You know, Saffalon, I don't want to ruin your moment here, but They gave you copy and pasted dialogue. Elena literally said the exact same thing to me before the final fight in the last quest. Like, almost word for word. They gave you recycled dialogue, dude. And you don't even get to friend zone me, so... I mean, this is just way worse for you. It's possible we will encounter Vanstrom today. Oh, you mean the most active of all Drakons who regularly patrols the city? I'd say it's possible we literally deathmatch him today. Oh, also, that's your dad. I just remembered that. Yeah, we might kill your dad today. One last thing, by release. Thank you for everything. Hey, you know what? You're the first NPC to ever acknowledge that I have in fact done literally everything for this cause. Everyone else contributing nearly 0 things this entire quest line. So thank you for acknowledging. No one's mentioned the thing that I've been wondering about. No one suggested that we maybe bring some garlic with us, just in case. Like, what if it's the one thing we truly need here? Like, I know there's some rumors about garlic not working on this side of the river south, but
I'm
that's
not
what
free.
they want us to
Why aren't you free?
I need to finish grinding pay.
think. I mean, I'm not gonna try it. I'm too deep. I'm not going.
I have
to
one or
bed.
two
So
more
the plan is
matches.
basically to teleport to the most secure
If
place in
anyone
all
wants
of
to
Darkmire,
join.
pretending to be captured by Venescula, and just walk in.
No, I
and then
think
we
we're
lock the
good.
doors behind us and kill Lower Niel, and Venescula takes over, and we can celebrate as vampires still want to fucking suck all our blood and kill us. So let's do it. Why is it that every time I'm quote unquote captured, I'm still fully geared with armor and weapons? This is the most unconvincing capture of all time. I will say though,
Open the casket.
really good. Me specific.
Oh my gosh, I got another Amulet of Glory trimmed?
Okay,
That's
buddy.
funny. That's really funny. And I got a dual sigh.
Is that a hipster band, dual size?
It's like Raphael's weapon from Ninja Turtles.
Yes, I was making a joke.
It's like Raphael's weapon from Ninja Turtles.
Acknowledge the referential joke I made, damn it.
No.
Or
You know you want to.
Nar. Maybe I'll put this glory in the treasure trail. Box, because I don't think it's. I think it's just gonna take up space in my bunk. Amulet of Glory trim.
Vanstrom Claus? Here? She's playing the card of telling the truth, but lying about it also. She's saying she's convinced us. She's on our side, as if she's tricked us. But that is the trick. Or she's telling the truth right now, and we've fallen for a classic lure. What was that noise? My god. It's Dr. Vampiric Deathblood, is what I'd say if he had a cooler name. Oh no, he's starting his intro monologue with a metaphorical childhood story that he's justified as mean.
Alright, be right back.
Okay, bye.
to do evil. I can't fight a guy like that. Oh, it was actually just a really drawn-out way of saying Venescula sucks at lying. Ooh, very nice dramatic walk. Also, his wing's broken. We should strike while he's weak. Dr. Loaf is making it abundantly clear that he knows everything. Venescula's telling him he's been a bad leader and been sitting around in his room playing video games while everyone's suffering. He's saying his full name that I'm not going to read. That means he's upset, I think. The vampire's dialogue is actually pretty good. He's a convincing bad guy. Oh, fuck. This dude just used the Force. Venescula, what are you doing? It's real comforting for us. Thank you. Let's get him for Andy's. All right, fellas, you haven't moved quite yet, even though you've announced your surprise attack, but I'd like to point out that you're all wearing nothing. Your pants are ripped. This doesn't look good for you. I think you wait for a second. Maybe we talk a little bit more. And they're walking. Oh man, how'd that not work? Real glad I made you guys the ultimate vampire killing sickles. Maybe I make iron armor sets next time. Fanstrom's saying he's still loyal, and he's just been ordered to deal with the rest of us. Alright, Venescula. Thanks for your help. See you later. I've waited a long time for this.
Alright. Let's go do some Temparo. Cause I'm almost out of Sharkios.
Day that the monarchy finally die. Imagine letting a resistance of like 8 people live rent-free in your head. I love that he crosses his arms even after transforming. He's gotta look cool no matter what's going on. Oh, I guess you guys just get to watch now. Safflon, maybe don't do the whole "Dad, it's me, remember" bit. It's probably not. I don't think it's gonna work, dude. Dad, surely you remember the things that I don't remember about? Come on. And that was a right hook so powerful it sent him upwards instead of to the side. That is scary. This is a scary guy. Shall we begin? I mean, you want to pot up first? Okay, alright, good luck. I remember him doing an attack that destroys you if you're facing him while he does it. I don't know the timing of his mechanics at all, so this might look a little silly while I fight him, I don't know. Oh, there it is. If you're looking at him while he does that, it's like instant death. If he could stop healing for 17s, that would be really funny. He is tanky. I'm hitting like a baby. I got him under 300 HP, but he's got a second phase with another 200 HP after this one. I cannot tell if I'm doing good on food. Tell you what, I'm really working him with these 2s I'm hitting. Alright, second phase. This one sucks. I have to dodge these little shadows on the ground before they fall on me while also attacking him and eating. It's not crazy complicated, but it's more of a sensory overload thing. Fucking no! Oh, really good start. I can't click. I feel like I'm lagging. Why is there's a blue circle on my mouse? It's loading right now. Why is something loading? Yeah, I'm leaving. That was a lot of dumb mistakes. Also, what server am I on? Because I felt like my character had something holding onto his ankles whenever I clicked somewhere.
Time to collect some meatballs.
When did I get this dinosaur?
I gets a dinosaur and questions it.
Oh, you know.
What is this dinosaur mount?
It's from the event. I mean, it's
Uh-oh.
from other things, but it was one of the events from the mount. I mean, from the, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I bought a lot of shit, so I was surprised. What do I do when I have all of the Kamuis?
Do the Grand Kamui Questio.
There's a quest somewhere. I need to do that in the Heavensward one. I haven't gone looking for them.
I don't think I have all the burbs. I think I have all the horses though.
Not have all the birds.
Bad. Okay, I need to get 2 extra fish.
Oh, good. I was on a German server again. I was hopping around to buy pineapples earlier, and I just never switched back. That's good work, me. Oh. I was not expecting that. Okay, this time it's going a lot better. Some of my attacks are hitting higher than 2, so this was really beneficial. No fucking way! Why'd I do that? I don't know why my brain thought, now's a good time to open the chat box up for literally no reason. So that's what I did, which was just enough time for me to misclick his hitbox 4 times and die to the shadow. What is wrong with me, dude? Why did I just do that? Damn it. Oh, gee, thanks, Felioff. Thanks for picking up all my items. Really glad you could just stroll through that red barrier he put up just to loot me, but during the fight, oh, red barrier, sorry, stuck over here. How are you even here? Belioff, the bad guy just let you walk away untouched? No resistance from the locals who saw what happens to disloyal vampires? Little weird, if you ask me. Don't even talk during the fight, Vanstrom. It's a silent battle this time, don't talk. He's healing 18s? Does he have an inventory of monkfish? What is his problem? Please just die! I'm begging you to die! Please. I don't want to fight you anymore, you have 1 HP! Just fucking die, please! Please just fucking die! Oh my god, you piece of shit! How long was he on 1 HP for? Stop? No, fuck you. Stop? And why would I want to do that? Because I'm about to kill you, probably. Oh, he's talking about how his dad was pathetic, like it's an entirely different person than him. I remember the joy when I took your sister's skull and crushed it with my bare hands. Yeah, this is real tough talk from a guy I just beat. Granted, he also beat me, but that part wasn't canon. Definitely just killed his dad. We need to go. Why? It's just one Firewatch. We're fine. Okay, so it looks like Safflon's about to get captured, which means he's either going to be a mini-boss next quest, because his ass is getting vampirified, or the finale is going to be like a Mario mission, busting into a castle and defeating Vampire Bowser to save him. One of those, probably. He killed them, all of them, live, and they charged at him with vampire killing sickles after watching him instantly snap the necks of 4 vampires. They wanted that to happen. I'm almost certain of it. Velioff, what do we do? Velioff? Yeah, Velioff, here's a question for you. You think we can trust Vanescula's plan? She is a vampire. It's over. They've won. I mean, I think I may have won a little bit in a way back there. I mean, I just killed like the 2nd or 3rd strongest vampire in the universe. I mean, you're completely correct. There's nothing that we can do as a unit, meaning you and the guy who's scared of rivers. Me, on the other hand, I might have just earned the respect of every vampire. So, speak for yourself. We can't give up. We're the Myarchy. The Myarchy are dead. It's about time. We can start fresh. A new vampire killing club with a name that doesn't suck. What do you guys think of the Gilbercula Commandos? Okay, I'll keep brainstorming. I'm sorry, by release. I need some time alone. Yeah, I didn't plan on hanging out, man. All right, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Quest complete. Sins of the Father. We've done it. And you know, a lot of people think that this is a cliffhanger. I disagree. I think that this is a realistic finale, no Hollywood ending. Sometimes there's things like vampire demigod Jedis that are simply out of reach, and that's okay. It's fine. We find something else to do. Or I find literally anyone else except for those two to fight the vampires with, and then we can consider this a cliffhanger. Hey guys, turns out I was considered AWOL when I came back. I still have much left on my tour, so if you'd like to join me, download War Thunder. Just in the description. See you there. Please hurry, there's so many tanks. So I can get 6 15k XP drops in a skill over 60. Now this is going to be very controversial, but I'm gonna put it all into prayer. This is not smart to do by any means, but let me tell you, instant 90k XP into prayer gives me a happy feeling, and I'll take happy whenever I can get it, so it's going into prayer. 2 entire prayer levels. That is so good. Okay, well, what's our next journey? Oh. The pig quest. Let's get after it.
Good news. I scared away Timperos.
News, everyone.
Some god. Kami-sama. Now, what do I watch? I guess we'll watch this.
When I was a young kid, probably around 10 if I were to guess, one of my favorite things in the whole wide world would have to have been cartoon mothers. Cartoon moms are a dime a dozen, especially in adult animation where most general setups are simply your average nuclear family. So there's a plethora to choose from. Your Marge Simpsons, to your Francine Smiths, to your Cleveland Show mom, I forgot the name. Now the internet loves animated moms. I mean, I see tier lists for them all the time. People must really care about their personalities. And one that stood proudly near the top of my list for years was none other than Lois Griffin of Family Guy. Sure, Marge was nice and sweet, but Lois had an edge to her. She didn't take shit from no one. They were more willing to push her to certain extremes and let the comedy derive from how wild she can be, when not being restricted into filling that motherly archetype. However, as you could probably tell from the pattern of this ongoing series, the fun-loving, crazy aspect of her started to become pushed further and further, eclipsing the side of her personality that kept her grounded, kept her relatable to all the mothers out there, resulting in a character who's just miserable to watch. Someone who makes it evident at all times that she has no love for her husband, no love for her kids, just a heartless witch, only fueled by her never-ending conquest to ruin the lives of those who she comes in contact with. You sicken me, Lois Griffin. And to think, I once thought you were a cool mom. Yeah, I said mum. And so with that, I think it's best I take you on a ride through the many facets of Lois's personality. You know the song and dance at this point. We're gonna go over how she started in the series, how the writer started to hone in on the more extreme aspects of her character once they started running out of ideas, and how she's now become a shell of her former self. This is Lois Griffin, a mother without an icon with Lois Griffin, a bitch. I can't title it that. So Lois. With Family Guy starting out basing its characters on incredibly derivative sitcom tropes, it's no surprise that Lois started the series as the nagging stick in the mud to Peter's tomfoolery. Most times when she was plot relevant early on, it was usually to highlight that aspect of her character, but even then, it was more often than not for the sake of giving a different character some kind of conflict. Like in episode 3 and 4 of season 1, both of which feature Lois prominently, but they're both an Edith Peters story. Like when he has to make sure everything goes right for Stewie's party as to not upset her, or when she feels neglected by him and so starts to involve herself in his life more as a result. Women, am I right? Even in season 2, Lois had memorable moments for sure, but she was simply part of that family collective. If she was doing something in an episode, it 9 times out of 10 related to her kids, or Peter, or the dog, I guess. That's why if you look at a lot of top 10 Lois episode rankings, I don't know why you'd be looking for that, it's your life, I don't judge. But they never list anything before season 3, and it's because Lois wasn't all that interesting. She was basically just a clone of Marge. Would you be shocked if I told you no women wrote for the first 2
Thank God.
Really, it wasn't until season 3 for Lois to do anything standalone. And
It's
even
never
build
ogre.
Rank 25?
star in her own episode.
You're ogre,
Hell,
yeah.
I'd argue Meg was a better character early on. And she's Meg.
Right.
Lethal Weapons was her first standout episode, which I think contributes a lot to the direction her character started being pushed towards. Here we see her join a taijutsu class and become increasingly more violent, which slowly starts a rift between the family. God,
Even if it's
everyone
not.
begins getting pissed off, arguing, yelling at each other, and then...
Traveling supporterment.
That's right.
This was a pretty big moment in the series at this point in its run. With current Family Guy,
it's
this would be the
another
dumbest
rabbit.
crap in the world, but it's the first time they really leaned into that dysfunctional aspect of their family and having them take out their aggression on each other.
What?
I could
Is
see
rabbit
someone
cha-
consider this a jump
Usagi,
the shark
right?
moment, like having
Usagi.
Peter literally fucking hit his wife in the
Usagi.
face. But I think if anything, it allowed the show to surprise people, having it stand out from its contemporaries. I mean, let's just say you're never going to get a Simpsons episode where Homer decks Marge in the jaw. I think we can all agree, though, should be used sparingly. This moment, while extreme, at least ends with them all laughing together, having gotten that aggression out of them. But this isn't something they can get away with doing regularly. I really think that would just go too far in the
Now
opposite
I'm
direction of a
free.
generic family sitcom, and would result in a show that just feels like
You're still
everybody
never
hates
free.
each other.
I'm up for
Oh wait. Season 4 is where Lois really began coming into her own, really starting to set herself apart from the character she's most often compared to. They do a few plots here that actually cross over with stories they've done with Marge on The Simpsons, which is great as it only further elevates how different of a character she's become. For example, The Simpsons did an episode where Marge gets caught shoplifting, but it's in a very Marge kind of way. Everyone is sick and she's incredibly tired taking care of them all, and so accidentally doesn't pay for something, resulting in her getting thrown in prison and the family realizing how much they need her. Sitcom plot. With Family Guy, they also have an episode where Lois starts shoplifting and gets sent to jail. But it's not by accident, she gets a thrill out of it, resulting in the family needing to break her out and being on the run from the cops. This was right after the revival, so the writing style had begun leaning more into these wacky setups where anything goes, and I actually think it benefited Lois the best out of all the Griffins. This is what I like to call Lois's midlife crisis era. A midlife crisis that has lasted, how long? How many seasons are we on now? About 18 years. We had the episode where she becomes a model, she becomes a news anchor, a boxer. She actually goes through a midlife crisis at one point and tries to screw Justin Bieber. Yeah, I guess when that episode came out. The line for how extreme they could push her had been pushed more and more. And while I do like a lot of these episodes, again, this side of Lois had arguably made her more interesting than ever. But like a lot of characters in Family Guy, the writers had to continue pushing this more and more, finding new ways to surprise the audience. And it resulted in their fascination of strange boomer lol I hate my wife / husband jokes. And once you take that cat out of the bag, you can't put it back in. You've already established that Lois is a more reckless person, desperate for thrill in her life. So you can't go back to making her more similar to her season 1 to 3 counterparts. Nor do I think they want to. The mindset is that Family Guy is a comedy set out on making you laugh first. And so the family aspect has to be put to the wayside in favor of this is what our character is doing this week, and this is how our ensemble is going to react to it. It's kind of an issue, though, when your show's called Family Guy. Whoops. It's resulted in plenty of amusing episodes, no doubt, but it also puts the writers more in a corner. How do you top yourself when you've already established Lois to seek more in life? Well, what if we just meet her? Hit her life. That's like funny and stuff, I guess.
Other families fight too, right?
Not this much.
You think maybe we should think about getting it?
It is what it is. Let's just get Stewie to college and go from there.
Even as a kid, I really hated how miserable the Griffin family became. Just always at each other's throats all the time, and there's no place that shines through more than with Peter and Lois's marriage. The show's been going on for over 2 decades, so it's no surprise they're gonna end up doing a couple marriage crisis episodes, where everything seems doom and gloom. Are Peter and Lois gonna get a divorce? I can't handle the suspense. Again, a show like The Simpsons has no doubt done more of these episodes than Family Guy, but because the writers of that show have clear guidelines and restrictions for what is considered going too far, it's believable they would have a rough patch but come together at the end stronger because of it. But with Family Guy, these restrictions either don't exist or are pretty goddamn lenient, because they push their marriage to the extreme. Because the rules are so much looser in Family Guy, they can get away with jokes that seem like they'd be part of a bigger story. But the characters know that isn't the focus of the episode, and so they move on. I cannot tell you how many jokes in the new season are just Lois hits Peter and gets with other men. But he doesn't care because the episode isn't about that. While at first they would generally give it some kind of purpose, like the episode where she sleeps with Bill Clinton and then Peter goes to tell him off, only to end up sleeping with him too.
Boy, you are good.
It just gradually got pushed further and further, to the point where the gag is now just infidelity. Laugh. And that leads us to the Lois we're stuck with now, who, despite everything she's done in the past, I think is at her absolute worst now. And it's because of one trait that I think has completely overtaken any kind of likability her character once had. And that is, she's quirky. Lois is kind of cuckoo. She's so crazy. Love her. Most Lois episodes in the series now are about her getting caught up in something incredibly minor or a brand new trend that she's addicted to. Like when she got into minimalism and starts trying to declutter the house, going completely overboard and becoming deranged, emptying the house entirely and kicking everybody out.
Chris, I will not have your comic strip anger cluttering up my house. It's negative and it ruins my joy.
It's like a more extreme version of that taijutsu episode with the rift it creates in the family, but there the extremity was at least contained into that last segment, and ended on a nice laugh between them all. But here, like most new Family Guy episodes, the ending just kinda happens. Suddenly the family finds her on the side of a mountain where she falls into a bunch of trash. So now she likes being messy again. Like, what? She was probably at her most deranged when she wanted something as minor as being labeled Customer of the Week at her local coffee place. I like that idea a
What?
lot for an
Hello?
episode. I can see
There's
the
a
mindset of
one
having
version
something
exclusive
so small
Pokemon
escalate
in the
with
teal
massive
mask, and it's
ramifications, but that just
Gligar.
sounds so strange. She goes
What?
crazy and starts
Gligar.
What did
I don't
you
know
call me?
Gligar. I don't know what the counterpart is though, but that's really funny. to me.
Choice specs?
What were we talking about at work the other
God,
day?
she
Oh,
said choice specs.
I was talking with my boss
You
about
said choice
aspic,
specs?
and I was like, "That's a word that I would never say on stream." Do you know what aspic is?
Aspics!
Do you know what aspic is?
Isn't it like a, it's like a really bad tasting something, right?
Yeah, it's like a meat jello mold.
What's the point of it?
Midwestern 50s food.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's just like, yeah, it's like the weird jello thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's meat jello.
barista and his roommate. Please coming to take her away.
I just imagine. I don't like savory
like-
with my sweet, but I especially do not want meat with my jello.
Pulled up into the house, sent chills up my arms. What are you doing in this situation but accept your fate?
I mean, I think,
Maybe that's probably made with just like normal gelatin.
well, I think, like, mass-produced gelatin was just new, so they're just like, what can we do with
Put
it?
it in everything.
Put everything in
Yeah.
gelatin.
I don't want to follow that for a whole episode. That's depressing.
Yum yum yum.
Lois's midlife crisis has turned into, well, the rest of her life crisis. The writers have honed in on this new bitchy.
Cover
hates her
me in
life, hates
gelatin
her family
right
side
now.
to her, and that seems to be
Gross.
where they want
Okay,
to go.
okay.
I can only assume because it gives
Would
her
you
the
like
most
goo as well?
potential, which is a
Yes.
shame. Like, sure, Lois was never a favorite character of mine.
I also work
But
for
like
the
Brian, at
Nintendo
one point in
Pokemon
time,
Company.
she kinda was
Same.
grounded. She was the voice of reason to her family's stupidity. She was loving and caring, and so when she did reach that breaking point, you knew things were serious.
Oh, we get
That was
Apom.
always fun to watch. But I guess it just became easier to make her more like every other
Apom and more Pecco?
Or like Ain't Palm.
True.
Ain't
fuck
Palm
off,
and no Pecco.
You suck. That's my conclusion.
Ding ding. Can I get water in 30 seconds or less? Ding ding. I can. Yawn. DRA.
That's me.
Time to watch the Monica trailer again.
When does it come out?
Next year.
Plenty of time to watch Thing then.
Thing?
The movies
I think you needs a refresh.
Yeah, I don't remember any movie.
We can watch it. We can watch it right now.
It's midnight.
What's your point?
That just sounds like a late night movie party to me.
Yeah. We could jam out one of those. I'm out of One Piece to read, so what else am I gonna do in my life?
Read JoJo.
No.
I don't think you will, actually.
Why?
I will not like JoJo. There's no.
No, you 100%.
There's no story in it. It's Flash.
There's a story.
Is there really though?
What the hell kind of team did I use when I played? Who the heck is my flying Pokemon? Do I just not have one?
I just want that full song to come out. Talon, when are we watching Heaven's Feel movie 3?
Yeah,
Is it
wait,
out?
me too.
It's been out. We just haven't done it.
I didn't even know it was out.
It's been out for
When
a
are we
long time.
watching Digimon?
It's called
Tamers?
Spring Song.
I was trying to think of 25 VNs that I had read. 25 VN series. And I completely forgot about Fate's Day Night.
That's one.
Yeah. I didn't get very far.
Okay.
Well, I was trying to think of like good ones things that I would rank as my top 25 VNs. That one is not.
It's not?
It's not?
No.
You're cringe.
Yeah, I'm cringe.
Just
All
because
I
you
got
don't like Shiro?
through-
Well, you know he
All I-
doesn't like Shiro.
I thought it was
I
a
only-
good. I thought it was good themes. You don't like themes about justice and what it means or doesn't mean to be a hero and moral relativism and mental illness and
Okay, but more importantly, what are the other 25 VNs you'd put above it then?
yeah. That's...
Well, I don't know. I could only list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah,
7,
you haven't
8,
read
9.
25
I had 9. Yeah, I don't think I've read. Well, I've read 25 VNs. I don't think I've read 25 VN series.
Muv-Luv, Ace Attorney.
Yep. The ones that I've listed are Umineko, Ace Attorney, Ghost Trick, Shibuya Scramble, Ron Paul 2, VLR, Muv-Luv, Raging Loop. End of list.
Tsukihime, Fates.
Oh, and Nosha.
Night,
Nosha also is
Steins
good.
Gate, Nosha.
I never read Steins Gate.
Fault Zero. Oops. Frick.
Oh, Root Double is another one that I read. Huh?
Double. Remember 11. Did you
Oh, I
read
forgot I
that?
read about that. Yeah.
Grisaya, this one I read. Rewrite, Clanad.
You know.
World End Economica, you know.
Absolutely, that's not top.
You know's good. You know's good. You know's good.
I would never in a million years
it's horny,
ever recommend it
but
to
it's good.
anybody. I would literally never recommend it to anybody.
I recommended it to you.
I know, it was a mistake.
No,
Mistake detected.
I warned you.
You didn't warn me about all the incest. I'm sorry.
I said it was very horny.
But that's
what horny means in Japan. Yeah.
No.
Yes, it is.
No, horny is like constant panty shots of small. Oh, wait,
Okay.
that was also.
Yeah, that's what it is.
No, but there's also incest.
Look, that is like.
Have you read anything Japanese before?
Yes.
I don't think the incest even sticks out with all the other horniness, honestly.
No, it was the worst part. That's crazy. Oh, should I ever read Corpse Party? Is that a thing?
Probably not.
The second one's good. The second one's good. Imagine if Danganronpa V3 was as bad as people thought it was. That's Corpse Party. But the second one's quite good. quite spoopy. Good is relative in this term. It's a good spoopy story. The first one's like an okay spoopy story, and the second one's like very spoopy.
I never read Doki Doki.
That's fine. It's not a bad quick read. I think it's fine. Doki Doki doesn't have any incest, so it's fine.
True. Which means it's bad, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't read any Chaos. You didn't read Chaos Child.
Correct. I own it.
Does that have incest? I don't know.
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't even remember. I don't think so. This childhood friend relationship. Obsessed. What else? Witch on the Holy Night is another one for me.
Oh yeah, I have that. I need to read that.
Good. No
when
incest.
When's Tsukihime remake gonna be complete?
Never. The first part's coming out in English. I guess you could read it. I think Nearside is. I mean, maybe they changed it enough that I would change my mind. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it at some point. But I think the Nearside routes are not the good part. The good part is the Far Side routes where there's incest.
Please.
Non-blood related.
Please.
NVR.
There's not going to be any real incest in the in the remake though, so you're safe.
Hmm.
There's no H scenes because it's console.
Hmm.
That's the mollusk scene. That's the famous mollusk scene. You can't miss out on that.
I don't want to know.
I think
oh,
everyone can miss out on the mollusk scene.
He used that as an analogy in the sex scene. It's like she was like a mollusk.
There's gross. There's nothing. There's no
There's
greater
nothing
scene
sexier
in any
than mollusks.
There's no greater scene in any VN though than girl getting trapped in washing machine.
Yeah, you read I Somnium.
I did. Did you notice that was not on my list of best VN?
Well, okay, it has to be
curious.
in your list if you don't have 25, and the list says pick 25. I'm pretty sure that's a requirement. I read I/O, input output. You didn't read that. The Matrix is a ripoff of I/O, input output. The Wachowskis were big fans of obscure Japanese sci-fi VNs.
I mean, probably.
Gotta follow the flying fairy. What else have I read? Oh, I read Cross Channel. That has everything but incest.
Iwaihime.
Iwaihime, yep. I wouldn't count DS because I didn't finish it. But it also probably wouldn't be on the list.
That's the one that I said I would read someday to tell you if it was bad, right?
Yeah. How do you feel about
What else?
Nazis?
Nani?
How do you feel about Nazis?
I don't like them.
Curious. He doesn't like them either. He fights them in overwrought fight scenes, but you know, gotta feel sympathetic for the. you gotta hand it to him. You do not, in any circumstances, and I quote, I gotta hand it to him. That's why I stopped reading DS-Series. Not the only reason. It was also very boring and. It was like if Fate Stay Night is like Chuny in some way. DS-Series is Chuny in every bad way. I also read Commu. Another Chuny, not great. Commu, it stands for community. The premise is, what's the premise again? Like, five just like random strangers are forced to team up and do something for some reason. I don't remember that much about it. It wasn't very memorable. The main character does not like the color red. This is a very important point. They will repeat it 852,000 times.
I forgot that I have Baldur's Sky. I should read that. Maybe it's gonna be VNs forever for me.
I need to read Bald Sky. Okay. Going from the top of the list to the bottom here. I read Jisenjo no Mao. Did you read that? I can't remember.
No, I have it, I think.
It's okay.
I just have it.
There's no incest. Actually! Actually!
Wait a minute.
There is. Non-blood related. Please understand. See, I'm understanding more and more why it doesn't stick out in my mind.
Oh, okay, good point.
You know.
Bitch.
Excuse me.
Sorry,
Are you
I'm playing
Pokemon?
Dodo.
What? Oh, the stupid arcade game?
Yeah, it's fun.
I read Planetarian. That's a nothing.
Oh, bitch. I died again.
Yeah, I wish.
You wish that I died?
I was wondering if you would catch that. Catch that. Sharon no Kuni, good VN. Is there incest?
Who can say?
There's a sister. I don't remember if you bang her.
Oh my god.
Whoops, I forgot to cook the fish. I think you probably bang her. She's not blood related though. I mean it's an HP. I don't know what to tell you. Karno Shoujo, I read that. Not good. Not good. Not good. Steins Gate Zero, same series as another one. Narcissu, I did read the first Narcissu. Not good.
Damn it.
Uteware Romano.
Underwater Romano?
I read that. There's no incest, because you're literally a Skyd.
Fuck.
Okay, next. Not read School Days. I don't think there's any incest in that one, though. So you would like it. Definitely read School Days. Don't look up anything about it, just read it.
I don't trust that.
Nice boat. A VA11 Hull A. No incest. Made by non-Japanese people, so yeah, that checks
Fake
out.
VN.
Yep. Corpse Party blood covered. Yep.
What?
Whoa.
There's no way that killed me.
Calm you. Oh, I already said I read that. And I'm risking it all for the biscuit. Load those fish. Tote that bale.
Where am I? What a... Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Fuck me!
Oh, on this VNDB list, Bible Black's here. You should probably read that.
That I know has something weird with it. I've heard of that.
Why have you heard of it, you pervert? I just recommending things high on this list. Charno Kuni's a good VN though. Good. Even if it has H scenes, just skip through them. It doesn't matter.
Oh, it dropped that bitch. No.
Okay, imagine.
No, I'm not owned.
It's got such a great print. I love high concept premises like this. Charno Kuni is imagine no one invented the concept of jail.
I would never.
And instead people got punishments directly fitting the crime. And wouldn't that be great? But then it's not actually great. So you're like you're essentially like the equivalent of a cop. You know, you have to check up on the people carrying out their punishments, and like one girl.
Oh, I guess raincoat counts.
Yeah. I'm trying to. What were the punishments? One girl has to like she literally has to only be awake for 8 hours a day because she did something related to... What did she do? She was... I don't remember what she did, but that was her punishment. Another one had to... Oh, it was because she's super rebellious. She has to get permission from... Her mom's dead, so she has to get permission from her big sister to do, like, literally anything. Which is like, the most kind of understandable one. And then I think one of them just can't talk.
That's what Talon wishes my punishment was?
Yeah. And so you get to know these girls and why they don't deserve to be punished, Snake. And there's the bad guy wants to invent jail. Jail exists as a fictional concept that everybody thinks is really barbaric. Oh, the what a series. I don't know how those count if they're not directly related. Ignanok, Sharnoth, Gakthun. Those are good.
I own Gokthun.
There's no incest. So really, are they?
Hotel Dusk counts.
I think it depends on how you want to.
I don't really think. I don't
think it just depends on how you want to count the relationship. Okay, what if there's like a really like a force of nature character who knew another character when they were little, but they didn't know each other well. They just knew of each other, and they got in a relationship later. But like, she was in an orphanage.
No, then no. Well, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. She like looked up to this person as like.
They're not blood related. I don't count that as incest.
Oh, okay, well then several of the others get stricken off the list.
Because like technically Estelle and Joshua are an incest, but it's still gross.
I mean, you're playing the wrong. Yeah, you're gonna complain about incest.
I mean, I'm well aware.
You read 800 incest. You've read more hours of incest than anything I've read. I've heard.
I mean, I complain about it.
I've heard Eustia's good, but I haven't read it. I don't know if the translation ever got finished. It's like a.
You've heard what's good?
Ayoko no Eustia. I think this is the thing. Yeah. It's like an actual like I think it's like a fantasy epic sort of story, which is not something you really see in VNs all that often. Like a, medieval fantasy sort of thing. Which is weird. You'd think that would be ripe for bacon. Oh, Fat Morgan? I read Fat Morgan. You haven't read Fat Morgan.
True.
Fat Morgan's
read about
good.
Fat Byakuya, though.
No incest in Fat Morgan. That is not true, actually. It is presented as a bad thing, though. I forgot about the. It's near the beginning of the story too.
Fuck me.
No.
Okay.
Okay, you should read this. You should read this via. Don't look up or think about the title, called Kyon New Fantasy. I think that. I think that's what this is. No. No, I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of. No, that's not it. Okay, next. Okay, reading down the list. I already said Fault Milestone. Higanbana, I read that.
Higanbana? Oh, I need to read that.
Eh.
And Rose Guns Days.
There's no incest in either of those. That's 2 more series for me, none for you. Uh, 428, we already said that.
I've got a few that you haven't read.
That's
believe it or not. Yeah,
Hey,
Metal Slater
no
Glory.
one cares about Time Hollow.
Shijima, the Shijima one, Time Hollow.
Okay, you don't have any good ones that I haven't read.
They were good. He would have read them already.
Himiwari was so bad, but it's
Paranormicite. Visekimea.
Well, here's one for you, Q, just from the name. Emoto Paradise, too. So good they made a second one. How could it be bad? Oh, Siconia? It's a finished series.
That's probably full of incest.
I count Higurashi, Umineko, and Siconia as technically part of the same series.
That's wrong.
They're all interconnected.
That's wrong. They're not really. I wouldn't count them personally. You can feel free if you would like. Like, I just killed a seagull. That's freaking rude. Rudest thing I've ever seen. World in Economica. I already mentioned that.
I own that one too. I own lots of VNs that I just haven't read yet.
There's IO. That's higher than I would have expected. Hime's on there. Udyupas.
Oh yeah. I own that, I believe.
I would read that, but I heard it's like really short.
Hello, how did
I
that?
don't like short VNs very much.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck me!
No! Stop
This
asking!
game. God damn it.
I have not read Grisaya Phantom Trigger, and I never effing will.
You guys not reading the new Grisaya?
No, it's like serialized. There's like 10 chapters, and it's all about the worst parts of Grisaya. The best parts of Grisaya were the very human parts, not the weird military stuff. And then it's like, what if military stuff?
It's going into his military background or whatever?
No, it's just like girls in the military program.
Oh, that's...
The
Why?
artist likes drawing Chiru, so one of them just looks like her, but she has like blue hair instead.
That's like
Who is she, Rin Tosaka?
That's like reading Muv-Luv and thinking the best part of Muv-Luv isn't whatever the dumb sequels are about.
No, the best part of Muv-Luv is not like them fighting the beta. The best part is the fact that he has to go back to the normal universe. That's definitely like the best part.
It's the best part is the first game.
No.
Definitely not.
Q's favorite part was the incest.
Yeah,
True.
that too.
True and real. You definitely meet
True
any characters from the main character's family. Because he definitely has some.
The best part are the hair vents.
Truly.
That they removed in the anime, right?
Did they remove it? They can't. They couldn't.
They
have.
did.
They shouldn't have.
Or in the like sequel or something.
They mustn't have.
She needs them to breathe, and they just removed them.
Root letter. I've heard that's not good.
Shit.
I think Zarkansas read that.
What did he read?
Root letter? I think that was like somehow became a normie VN for a little while. I don't really know how. Shusengara 46+1. I'm just interested in the name for that one. What does that mean? Is that in porno? No. What's the 47? Okay, 47 Ronin.
Is you.
Yeah. Well, it's the 46 Ronin plus you. And I guess they're all babes.
And the 46th Ronin is you.
I guess they're all babes. I'm a babe.
Are you?
I don't know. They're all babes, and you're one of them. You have to be a babe. Oh wow, Corpse Party Blood Drive is on page 10. The other Corpse Parties were not on page 10. Convenient. Alright, I surely haven't read any VNs lower than this. I wouldn't read things this bad. Oh look, I have Phantom Trigger.
Is Time Hollow lower than page 10?
It's not. I haven't even seen it. Robotics Notes Dash is on page 10.
Apparently, a lot of people like it.
I don't think that's true.
It is true.
This a lot of people are saying.
Not many people are saying. I hate this game. AKA, I'm bad.
Yeah, you are bad. I just rewrite Harvest Festa solo, probably just because it hasn't been translated yet.
Where does Metal Slater Glory rank on that? Or the Famicom Detective? I read those Famicom Detective Clubs. Those are good. I mean, they're fine.
I don't
They're
see
fine.
it.
I would say they're probably better on the Nintendo than they were on the Switch, but
That's embarrassing.
well, I think like it's more of like an accomplishment what they did on the NES than on the Switch, because like
They ever turn on the AI feature? Is that the one with the AI features?
that's
Isn't that the Square Enix
Portopia
one?
serial murder case.
Yeah, I don't recognize any of the VNs this deep.
I read that. Yeah, man, I've read plenty of VNs that you haven't read.
Okay, but were they good?
NES VNs are not good. Sorry to say. Yeah, but have you read Dream Daddy? Daddy Dating Simulator?
No, nor have I read How to Full Boyfriend.
You need to have a Hatoful boyfriend.
Imagine writing a VN about pigeon boyfriends.
Alright, I think I'm out of VNs I recognize here, so I'm gonna stop looking. But I am gonna say I definitely have at least 25. Also, Q, you're Mr. Television. When are you watching Symphony of the Castlevania of the TV show of the...
Remember, I watched the first one.
Yes, but there's Symphony of the Night one now, I think.
It better be all upside down, or I'm not watching.
Only the second half.
That's fine.
I never
Scenes were a lot more bearable instead imagining it was Nathan Fielder delivering those lines. And although I sincerely tried doing the same thing for this possible with this runtime and this many Ezra Millers, I am looking forward to the year 2033 when surely AI technology will have progressed enough that it can do that for me. I tried my best, but it just wasn't enough. It's kind of hilarious how Ezra Miller was clearly not allowed to do any press interviews for this film. Yeah, this is a Batman and Supergirl movie. That's what it is. I wonder if these characters were initially kept a secret so that people would soy out when they saw them in the theater and go like, oh my god, this is a Michael Keaton Batman and Supergirl. It's other characters from this comic book franchise that I am familiar with and other movies and stuff. Whoa. Either way, it's clear that these characters are being used as a crutch for the film's marketing, especially Batman. Speaking of Batman, Michael Keaton's performance was really phoned in. I rewatched Birdman recently where he's actually performing and giving a shit, and the contrast between the quality of his performances is really just night and day. So yeah, even though he was kind of boring and not trying and just there to collect a paycheck, his presence on screen was still a much needed breath of fresh air after watching what felt like a fucking hour of two Ezra Millers acting off of no one but themselves. It was actual torture. I really picked the wrong movie to watch sober, didn't I? Alright, spoiler warning for the rest of the video because I'm gonna talk about the plot and it's all really bad and stupid and dumb and bad and stupid and dumb. I said it twice because there's two Ezras. So this movie kind of just makes shit up as it goes along with absolutely zero attempts to be consistent with its own logic. By all means, make up whatever you want. This is a fictional superhero movie where you can set up whatever rules you want to. But just follow your own rules. Otherwise, what's the point of setting up those rules in the first place? You assholes! So there's time travel in the movie because the Flash ran really fast after thinking about his dead mom, and I guess this was the first time he ever ran while he was upset or something. Kind of just stumbled into the ability to make time go backwards because if you run faster than the speed of light and you go back in time, that doesn't make any sense, but whatever. Which is also kind of what happened in the Justice League or Snyder Cut when the Flash runs so fast he enters the Speed Force, and it's like an actual attempt to run as fast as possible because they're like, oh, the world's gonna die or something, and so you have to run as fast as you ever can. I'm just gonna do this, otherwise we get the anti-life equation or something.
Just gotta go faster than the speed of light, far beyond the speed of light. Gotta break the rule, Barry, and you gotta do it now.
So at the end of the Justice League, he had to run to turn back time, and he ran as fast as he possibly could to save the day. But in this movie, he seems surprised that he's able to do it. It also looks and functions very differently than what was shown in Justice League, and, you know, that's fine. There's creative liberty to kind of make this movie your own thing and all that. But not only does that make things inconsistent with what is ostensibly supposed to be the same timeline and universe as the Justice League, but the way that the Speed Force now functions in this particular film is just so broken and stupid, it's infuriating. Rather than the Flash running really fast through a physical space where time starts going backwards in front of him, he instead enters a special zone that is just not really anywhere, and if he continues to do his running motion in this place, then time keeps going backwards, but only really events that he's personally witnessed. So he goes backwards in time by 1 day and sticks his head into the thing, and he's like, oh, this is when I was saving the babies from falling. And then we just cut to him having a conversation with Batman, just completely ignoring how he got out of that time travel zone place. And Batman's like, yeah, you know, the speed of light, you could go backwards in time if you're fast enough. That's how it works, but just don't touch anybody or else the butterfly effect, I guess. So the Flash goes back into the Speed Force a second time, and he figures if he moves a can of tomatoes into his mother's shopping cart, and his dad won't have to go to the grocery store to pick them up later, and then his mom won't be killed because whoever killed her probably looked into the window beforehand to see if there was a dad home. So during this second sequence of him going back through time, it shows a bunch of what I guess he would consider to be major life events, some things that happened in the other movies. The time travel is basically like a highlights reel, I guess. You skip a lot of him sleeping and the boring stuff. He moves the tomatoes and then goes super fast again, but now he's going forward through time? I thought the whole idea was
I'm choking,
so fast, then time goes backwards because you're faster than the speed of light or whatever bullshit nonsense that they were trying to say. Why is time going forwards now? Like, obviously it's so that this version of the Flash can experience life with his mom still alive and see what that would be like, rather than him just hanging out in real time for like 10, 15 years, I guess. Doesn't time moving super fast from his perspective imply that he's going really slow? If you're going forward in time by like 10 or 15 years in the span of a minute, is he just hibernating somewhere or what? It doesn't matter. Just don't think about it. If you run fast, then time goes backwards, and also if you run fast, then time goes forwards also. The Flash's powers aren't so much super speed anymore. It's just, oh, he can do whatever he wants. He's a god. It's a broken character. There's no real rules to what he can do. Whatever. Fuck it. So right when he gets to the point of time where it's his 18th birthday, somebody punches him out of the time zone, and he's like, oh, I'm on the ground now. I'm in the actual time and not this purgatory weird thing. He falls in front of his old house, so he gets up and looks around and steals some old people's clothes so that he can go inside the house and say hi to his mom without her being like, why are you wearing a superhero costume? Wait, he's Batman? And then they hang out and it's like, yay, my mom's not dead and my dad's not in jail. When he hugs his mom again for the first time and says, I love you so much, he's essentially doing this Tim Heidecker smirk. Like, obviously it's unintentional and Ezra Miller just cannot act.
I love you so much.
Is that digital? Is that a digital tear? Yeah, that's a fucking digital effect. It literally appears in one frame. The one frame different, yeah, okay. Yeah, it doesn't leave a trail, and it just kind of disappears into their nostril. It's such a dumb face.
they sit and eat at the dinner table, and they have dinner, and it's a nice little family moment, and then Barry sees out the window that the other Barry is coming home, and he's like, oh no! But if the time zone was only things that were happening through his own perspective, then why did he appear in front of his house instead of at school where Barry was? Everything that was shown in the time travel thing was clearly from your perspective and based on your own personal life events. So if the second Barry wasn't at this location at this time, then you should have spawned somewhere else. When you poked your head out the first time, you spawned in midair right in front of yourself. Why not somewhere else? He only spawned in front of his house so that he could spend time with his family there, and that we didn't have to think about the other Barry until much, much later in the day. Even though that's not
Alright,
how
I'm gonna go to
before,
bed. See ya.
okay. So he runs outside to
See
shut
ya,
himself
nerd.
up so that his parents never find out there's two of him. He hangs out with himself and is like, yo, this is when I got powers, and also this is a wild coincidence, but this is the exact day that you're supposed to get your powers. So the first Barry is like, oh god, we gotta get you to the place where I get my powers, otherwise I won't have my powers. Which doesn't make any fucking sense, because obviously this is not the same Barry that you are, otherwise you would have a memory of this. It's not the same timeline. What are you talking about? So they go to the building where he gets his powers. Thing 1 carries Thing 2 and phase shifts both of them through a wall, which is another power that I guess is explained by him just being really fast. Like, he vibrates his own molecules fast enough that they go through other molecules. If your molecules are moving so fast that you're phase shifting through solid matter, how are you carrying a person? You should be phase shifting through them as well. Why are you not falling through the floor? Later in the film, they make a really half-assed attempt to try and explain it by just saying like, oh, he's just really good at it, because Barry number 2 gets his powers and accidentally falls through the floor. Like, you just gotta be good at it, and then it makes sense, right? So I guess the older Barry is just so good at it that he is able to selectively decide which parts of his body are vibrating that fast and not all of his body, which still doesn't make any sense, because wouldn't your molecules just fall through themselves? Like, if everything above your ankle was vibrating so fast that it was phase shifting, but everything below your ankle wasn't, wouldn't your body still fall through the floor and your foot, and then all that's left would just be a pair of feet? I guess I should probably mention to some people that might be confused, these weird logical superhero movie impossibilities aren't the reason why this film is bad. It's not like you fix these issues and suddenly the movie's just fun. This is still an unbearably annoying torture film. It is unfunny and lazy. The acting sucks. It is poorly written in many other ways. So yeah, I have fun thinking about these dumb, stupid time travel, physics, nonsense things in these movies, because the movie itself is not fun at all. If the movie was consistent with itself and its own rules, then yes, that would be a positive thing to mention about it, but it would not suddenly make the other artistic choices in this film any less terrible. I do really respect when an artist creates something that they truly care about, and it is clear that this is a factory movie making corporate decisions over artistic ones. Anyway, there's a scene where the second Barry needs to phase shift through a manhole, and he's not as good at it as the first Barry, so he kind of clips on the manhole as he's going through it.
Do that again.
Wouldn't his head, like, detach? If the rest of his body is phase shifting other than his head, then his head should be detached. And if his whole body stopped phase shifting for a second, then would there not be a piece of metal inside his throat right now? Like, what's the difference between making full contact with the manhole cover to the point where you've hit your head on it versus carrying a beer or a person's body? Like, the parts of the manhole that you're touching when you hit your head should also be phasing through the rest of the manhole with you, right? It doesn't make any sense. Whatever, it's dumb. Again, this is not the worst of the film's problems, but this does occupy space in my brain. Just watch the review and turn your brain off. Don't think about it. Just enjoy the review. Why can't you just enjoy things? Turn your brain off. Anyway, they phase shift into the place where second Barry is supposed to get his powers. There's a shelf of chemicals that gets struck by lightning through a window, and the chemicals splash on Barry as he also gets struck by the lightning, and that makes him the Flash. So Barry 1 is trying to seat Barry 2 in the correct position for this to happen, and they both get struck by the lightning bolt. So Barry 2 gets powers, and Barry 1 loses his powers for absolutely no reason. It's like a switch you can turn off, I guess. So they escape the place, and then they have a conversation, and the first Barry is like, yo, I don't have powers anymore, but you do. How am I gonna get back without my powers? Even though I guess there is no getting back, really. You just go forward in time. You want to go do the Speed Force thing to make time go faster. So the second Barry's like, I have powers? Wait, he's Batman?
Wait, he's Batman?
The second Barry gets really excited and runs really fast, and his clothes light on fire, and he falls in front of a truck. For some reason, he can run fast, but he can't get up really fast, which goes against everything else shown in the film. He's just getting up like a normal human being would as this truck almost runs him over. If you can canonically change your clothes and do a bunch of other tasks really fast, then you don't have to be running to do fast things. And yet, when it seems to matter most, he is not getting up fast at all. There were a lot of really bad music choices in this film. When Barry 2 is running really fast because he is excited about his new powers, he gets lit on fire, and the CG is really, really, really bad. And as this is happening, the soundtrack just cuts to the very end of the William Tell Overture, a piece of classical music that's probably been pretty overused in movies and trailers, but they're playing just the very end of it without any sort of build-up whatsoever. It's a really jarring and pointless soundtrack choice. Pretty much every song choice in this entire film feels like it was just added in as an afterthought. There's several scenes where the licensed song choices just ooze out this feeling of trying to be cool. Like, guys, this is a cool scene, right? The song's cool, so the scene's probably cool too, right? What's happening in the movie's cool, right? Right? So then Zod shows up, played by Michael Shannon. This is a thing that happened in Man of Steel, the Superman movie. So now they decide that they need to find the rest of the Justice League so that they can stop Zod from doing the evil, bad things and killing people. So they go to the second Barry's house and do some Google searches. They're unable to find Wonder Woman. They search Aquaman's real name and they find his dad. And it's the same dad from the Aquaman movie. It's the same actor. But for some reason, Aquaman doesn't exist and the guy just has a dog and lives a normal life.
I completely broke the universe.
So then they find out that Batman exists, so they go to Batman's house. But it turns out Batman is, he's got long hair that's covering his face, and there's a really lame fight scene, and they fight each other. There's some really cool music that plays during the fight scene, so you know how cool it is. Man, it's a classic rock song. Thank you. This movie's cool now. And then at the end of the fight scene, it's Michael Keaton. You can see his face now. So yeah, the fact that his face was covered the entire time leads me to believe that this was initially supposed to be a surprise, I guess? Before the marketing strategy turned to, hey, this is actually a Batman movie. You don't have to watch it just for Ezra Miller. You can watch it for Batman, please. So now Batman makes spaghetti and they talk about why time isn't doing the things that they want, and Batman's like, okay, so you thought that you were just changing the future, but you also changed the past.
When you go back and change the past, you create form. You change the future, and you change the past. The future, the past.
Is it really that difficult to not just keep this whole butterfly effect thing situated to events that took place after he changed the timeline? Because if we're gonna start making excuses by saying like, oh, when you change one thing, then that actually changes everything beforehand too, then why did him moving the tomato can save his mom anyway if everything's just fucking random? Do you know how many fucking variables there are if we're gonna say that everything before that is also different in random ways that aren't even affected by him doing the thing that changed the timeline? Basically, nothing matters in the movie. Everything's just random and doesn't exist for any particular reason. There's no stakes. Barry's a fucking god or something. There's no real conflict because everything's random and he can travel through time and just whatever needs to happen will just happen. It doesn't matter why. So Batman is very informed on how multiverses work.
Some strands run almost parallel. There will be inevitable intersections, and others that are just wildly divergent.
He doesn't really explain why he's so confident about this. He just knows things. Like, did you time travel before Batman? No, you know, this is just, everybody knows this. This is how multiverses work. They taught us this in school in this universe, duh. And then the second Barry finds out that he's Batman.
He's Batman?
So they phase shift down into the Batcave because Batman doesn't want to help, so they're just gonna use his stuff without him. Then the two Barrys have a really cringeworthy argument and they're yelling at each other, and the film is seriously implying that Ezra Miller can act. It's very embarrassing. Then Batman has a change of heart and decides to help them, and they find out where Superman is, and then they go to Russia, and it's a scene where the action's happening. They try to break into the place, but they make too much noise, and so the people start shooting at them, and so the second Barry is like, oh no, they're shooting at us. I'm going to move the first Barry out of the way. And because the second Barry is new to the powers or whatever, I guess he'd moved the first Barry wrong or too quickly, and the first Barry throws up, and it's really, really bad looking CG vomit, which is honestly the best way to describe this whole film. Batman starts flying around and beating people up, and it looks like a whole bunch of really bad CG vomit still. So they find the thing that Superman is being trapped in, but there's a combination to the thing, and so Batman tries hacking it, but then Flash is like, what, you're gonna hack it with a flip phone? Wait, he's Batman? So the Barry 2 with the powers disappears for a fraction of a second and comes back and is like, I tried all the combinations and it worked. Which is kind of dumb because I feel like Barry spending what would feel like an eternity through his perspective trying every single different combination on a full-sized keyboard is not really consistent with his character. Like, does he really have the attention span for that? He's really just gonna do that? To put this into perspective, if this were just a 4-digit number keypad, there would be 10,000 different possible combinations. And the movie shows a full-sized keyboard with Barry saying that he tried all the combinations. Okay, I guess he's just really patient now. Or he got really lucky and he's a liar or something. Now that I think about it, he must have tried every single combination because there was no indication that he got the password right until after he was done doing his time thing. It only unlocked once he stopped, so there would be no way of him knowing if one of the combinations he tried already worked. And I guess the keyboards and computers in this multiverse universe, whatever, are just so advanced and fast that they can detect the actual input coming from the Flash within this split second. All of the thousands to potentially millions or billions or trillions or however many different combinations that they tried, it still registers all of that information somehow, and it's not like somebody just mashed all the keyboard buttons together at the same time. Whatever, it's dumb. Don't think about it. Don't think about this review also. Just enjoy the review. Turn your brain off. This is a fun review. You will like it. So they open the thing, and it's not Superman, it's a girl. Oh no. And they try to escape, and the second Barry with the powers gets shot in the knee. So now the stakes are raised. It's serious now because the Flash can't run, and that means he can't be fast, even though he's done many other things fast that were not running throughout the entire film. Like, fuck, just crawl fast or something. Also, when he got struck by lightning earlier in the film, he healed immediately, which is how the first Barry noticed that the second Barry got his powers successfully. Why don't you heal immediately now? Anyway, they escape outside, and then they have more fight scene, and the Supergirl is in the fight scene now also, and it looks like a computer-generated vomit. It looks very bad, and the Flash is not doing anything fast in this scene, so you don't have that excuse, Andy. So then Supergirl is like, I'm not helping you do anything because humans are bad because they put me in the thing. So now they're back at the Batcave, and their plan is to douse the first Barry in chemicals and get him struck by lightning so that he can become the Flash again. So they use a Batman-themed lightning rod attached to an electrical chair, and it doesn't work, and it just hurts him, but then Supergirl comes back out of nowhere and is like, actually, I know that I said that humans are bad, but I realized it was just some humans who are bad. So she carries him up towards the clouds into the thunderstorm so that he can get electrocuted, and again, it just hurts him, and so he's basically just dying. He should be dead already, but they bring him back down, and Barry number 2 holds his hand, and I guess the electricity from his hand was able to help jumpstart the transformation into the super guy. So his body starts healing himself, and now he's a speedy boy again. So there's a few different ways you can interpret what exactly happened here. One is that the chemicals actually had nothing to do with this whatsoever, and you can just get struck by lightning or touched by the Flash after, and you will become another Flash. Another is that the chemicals did have something to do with it, and that Barry memorized exactly which chemicals were present when he first got zapped. Either way, it seems like you have a formula to create a superhero. Like, a lot of these superheroes just have random accidents that couldn't possibly be replicated or are born alien or a billionaire. But this is an instance where someone is actively trying to get those powers, and it worked. Like, if Batman wanted to get super Flash powers, he could now, right? He could just do that. Like, hey, let's douse myself in chemicals and then you touch my hand or something. It is kind of dumb and funny. Also, it was really embarrassing that they were using generic sappy, sad music while they were pretending like the first Barry would die or some shit.
It's working! It's working! Yeah, it's working! Yeah, he's healing! Oh my god, he's okay.
This movie is filled with all of these insincere, pretend emotional beats and music cues. They're just checking items off of a list, as if this film's goal is to create art in any sense of the word. It's manipulative, it's disgusting, stop doing it. So then they go to fight Zod, and it's in the middle of a desert. Some of these scenes remind me of the trailer for Battle Los Angeles. You know, it's like a spaceship and some army guys. It looks like shit. And then the film's score decides to do some weird electronic stuff for the first time in the entire movie, and also never again. Just a very brief choice that is inconsistent with the rest of the film.
Come on, Barbie. Let's go party?
The two Flashes are fighting the Kryptonians, and the second Flash gets a cut on his face while he's fighting them. Even though they were wearing two different uniforms and there was no real need to differentiate them like this. Also, Barry's suit has like a smartwatch thing built into it, and all it does is just tell him when he's hungry. Like, yo, your energy's about to deplete, and then he just eats a chocolate bar. Like, he can't tell when he's hungry? I guess they just needed the visual for the audience because it would be weird if he said it out loud. Then the Barrys and the Supergirl and the Batman, they're beating everybody up, and they play some rock music, and it means that it's cool, and so therefore it's a cool scene because they're playing cool music. They fighted the bad guys. Then the movie pretends to be really dramatic, and Supergirl gets killed by Zod, and Batman kamikazes his bat plane into something. And the Flash watches this happen, and his response is just, no! Like, that's it. No! It's mysteriously emotionally held back, you know? I don't know why it would be the case when Ezra Miller is just such a great actor. Everything else I've seen them do in this movie is just so fantastic. I don't know why they're so held back in this moment in particular. Why would their character not care that there's dead people? So the two Barrys are like, oh no, they're dead, that sucks. And Barry number 2 is like, wait, we can go back through time. I'm gonna start running now. And then Barry number 1 has to chase after him. And I guess they can both simultaneously occupy the Chrono Bowl, where they can turn back time and change things. So the two Barrys rewind time just barely enough to tell Batman to stay away from the thing that shoots his thing, and so that his eject seat actually works this time. But then Supergirl dies anyway, and then Batman fights one of the big things, the humanoid alien things, and he uses timed sticky grenades, and he like sticks one on one part of him and he's like boom, and it doesn't kill him, and he sticks one on another part of him, it's like boom, it doesn't kill him, and he sticks another one on it, and instead of it going boom, there's a long dramatic pause where Batman, I guess, falls over and gets up, and the guy's like slowly walking towards him, and then it explodes. So Batman used his dramatic timing sticky grenade as the third one that actually killed the guy. He knew it would look cool, so he did that. He wasn't that concerned about his own life. He just wanted to do something that looked cool. And then he just falls over and dies anyway, and we get more bland, generic, insincere, fake, sad music to accompany his death while the Flash is like, oh, well, I'm over top of your body now as you're dying. Look at my eyes or something. I don't know. It's just like a lot of other movies. You see? This is like a movie now.
Hey. Be okay. Hey. 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 You're gonna be okay, baby. Nothing's okay. Maybe some other time. Harry.
And none of this matters because they just go back through time again anyway. They just go back to the Chrono Bowl. And I guess that every time they do this, they're creating another universe or going into another existing universe. So they're just incredibly astronomically lucky that when they get back to that fight scene that everything's not entirely different. Like, I understand how Batman was trying to explain it with the spaghetti earlier in the film. He's like, oh no, it's not one line that goes into two different paths. These are two completely separate paths that meet at a point, and so at this exact point, things are going to be exactly the same. And sure, if you only think about it on an extremely small scale of just like, oh yeah, the mother went shopping for tomatoes, and that was the moment where the timelines met up, but it was actually a different timeline, then as long as you don't think about literally anything else that's taking place in the world, then that kind of makes sense. Like, what exactly is the radius or distance of things that need to be the same at this point in time for the two timelines to intersect? Because if literally the entire universe or even just the planet was the exact same as the other timeline at that point in time, then it would be impossible for things to have been different before that point in time. Like, physically, it would be impossible for things to wind up in the exact same space if there were entirely different things happening before that point. There really is no part of two different timelines that would intersect if you really think about it. Because even if we're looking at something like Barry moving a can of tomatoes into his mother's shopping cart when he was a child and his mom was at the grocery store, for the first Barry's and second Barry's respective timelines to truly intersect, would there not also have to be an Aquaman somewhere else at that point in time? Even if we were to say that there was a radius of like 10 feet surrounding Barry, and that it's just that specific moment in that specific area that's the same between the two intersecting timelines, it's still not the same because one of those Barrys has different memories and experiences. One of those Barrys has memories of Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future. The other one does not. So it's not really an intersecting timeline. Nothing matters and you're just making shit up and they just do whatever and there's no real rules and nobody ever dies and there's no stakes and there's no consequences and the movie's just a bunch of fucking bullshit. Whatever. They keep going back in time into the Chrono Bowl, and they keep trying to save Batman and Supergirl, who are still the correct Batman and Supergirl. There's really no reason why they shouldn't be different people. Like, even if they look the same, if it's a different past, they're not really the same person. What if one of these attempts is a universe where Zod's the good guy? What if you're helping Batman and Supergirl destroy the planet? You don't know. The entire past was different. The whole universe is mom's spaghetti. You don't know anything. As soon as you exit the Chrono Bowl and change something, then it's a different thing entirely. You don't know what happened before you got to this point. You don't know why anyone's fighting. None of this matters. None of this makes any sense. So the two Flashes just chill in the Chrono Bowl thinking about what to do, and they don't need to be running for time to be stopped, I guess. They can just stand and chill there. It's I don't know why. And the second Flash just decides to keep continuing different attempts to save people while the first Flash is standing there just being like, hey, bro, let's just think about this for a second. What are you doing, bro? What? Stop it. Also, if they're going back in time and changing this shit, shouldn't they be duplicating themselves every single time they try to go back? Like, they both went back once. How come they didn't see Barry 1 and 2 there? There should be 4 Barrys after both of them try to go back to change the fight scene the first time. One of them continues to go back and do this multiple times, and every time he comes back, he's like, Barry, why don't you go out there? I need you in there. Where are you? But even if the first Barry didn't go back out there to help him, he was already there. So what do you mean he's not there? He is there because he was. If Barry number 1 stays in the Chrono Bowl and Barry number 2 is leaving the Chrono Bowl to go back in time and change the outcome of the fight scene, there should be at least 3 Barrys fighting there, because the entire reason why there's 2 Barrys right now is because if you go back in time and do a thing, there's another Barry there. They didn't go back in time yet. They're still there. You're gonna meet yourself. There should have been 4 Barrys fighting when they went back the first time. Why not? So the second Barry just keeps going out and trying to change things, and he keeps coming back, and he has a new injury every time. He's got more shit that's attached to him. And the first Barry is like, yo, Barry, this is an inevitable intersection. You can't save them for some reason. I've decided this now.
What, you just stand here the whole time? Barry, this is an inevitable intersection. You have to stop. Barry!
The first Barry is just deciding that this is a canon event that has to happen no matter what. So you've got time travel and multiverses, but is it really time travel? You're just kind of going to a different universe, maybe? It's not really the same. Either way, the concept of fate is pretty fucking incompatible with this story. Like, no, this has to happen, even though I already went back in time and saved my mom. Like, what the fuck? You already did a thing that made it so that the thing didn't happen. Sure, you're technically in a different universe, but is that not what Batman said is happening every time you do this anyway? Shouldn't you be in a different universe now? Maybe you're not going back far enough. Why don't you try to save your mom in, like, a different way? Just go back and save your mom again and do something slightly different, and then this time it'll be like, oh, wow, everything's really weird, and maybe there won't be a Zod. You never know. Just roll the fucking dice. Ah, yes, Back to the Future, starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. You might as well try, you selfish asshole. You got what you wanted. Batman and Supergirl just don't matter to you. What the fuck? So now Barry number 1 is telling Barry number 2, like, oh, I went back in time initially just to save mom because she died, and now I have to undo that. And I don't know why he's suggesting that. Barry number 2 is like, no, we can still save her. And Barry number 1 is just convinced, like, no, I gotta go back and have my mom die. Obviously, that's why we can't save Batman. Have you even considered that the reason Barry number 2 is making all of these unsuccessful attempts to save Batman and Supergirl is because you're not helping? You're kind of just staying in the Chrono Sphere. What is this called? What is it? Chrono Bowl? You're just chilling there while the other Barry's trying to save people, and you're like, no, listen, we've got to not try. I saw Batman talk about spaghetti. Trust me, this is the spaghetti zone. You don't get it. I've decided that these are the stakes now. Nothing matters in this film. This is what Bruce was talking about with the spaghetti. He points at the cooked spaghetti and says, some strands run almost parallel. There will be inevitable intersections, and others that are just wildly divergent. And from that essentially throwaway line about inevitable intersections, Barry number 1 has determined that not only is this one of them, but that this is even what he meant by that? Again, I'm asking for Batman's credentials on time travel and multiverses. Is this just like a fact? Did they teach you this at Bat School? Barry, this is what Bruce was talking about. It's an inevitable intersection, okay? It's gonna fail no matter how many times we try, even though I'm not trying and you're the only one that's trying, and it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy that I'm doing right now. That one sentence that he said while making spaghetti is influencing whether or not I try to save the lives of many people. Yeah, Fuck this universe, bro. It's an inevitable intersection. I'm the hero of this story. What? No matter what we do, this world dies. I've tried maybe twice to change it, and I've decided that there's nothing we can do. Even though we could theoretically turn 2 berries into 4 berries into 8 berries into 16 berries into 32 berries into 64 berries into 128 berries, etc. Based on the logic of this film. Based on the fact that there's 2 of you right now. This universe is gonna die. Also, why are you saying that this universe is destined to die today when it was also explained to you earlier that by changing the past, you are creating different universes anyway? Isn't this universe solely just the one attempt that you made the first time? Did you not create another universe by making another attempt? Is that not what was explained earlier? Wait, he's Batman? It's so stupid. Nothing matters. It would be one thing if this movie was just a gigantic shitpost and they were playing on the fact that it didn't make any sense. Like, oh, this movie's a joke and it's supposed to be bad and it's ironic or something. But the film is presenting itself as if there's actual emotion in these scenes. Like, you're supposed to be sad that the main character can't save anybody because he said that that's the case, even though it doesn't make any sense. Oh, I'm so sad watching this movie because he wants to save them, but he can't because he said that he can't. So I'm sad because I believe what he said. Don't know why he said it, but that's what they're telling me to feel sad with this music, so, you know.
Sometimes we just have to let go. Let go of Mom?
The actual serious tone that they're presenting while they're like, oh, Barry, not every problem has a solution, bro. Wait, he's Batman? Can't do anything about it. Oh. He believes that this is an inevitable intersection because he tried saving Batman and Supergirl twice, or 3 times maybe, and it didn't work. So then why does he also think that his mom dying is an inevitable intersection? That's what he's implying, right? When he says, oh no, I have to go back and kill my mom because that's a thing that's supposed to happen. You can't change the fucking past for everything you want to do thing. Guy, like, he did save his mom. That was a thing that he was able to change. That is very clearly not an inevitable intersection. Also, the different times that you tried to save Batman and Supergirl had different results. Batman survived for longer on one of those times. Like, we all die eventually, so you did change that timeline by making Batman live longer than the other time that you tried. What's to say that you can't make him live even longer than that? Is this movie suggesting that Supergirl is weaker than Superman? Because didn't Superman, like, do something about the whole thing that happened here? I didn't watch Man of Steel, but I'll get right on that, actually. So then the Barry number 2 is like, well, I'm gonna keep trying, you asshole. And then the guy from earlier that punched him out of the Chrono Bowl shows back up. It's an evil looking guy. He's like, I'm evil. Then a part of his mask thing comes off and he's like, oh, the scar on your face. You're the other Barry. You're the Barry too, but in the future. Wait, he's Batman? As if we needed the scar on his face for him to figure that out. Pretty sure every single person in the audience figured it out before you, Barry. I guess he never would have figured it out if that specific part on his face didn't break off and reveal that scar for him. So then for absolutely no reason, a hole opens in the Chrono Dome sphere thing, and there's a bunch of other universes that they can see that are colliding and collapsing in on each other. Theirs is fine, but they can all see that those other universes are doing badly, and this is where we get a bunch of terrible looking PS3 graphics references to other Superman and Batman things. One of the Superman universes is black and white. That canonizes the black and white Superman films as, I guess, just films that were shot in a universe that didn't invent color, and not an old black and white film made about a universe where color exists. Interesting. We see Nick Cage Superman, very Reddit of you movie, very cool. There's a bunch of references, and everything's canon now. Every DC movie ever made is in the same universe, and it's all canon. Nothing's rewritten, I guess, and I hate to say it, but you're late to the fucking party, DC. This is old now. It's not interesting or surprising. It's basically expected at this point. You're just doing the things that Marvel did. Get your own fucking identity. You know what the films Joker and The Batman did that made them so successful? They weren't just trying to copy shit that Marvel was doing. They were doing their own thing. This film is an unintentional parody of everything wrong with DC movies and superhero movies in general. It is such a Frankenstein's monster of a film. This is the film equivalent of sewing a bunch of dead body parts together and passing it off as a living human being. This whole multiverse shit is so old by this point too. Fucking A24 beat you to it, DC. Just go home. What is this? Everything's canon and nothing matters, and Barry 2 gets stabbed by his older future self, which causes the older version of Barry 2 to disintegrate? Like, oh, I'm disappearing because if the previous version of myself dies, then I would not grow up to be here. So it's like I was never here, except it's happening in real time for some reason. But going by that logic, shouldn't Barry number 1 also disintegrate? If Barry number 2 got stabbed and died before he was able to become the evil super Barry that's older, then he also wouldn't have punched Barry number 1 out of the chrono zone and he wouldn't be there. If we're going by that logic, which I would have to assume the movie is trying to imply, if one of them is disintegrating right now, then why is it entirely selective about who's disintegrating? Shouldn't the older version of Barry number 2 be as unaffected as Barry number 1? Because every time they go and change a timeline, it creates a new thing, right? Did the older Barry number 2 not change the timeline by punching Barry number 1 into the thing that the chrono splash zone? Both of them are just changing things and creating different universes every time they change things, so both of them should equally not be affected by it, right? The older Barry was also changing things and theoretically creating new universes every time, right? Right? Whatever, nothing matters then. They do what they want and nothing matters. So the 18-year-old version of Barry number 2 now dies in Barry number 1's arms, and Barry number 2's like, tell mom that I love her. Sad, insincere, sappy bullshit generic music plays, and it is genuinely parody level.
Hey, hey. Hey. Hey.
Oh, I'm dead now. My head's gonna go back. I'm dead now. Oh, I was holding the little doll that we were talking about earlier. It's a monkey. Mom called us monkey. Oh, I'm dead. This is a serious sad scene and not a very unintentionally hilarious scene, okay? The sad music is playing, so you're sad now. So Barry then immediately goes back in time to the grocery store, and he actually sees his other past version of himself putting the tomatoes in his mom's cart, which reinforces the idea that there should be several berries every time that he changes something, but okay, there wasn't the other times. And he immediately ignores his own advice and his own excuses for letting people die just minutes ago. He walks right up to his mom and is like, oh, you don't know me, but I'm just visiting my mom. And she's like, you look like you need a hug. I'm gonna hug you. All right, so I think this tier is CG as well. I think they CG'd a few tiers here. It kind of just disappears nowhere. It doesn't leave any residue anywhere. And the drips are so long. Like, that looks fake as fuck, right? That looks very fake. And it was all very convenient for this character that he got to hug his mom and talk to her for the last time, even though the only reason she's dying is because he's fine with it. He's just decided that it has to happen for some reason. We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. She just whispers in his ear saying things like, your mom must be very grateful to have you here. She's very lucky to have you. She must love you very much.
I'm very lucky to have her. Ah.
You have to tell her that.
God, just fuck already. And so the Flash slows down time so that his mother is frozen, and he just kind of walks around the store, thus reinforcing the idea that he can just decide to slow time down. He doesn't really need to be running, I guess. Look at this. Look at this. It's so obvious. Look at this. There's just CG tears everywhere in this movie.
Love you, Mom.
It's so bad. It's so bad looking. They have yet another really sappy and insincere song choice, implying that we're supposed to feel sad about his situation even though he's causing it. He could just decide to not do this, you know? There's nothing preventing him. How is anyone supposed to take this seriously? So after saying goodbye to his mom for the last time and knowing she's going to die, he decides to move all of the tomato cans to the top shelf so that when his dad comes to the store later while his mom is being killed, he will be forced to look up when he grabs the tomatoes and thus be caught on a security camera and have a solid alibi against killing his wife. So he shows back up to whatever the present is, I guess, and he shows up to court just as his dad's lawyer is giving a very dramatic presentation of the security camera footage. This proves my client's innocence, and everybody's like, woo, yeah! So he decided to kill his mom and let his dad be free from prison, and this is fine now. What a great main character, guys. Very relatable. Dudes rock. And, yep, at the end of the movie, there's a George Clooney Batman, because it turns out he created another universe, but I guess he's just gonna continue living in this one. He's not going to try any other approach to saving his own mom. He's just going to let her die a horrible death. He's not even gonna try and, like, I don't know, scope out the crime scene and just see who did it. Like, you can go somewhere and slow down time and see what happened without anyone knowing that you were there at any point. Would that not be the least intrusive way you could change the past? And also, I guess it doesn't matter whether or not you're being intrusive because you had an entire conversation with your mom and hugged her and then moved the tomatoes anyway? Why don't you stop the murder? This guy could be a serial killer. You're allowing countless more murders to happen for no reason. I hate this. Also, how come there's no second Barry in this universe? He shows up to court and everyone's expecting him there and he says hi to his dad and everything, but this isn't the same universe that he left from at the beginning of the movie. So shouldn't there be a second Barry that he runs into in this universe, just like the other time that he changed the tomatoes and created a new timeline or whatever the fuck happened? Why is he the only Barry there? Where's the other one? If you want the movie to be this stupid, then release it as a shitpost comedy or something. Stop pretending that there's any real drama in this film, and stop pretending that anything matters and that there's actually any consequences. So yeah, George Clooney Batman, ha, funny, that was a reference. They did it at the end, so he's in it, the movie. The end credits had a reference to an OK Go music video. I wasn't expecting that. And in the post credits, Barry runs into Aquaman, and it is still Jason Momoa. And it seems as though the only reason this post credits scene happened is to essentially tell DC fans, hey, this is still canon, okay? You can still buy a ticket to Aquaman 2, because everything he's doing in that movie is gonna still be a part of the universe that isn't being scrapped right now. It won't be a waste of your time, guys, I promise. It'll actually mean something. It's all a part of the same story. So yeah, I am exhausted. I have been yelling about this movie for a long time over the course of several days. It's really incredible contrasting this to, I don't know, the new Spider-Verse movie.
New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez has been indicted on charges that he took bribes of cash, gold bars, and a luxury car for corrupt purposes, including using his influence over foreign affairs to benefit the Egyptian government. Investigators found $100,000 in gold bars and $480,000 in hidden cash at Menendez's house. Menendez's wife Nadine was also indicted along with 3 New Jersey businessmen. And perhaps most surprisingly, the charges are unrelated to the senator's 2016 criminal case, which ended with a hung jury. Menendez is the first active senator to be indicted for 2 different criminal cases, so congrats on making history again, Senator. Now, Menendez has already stepped down as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, and his re-election campaign is now in doubt. And now, as of the time of this recording, roughly half of the Democrats in the Senate have called for Menendez's resignation. Now, this is a stark contrast to the last time that Menendez was under scrutiny, possibly because there's a Democratic governor in New Jersey who would appoint Menendez's replacement, which wasn't the case last time. So today we're going to talk about how the Supreme Court has made it harder for the Justice Department to prosecute public corruption, and just how brazen the Menendez corruption allegations appear to be. Now, as usual, keep in mind that the facts in the indictment are still allegations, and the government still has to prove its case. And here, this is something that the Justice Department knows all too well, because Senator Menendez, a Democrat, has been in the DOJ's crosshairs since 2015, when a grand jury indicted him on 14 counts of bribery, wire fraud, making false statements, and conspiracy over favors he did for a Florida eye doctor, Solomon Melgen. Menendez stood trial for pressuring the government to resolve a Medicare billing dispute in Melgen's favor, securing visas for the doctor's girlfriends, and helping to protect a contract the doctor had to provide port screening equipment to the Dominican Republic. Now, the government argued at trial that Dr. Melgen's gifts and campaign contributions were part of an agreement between the men that Menendez would intercede with government officials for Dr. Melgen on an as-needed basis over many years. For example, prosecutors tried to demonstrate a connection between a $60,000 donation to Menendez's legal defense fund and the New Jersey Democratic State Committee, and a request by Menendez the same day to meet with Ambassador William Brownfield about a cargo contract dispute involving Melgen. Menendez's defense was that he and Melgen were just good friends, and as we all know, very good friends give each other lavish gifts, including free rides on private jets. Menendez did not initially disclose his private jet rides on his Senate ethics filings, but he amended them later. And this defense seemed to work for Menendez. When his case went to trial in 2017, jurors were deadlocked on most counts, and the trial judge finally declared a hung jury. And after the hung jury, District Judge William Walls granted the defense's motion for acquittal as to 7 of the 18 counts in the indictment. The judge made a distinction between campaign contributions and other things of value because the campaign contributions have increased First Amendment protection. And if the bribery involves campaign funds, the government has to prove an explicit quid pro quo, which requires evidence connecting the quid and the quo. Menendez accepted gifts, but the gifts weren't clearly predicated on political favors, as the argument goes, and some of Dr. Melgen's generosity arguably grew out of the friendship between the 2 men. The Justice Department dismissed the remaining charges against Menendez, but Dr. Melgen was convicted of 67 counts of healthcare fraud for stealing $73 million and sentenced to 17 years in prison. However, Donald Trump commuted Melgen's sentence in 2021. And Menendez is said to have played a small part in that commutation. Now, several federal statutes provide for federal prosecution of public corruption by elected officials, including RICO, the Hobbs Act, the Travel Act, and bribery, mail, and wire fraud statutes, etc. Now, it's always been challenging to prove bribery and related crimes because often these crimes happen in secret backroom meetings with a wink and a nod. But proving these crimes is now a lot harder because of a series of decisions by the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Roberts. And we can start with the 2010 case of Skilling versus the United States, where the court narrowed the definition of honest services fraud under 18 U.S.C. 1346. In that case, former Enron CEO Jeffrey Skilling only defrauded people who had a fiduciary duty, effectively engaging in self-dealing instead of defrauding a third party. And as a result, Skilling got 10 years knocked off of his prison sentence, and the federal government saw its ability to go after public corruption diminished. In the Skilling case, the honest services statute was interpreted to apply only to kickbacks and bribes, and didn't prescribe undisclosed self-dealing by a public official or private employee. That is, the taking of an official action by the employee that furthers his own undisclosed financial interests while purporting to act on the interests of those for whom he has a fiduciary duty. The Roberts Court dealt another blow to public corruption efforts in its 2016 decision in McDonald versus United States. In that case, the court reversed a corruption conviction of the former governor of Virginia, Bob McDonnell, who had accepted gifts from a political donor who wanted to do business with the state, including $175,000, clothing, a Ferrari, and Rolex. The Supreme Court vacated the convictions because McDonnell's actions were not considered official acts under the statutory definition of that term. In the McDonald case, Johnny Williams was the owner of a Virginia company called Star Scientific, which was developing a supplement called Anablock. Star Scientific used to be a cigarette company, but in 2012 it rebranded itself as a technology innovator, promoting a dietary supplement containing tobacco. I mean, just straight out of The Simpsons. Williams met McDonald during his re-election campaign for governor of Virginia. Williams pitched his tobacco supplement to McDonald, expressing his desire that public universities get research grants to study all the benefits of Anablock. McDonald introduced Williams to Virginia's Secretary of Health and Human Resources. A couple months later, McDonald's wife Maureen suggested that Williams sit with her at a campaign rally, and as a thank you, Williams purchased her $20,000 worth of clothing. McDonald's and Williams then met at the governor's mansion to discuss.
Will Ivan still be farming fish when drunk Pat gets here?
McDonald and his wife were having some serious money problems at the time.
Probably.
Maureen told Williams that her husband had a message for him. It's okay for me to help you, but I need you to help me. Williams got the message and gave the couple $65,000. And McDonald set up meetings for Williams with state agencies. Williams let the McDonalds use his vacation house and drive his Ferrari. When Maureen suggested that her husband would really like a Rolex, Governor McDonald got a Rolex. And the governor delivered on his promises to help Williams. In 2011, he set up a lunch with university researchers and Williams with the goal of launching an Anablock. McDonald spoke to the researchers about the scientific validity of the supplement, whether or not there was any reason to explore this further, and if it might be something good for the Commonwealth. Governor McDonald then asked for a $50,000 loan. Maureen McDonald emailed her husband's counsel, urging them to get this going, and the governor held a second reception for the university researchers. McDonald even suggested that Virginia offer an Anablock on the state's employee health care plan. Williams then gave the McDonald's another loan and took them on a vacation. Federal prosecutors indicted McDonald in 2014 for honest services fraud and extortion under the Hobbs Act. Now, the biggest issue was whether McDonald received anything of value in return for being influenced in the performance of an official act. The bribery statute defines an official act as, quote, any decision or action on any question, matter, cause, suit, proceeding, or controversy which may at any time be pending or which may by law be brought before any public official in such official's official capacity or in such official's place of trust or profit. The Supreme Court overturned McDonald's conviction, writing that, quote, in the government's view, official act specifically includes arranging a meeting, contacting another public official, or hosting an event without more concerning any subject, including a broad policy issue such as Virginia's economic development. But the Supreme Court said that that was simply too broad. It could stifle all constituent services and chill the actions of politicians. Though, to be fair to the government's position, the statute literally uses the word any several times, and the plain text of the statute doesn't include any limiting language. But the Supreme Court construed the words question and matter narrowly. According to the court, for the government to prove its case, there needed to be something more before an event, meeting, or speech related to a pending question or matter became an official decision or action. The court said that the something more could be McDonald taking action or making a decision on a qualifying step toward an official act, using an official position to exert pressure on another official to perform an official act, or providing advice to another official, knowing or intending that such advice would form the basis for an official act by another official. But the Supreme Court made a distinction between simply expressing support and exerting pressure on another government official. And the court decided that setting up these meetings where Williams could push a supplement was not really an official decision or action. So the court overturned the conviction and remanded the case to the Fourth Circuit to decide whether McDonald's other actions were official acts under the new definition. And the Justice Department, specifically a prosecutor known as Jack Smith, elected to drop the case. Now, obviously, based on all this, Senator Menendez is going to need a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer to facilitate a real estate development. So you can see that these decisions made it much, much harder to go after public bribery. And so why would the government pursue charges against Bob Menendez now? Well, because Menendez's alleged conduct, which started less than a year after he escaped conviction on bribery charges, was just so brazen that prosecutors think that they can prove their case. And it's one of the reasons that they are charging him with a bunch of crimes that are not actual bribery itself, but things related to bribery. Now, the Menendez indictment names 4 co-defendants: his wife Nadine, Will Hanna, Jose Uribe, and Fred Davis. Menendez started dating Nadine Arslanian immediately after he won his earlier corruption case. He proposed to her after a year of dating by singing a song from The Greatest Showman, and I regret to inform you that we have video footage. The indictment says that while they were dating, Nadine introduced Menendez to Will Hanna, who she had known for years. When the couple met, Nadine was apparently unemployed. Will Hanna had been an import-export guy with Egypt and a friend of Nadine's for a long time, but we don't know many details about their connection. The FBI discovered thousands of text messages between Hanna and Nadine on Hanna's phone. Shortly after she told Hanna that she was dating Menendez, the two got to work introducing the senator to Egyptian officials. Hanna also connected Nadine with Jose Uribe, a New Jersey businessman who already had a fraud conviction. Menendez also had a relationship with the other defendant, Fred Dybus, a real estate developer. In 2018, the feds charged Dybus with obtaining loans under false pretenses from a bank that he founded. Dybus is one of Menendez's top fundraisers. The indictment alleges that the couple accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars of bribes in exchange for using Menendez's power and influence as a senator to seek to protect and enrich Hanna, Uribe, and Dybus, and to benefit the Arab Republic of Egypt. Those bribes included cash, gold, payments toward a home mortgage, compensation for low or no-show job, a luxury vehicle, and other things of value. In June of 2022, the FBI executed a search warrant on Menendez's home. Over $480,000 in cash, much of it stuffed into envelopes and hidden in clothing, closets, and a safe, was discovered in the home, along with over $70,000 in Nadine Menendez's safe deposit box. Some of the envelopes contained the fingerprints and/or DNA of Dybus or his driver. Other cash was found on jackets actually bearing the name Senator Bob Menendez, as you can see in that photograph. The search also turned up gold bars. The indictment alleges that Menendez took a series of official acts to benefit the Egyptian government and enrich his co-defendants. Menendez was then the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and subsequently became the chair. Now, this status gave him influence over the executive branch's decisions to provide foreign military sales, foreign military financing, and other aid or support for the benefit of the government of Egypt. And here's just one example of a potential quid pro quo. In exchange for promising to use his power and authority to facilitate weapons sales and financing to Egypt, Hanna promised, among other things, to put Nadine Menendez on the payroll of his company in a low or no-show job. And apparently Menendez's help went well beyond advocating for more military aid for Egypt. He actually promised to get non-public information regarding the number and nationality of people who worked at the U.S. Embassy in Cairo. Quote, although this information was not classified, it was deemed highly sensitive because it could pose significant operational security concerns if disclosed to a foreign government or if made public. Menendez obtained the information and then, without telling his professional staff, his Senate colleagues, or the State Department that he was doing so, texted that information to Nadine. And here's that text message. Just FYI, a number of Americans, a combination of diplomats, commercial service, USAID, other number of Egyptians, locally employed staff, this is what's at American Embassy. And summary of ratio are Egyptians working at embassy. Now this is incredibly serious because he potentially revealed the identities of people who might have been working counterintelligence under diplomatic cover. Nadine Menendez passed that information to Hanna, who passed it along to an Egyptian official. Later in May of 2018, Menendez had dinner with Hanna and gave him non-public information about military aid to Egypt, prompting Hanna to text an Egyptian official the following information. Quote, the ban on small arms and ammunition to Egypt has been lifted. That means sales can begin. This will include sniper rifles, among other articles. Now, it should be noted that the government of Egypt is known as being relatively authoritarian with a poor human rights right. Though Menendez might argue that he wasn't alone in trying to push aid for Egypt. At the time that these events went down, President Trump had expressed support for President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, who was seeking the power to remain in office until 2034. And other senators obviously agreed with the military package. But Menendez was the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, and he was allegedly acting in secret without notifying his colleagues. And his activities on behalf of the Egyptian government included ghostwriting a letter seeking to convince other senators to lift a hold on $300 million to Egypt. And here's an example of Menendez flexing his power as chair. After meeting with Egyptian officials and Nadine, Menendez texted Nadine, quote, tell Will I am going to sign off on the sale to Egypt today. Egypt, 46,000 120mm target practice rounds and 10,000 rounds tank ammunition, 99 million. Note, these tank rounds are for tanks they have had for many years. They are using these in the Sinai for the counterterrorism campaign. Now, in the McDonald case, the Supreme Court ruled that prosecutors can't demonstrate official acts just through chronology alone. However, there are several instances where there appeared to be a very close nexus between Menendez's act and the payments. For example, he gave Nadine, quote, a copy of a news article reporting on questions that other U.S. senators intended to ask Egyptian officials, 5 regarding a human rights issue. A few days later, Menendez met with the Egyptian official, and 2 days after the trial, Hanna purchased 22 one-ounce gold bars, each with a unique serial number. 2 of these one-ounce gold bars were subsequently found during the court-authorized search in June 2022 at the residence of Menendez and Nadine Menendez. footnotes. So that's an instance of Menendez helping to prepare an Egyptian official to answer questions from his colleagues, and then being rewarded quickly, possibly with actual gold bars. And Menendez can't really use the friend defense on this one either, and this isn't Justice Thomas hanging out with his wealthy friend on a luxury yacht. Menendez was accepting gold bars and hiding them in his clothes. And another problem for Menendez is that his wife seemed to be pretty bold in asking for money. When a news article reported that the US government would send $2.5 billion in military aid to Egypt, Nadine allegedly sought a kickback. She forwarded a link to the news article to Hannah, writing, "Bob had to sign off on this." The indictment says that Hannah, Uribe, and Dibus complied with her request by giving the couple hundreds of thousands of dollars in checks, cash, and gold, some of which was recovered during the June 2022 search. Nadine also allegedly sold some of the gold in Manhattan prior to the search and deposited the proceeds into bank accounts she controlled. It also appears that Menendez helped his co-defendants monopolize the Egyptian market for certifying imported halal meat. Apparently, all Egyptian meat must be certified as halal, meaning that it has been procured, stored, and shipped in accordance with Islamic law. And obtaining this certificate is a crucial requirement for meat suppliers to be able to access the lucrative Egyptian market. And until 2019, American exporters were generally able to meet these conditions and bring their products to the Egyptian market. However, in May of that year, the Egyptian Agriculture Ministry disqualified all halal certificates eligible to operate in the United States, except for one newly licensed company, ISEG Halal Certified. 5 months later, the ministry awarded the same company exclusive certification rights in South America as well, a major source of Egypt's imported meat. Now, ISEG Halal is owned by none other than Will Hanna. So the government of Egypt granted Hanna an exclusive monopoly, even though neither Hanna or his company had experience with halal certification. And the indictment alleges that Nadine and Bob formed an LLC to receive bribe payments for their actions. Upon Nadine's marriage to Senator Menendez, Hanna gave Nadine a lucrative sinecure. At the time, Hanna's company wasn't doing very well, but when he brought Nadine on board, he suddenly wound up with an exclusive contract to export halal meat to Egypt.
I tell you, this no-show shit is tough. Deciding what not to wear to work, what not to put in my lunchbox.
When the Egyptian government gave Hanna the monopoly, Nadine texted her husband, quote, "It seems like halal went through. It might be a fantastic 2019 all the way around." Apparently, Nadine told a family member about this arrangement, texting that, quote, "Every time I'm in a middle person for a deal, I'm asking to get paid, and this is my consulting company." Seems like a pretty clear way of describing a kickback. And prosecutors, I'm sure, will be eager to show the text messages to the jury. The indictment says Hanna used the proceeds from the monopoly to fund bribes. The implication here is that the Egyptian government might have come up with a way to help Hanna to get even closer to Menendez. And it appears that officials from the U.S. Department of Agriculture objected to the monopoly, but Menendez intervened to defend ISEG Halal. When a USDA official tried to explain that the monopoly was detrimental to U.S. interests, Menendez demanded that the USDA stay out of it, and Hanna, Uribe, and Dibus made sure that Bob and Nadine were paid for their efforts. Hanna paid Nadine's mortgage when the house went into foreclosure in 2019. When the men delayed their monthly payments to the LLC, Nadine pestered them about not delivering the envelopes that contained money, obviously, in a timely manner. And eventually, ISEG Halal issued 3 $10,000 checks to the LLC. And this appears to be another reason that the DOJ chose to go after Menendez. The money was going straight into an LLC in their name, rather than into a campaign account or disguised through shell companies. So if true, this is just, really sloppy corruption. Now, Fred Dibus reportedly has ties to the Genovese family in New Jersey. In 2020, the feds were prosecuting him for an insider loan scam tied to his bank. Menendez recommended President Joe Biden appoint a prosecutor who he believed would be more sympathetic to Menendez. And that nominee appears to be the current U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Philip Selinger. Selinger eventually recused himself from the Dibus case. Dibus and his driver allegedly delivered envelopes with thousands of dollars in cash to Menendez's home. Now, a few days later, the indictment says Menendez allegedly conducted a Google search for kilo of gold price. Then Nadine brought 2 kilo gold bars to be appraised by a jeweler. The indictment says that she lied and said she obtained the bars from her mother, when in reality the gold bars had serial numbers showing that they were purchased by Dibus. And Menendez also appears to have tried to intervene in a state prosecution of one of Uribe's relatives, and in exchange for his actions, Nadine received a Mercedes-Benz. And the government might have a slightly stronger case with respect to the ways that Menendez intervened in state criminal prosecutions. The indictment alleges that Menendez did things that he hoped would resolve the prosecutions in favor of his co-defendants. He met with a candidate for federal prosecutor and raised the prospects of dropping the Dibus prosecution. When that candidate said he would have to recuse himself from that prosecution, Menendez decided not to recommend that candidate to Biden. Menendez then recommended that President Biden appoint another candidate for federal prosecutor who Menendez believed would be favorable for Davis. But the indictment doesn't say that Menendez asked any government official to actually drop the charges. Although the prosecutor got the appointment, he then recused himself from the case, and Menendez complained about this recusal and asked his advisor to look into it. Davis then awarded Menendez with money and bars. The indictment also charges Menendez with interfering with a second state prosecution, this time on behalf of an associate of Uribe. At the time, Nadine Menendez was involved in a car accident, and Hana and Uribe allegedly gave her a car in exchange for help with a criminal case. They all had dinner, and a few days later, the senator called the state official and, quote, spoke with him in an attempt, through advice and pressure, to cause a resolution of the prosecution in the New Jersey defendant's favor. The indictment says the New Jersey official ignored Menendez's comments and did not intervene in the matter and did not talk with the prosecution team about Menendez. But the indictment contains a curious allegation, quote, nonetheless, in or about April 2019, the New Jersey defendant resolved his criminal prosecution with a guilty plea pursuant to a plea agreement that recommended a non-incarceratory sentence. This resolution was more favorable to the New Jersey defendant than the prosecutor's initial plea offer earlier in the case. So the defendant got a favorable deal, but prosecutors never talked with Menendez, nor did they know that Menendez inquired about the case. That's curious. So the McDonald case certainly complicates the government's effort to prove that Menendez's activities were official acts within the meaning of the Supreme Court's interpretation of the law. However, I'm sure Menendez will argue that he was simply expressing support for Egypt and not directly intervening on any matter before the government. And the government also has to prove that the money and gifts were actually given in exchange for Menendez's actions, which is always a hard thing to prove. Now, Menendez is charged with conspiracy to commit bribery, conspiracy to commit honest services fraud, and conspiracy to commit extortion under color of official right. Now, all public corruption prosecutions involve proving that a public official performed an official act, and courts turn to the official act definition in the bribery statute section 201A3 as discussed above. Count number 2 involves a conspiracy to commit honest services fraud, and honest services fraud is defined in federal statute 18 U.S.C. 1346 as a scheme to defraud another of the intangible right to honest services through a scheme to violate a fiduciary duty.
just got there. Competition's in the air tonight. Cats and dogs are beating the shit out of each other. Air hates fish. And Scott's fighting the urge to lose, which shouldn't be a problem with that fancy professional video game controller he brought to the chili cook-off.
Almost a kid in the hospital like win.
This is a controller. I mean, a joke. A joke! Gaming gets taken more seriously each and every year, which means it's now more socially acceptable to not be. Hence the rise of professional gaming. You take gaming so seriously, it's not just a hobby, it's a shirt. And you need the best tools at your disposal to perform. Only one of those words fit. If you really care about playing games optimally, surely you can't be using the regular controller that comes with the console. I mean, look at this. Doesn't work. What you need is something made for people who give a damn. Crafted out of the finest materials, featuring options casual players couldn't fathom needing, yet professionals couldn't live without. What you need is a second job. Pro controllers. Game controllers marketed as tools. Have you ever felt you weren't getting anywhere with the standard controller? What? Put my fault on a police lineup. I ain't picking it. It was that damn controller, I tell ya. It didn't have any of the necessities for optimal gameplay. And now that I have them, this controller doesn't know when to quit! Now, you may think these professional controllers are more of a modern trend, though you'd be surprised to see how much they popped up back in the day. I mean, this was some serious shit. Here we have the Pro-Line trackball for Atari 2600 and 5200. Yeah, the trackball is for the experts. Throughout those early generations, anything straight out of the arcades was usually considered some pretty high-end stuff, which is probably why Atari labeled these trackballs as Pro-Line. They aren't for professionals, rather, they're of the same quality as the arcades. Okay, well, now they are. It's obvious Atari didn't give a damn about their usage of the term pro. Evident not only by the trackballs, but the Atari 7800 standard controller. This was dubbed the Atari Pro-Line joystick. To be fair, I've seen my plumber use one of these. Now, the system itself was called the Pro System. That's like calling me somebody who thinks that makes sense. I guess Atari was trying to stick out amongst the competition by asserting that they're the ones for those serious about their purchases. I mean, which one would you buy? I'm not an idiot. It's pretty silly looking back at controllers from this era being labeled as such, considering what they were used to play. I want only the best quality controllers to play my games. The term pro was entirely a marketing gimmick with these, just to make me feel better about the choices that led me here. Though with the Nintendo Entertainment System, the professional-oriented controllers there made a bit more sense. Of course, the standard gamepad did the job, but I didn't want to do a job, I want to it. The NES Advantage. This behemoth promises the professional feel of real arcade play right on the box. Such a high damn standard. That is urine. And while I don't think this controller is anywhere close to actual arcade quality, it's a fun one to use and has its place. Though it does open a whole new can of worms with what's considered a pro feature. We have turbo buttons included, which replace the need to match A or B repeatedly. You can just hold these instead and fire to your heart's content. You are sterile. Wow, you're using the turbo buttons instead of mashing? Doesn't seem like a very professional thing to do. It's just interesting to me when pro controllers include things to make games way easier. It almost seems like something that would be more suited for newcomers, yet they're for the experts. And you know what else the experts like? That's right, I don't know what they like. The slow-mo feature. It just pauses and unpauses the game. Sometimes this can actually create a slow motion effect, but other times, the pause button brings up a menu or something, and it just makes me ask, this is stupid, with a question mark. Don't get it twisted. I have a huge soft spot for this controller. I mean, how could you not? This is one striking design that just commands everybody's attention when it gets whipped out. The size and weight alongside the feel of the buttons gives this controller such a frankly professional quality. I wouldn't call it essential, but rather just kind of fun and novel to use from time to time. Well, that's not professional. That's fun! That's why we're going elsewhere for our expert gamepad on NES.
and I think that's going to be the Archer competition controller. What competition is this best suited for? Who's blue? With this controller, you get that checked out. A pop-on joystick for the D-pad. Yeah, sure, that's useful. I used it. To be fair, this can come in handy to deter Nintendo thumb, as it was called. If this D-pad was a bit sharp during intense game sessions, you're more likely to press down on it harder, even though that doesn't affect anything other than my future. The joystick topper makes it a bit less painful to hold any direction for an extended period of time, but I doubt that's how most people used it back then. I think when many see a joystick, the worst of humanity is brought out. But man, this controller is on a stink kick lately. It'll work sometimes, but the buttons are so mushy, it might as well not. Then other times, yeah, might as well not. It's not all a waste, though. I think the controller's ergonomics are actually a bit better than the standard NES gamepad. The things are more stretched out. We got room to breathe, especially considering the extended cord length, because us professionals, we have living rooms. You got some switches to enable different levels of turbo on either button, which is good because you ever have that game where you want to have a little bit of turbo on the B button but all the turbo on the A? Mom, it happened again! Well, this was a consistent feature on these things. And just check out the SNES Super Advantage. Holy moly, there's like more than 11, all in a design meant to mimic the actual Super Nintendo console. But not just the North American version, the European one as well. We have the purple switches, but the colored buttons. Plus these middle ones here remind me of the power, reset, and eject portion of Europe system. It's a fun style and really hits home how big the controller is when you can basically replicate the whole damn system on it. But part of me feels like all these additions were done to fill up all that space. Is this really necessary? Oh, you stupid question. I forgot the B dial saved my parents' marriage. So we can select turbo or auto for any button, which fires automatically for you, while also individually adjusting the speed, which you can also do with the slow motion feature now. With this controller, I can finally play Super Mario World professionally. I'm looking to go full time. While this is the successor to the NES Advantage, it wasn't made directly by Nintendo. Instead, ASCIIWare created this and got the blessing of Nintendo's license. They've done loads of other controllers, and many of which retain multiple turbo switches, which, thanks, but I gotta ask, how many people actually took advantage of this? You may just get more use out of the Pro features on the Atari Jaguar Pro controller. Oh my god. Have you ever played an Atari Jaguar? Some professional. This thing right here is one of the rare controllers out there. Now, why is that? There wasn't a ton of people who owned an Atari Jaguar looking to maximize their gameplay potential? No. This was released in 1995, 2 years after the console's launch, and I'll do you one better, one before the console was discontinued. Great time to invest in enhancing my skills. The original Jaguar controller I consider to be one of the worst controllers of all time, much like how I'm considered one of the worst controller critics. Damn. This actually ain't that bad, it's just kinda dumb. The feel of it is fine. The face buttons, who cares? The numeric keypad? It's unnecessary. You have a controller with 17 buttons on it, so you release a Pro controller with 5 more? This was something Sega did with the Genesis. It was obvious many games were compromising to play with the standard 3-button controller. They released an updated 6-button version, so I assume Atari looked at this and went, oh, so that's our problem. The Jaguar Pro controller has been ergonomically planned to deliver a sleek new shape with additional buttons for more precise control. A new shape? Where was the press conference? And ergonomically planned? Just say buy me. Because of its late release, most Jaguar games aren't designed around these buttons, so using this controller for them, these act as secondary ways to press some of these number keys here. So yeah, instead of taking one of the great adventures of our time to hit 9, you can press X instead. A handful of titles do support the thing in more dedicated ways. It's easy to say, this is the definitive Jaguar controller. That was the best shit I ever took! Throughout all this, most competition or professional controllers basically got their namesake for turbo functionality, and or including something akin to arcades. But if this is the kind of stuff allowed in a competitive environment, man, just use poison. Turbo buttons sort of died out after the SNES and Genesis era, at least when it came to being a huge selling point for specialty controllers. Mainly because the only titles I feel that these made sense for were shoot 'em ups, and by this point, there weren't really many around, and when they were, they oftentimes had auto-fire baked into the game itself. For most other games, mashing the buttons quickly is a gameplay mechanic, like in a Mario Party minigame. If you just use a turbo button, well, that's no fun. Yeah, you can play these however you want, I don't care, but the entire point of a competitive game is to play by a set of rules, because if you don't, well, why the hell are you playing? Which brings us to more modern interpretations of the Pro Controller. Launching alongside the Wii in 2006 was the alternative gamepad, the Wii Classic Controller. Introducing such a striking new controller was pretty saucy at the time, so this was meant to not only play classic games on the Virtual Console, but offer a more traditional solution to controlling some new Wii titles. Problem was, this name ain't a lie. It's pretty much based entirely on the original Super Nintendo controller, with a few modern fixins like triggers. You know triggers, right? Those things that are like big anthills but have the applesauce in them instead? Okay, good, we're not on the same page, so these can't possibly piss you off. Instead of having triggers below the shoulder buttons, these are small little tic-tacs next to them. Meaning if you're playing Call of Duty with this controller, this is aim and this is shoot.
Works for me.
The thumbsticks are also pretty close together. I mean, my thumbs have done more than kiss with this controller. And the overall size and shape, it's just not ideal for modern games. It works, but there's a reason standard controllers look like this now. Well, what's standard for most is professional to Nintendo, introducing the Classic Controller Pro. Basically, a PlayStation 2 controller. This is neither classic nor is it pro. I think what always killed the classic controllers for me was the weight of them. See, they're powered by plugging them into the Wii remote, so at the end of the day, what's actually going on inside here? Ah, this isn't professional. This is the bare minimum for a standard controller. With that being said, I do think these are good for what they are. The Classic Controller is great for retro titles, while the Classic Controller Pro is far better for playing more traditional modern games. Everything is slightly adjusted to be better suited for games utilizing the analog sticks and triggers, with the latter now resting below the shoulder bone with an increased size, making them actually usable now. Though, strangely, the original featured analog shoulder buttons, which were completely removed. Now, I thought these were never used, but lo and behold, popping any Need for Speed game for Wii in, you'll notice these take full advantage of the feature. Now, having analog triggers is like getting your roof retiled. You don't need it. The games that benefit the most from these are simulation racers, and how many did the Wii have? I got bored while answering and started to play Poke Park instead. Yeah, that's just not the kind of game you're gonna be playing on Wii in the first place, and on top of that, analog triggers aren't needed here. They're just kind of sensible. So, did you really lose anything of worth? Because even if you knew the Wii Classic Controller had analog triggers, I doubt you ever played a game that used them. But it's weird, because ever since the Classic Controller Pro, Nintendo's been vehemently against these types of triggers after including them on not only the Classic Controller, but the GameCube controller as well. In fact, they designed a whole ass game around them, Super Mario Sunshine. Then when they re-released it on systems without analog, they had to come up with some bullshit way to work around them. Why did they think they never need these again when they used them in the past and both of their competitors have them as a standard while they jam a damn IR camera in there? Like, that's more useful? Well, I like the Classic controllers. I can't help but feel they were wasted opportunities. Barely any of Nintendo's own titles used them outside of Mario Kart and Smash Brothers, while many could have desperately used a more traditional control scheme. And with those analog triggers, it baffles me how you couldn't use this to play GameCube games through backwards compatibility. You can select the disc channel with the Classic controller to play GameCube games. You have all the buttons needed here. Most Wii titles that support one support the other. But no, you can't even use the GameCube controller to select the disc channel. I'm in hell. This is better than I expected. Well, Nintendo kept the professional's dream alive, moving into the Wii U era, keeping some of the branding, but all of the... Nope! If you're releasing a console with a controller like the Wii U's, you may be inclined to offer an alternative. Why? Unlike the Classic controllers, this is its own entity. It doesn't need no Wii remote tethered to it. This is an actual controller. But is it really pro-grade? Well, let's take a look at the features here. No motion control, no NFC reader, no IR blaster, no microphone, no camera. Wow! This is for professionals! I'm f***ing miserable. Back during this era in gaming, when motion controls were being pushed as damn near useful, many people have become increasingly agitated at these things, thinking, that's not what gaming is, this is! I'm f***ing miserable. It was easy to write anything off that used motion controls, though nowadays, I think we all know balance is the answer here. The motion controls can be unbelievably useful and improve a game tenfold, but we're talking good motion control. then what does that make this? Because of the stigma, I don't blame Nintendo for making the Wii U Pro controller so damn limited. And plus, it kept the cost down to a cool mortgage payment. But due to this thing being just a controller with no bells or whistles, and the Wii U itself being way too reliant on the gamepad, it made the Wii U Pro controller way less practically useful than it deserved to be. So many games, for no reason, just don't support it. Or if they do, you sometimes have to use the gamepad for certain sections, like with a few stages in the Super Mario 3D World and in some areas in Breath of the Wild. They require motion to complete puzzles. And on top of that, without the precision you get with gyro aiming, using a bow and arrow in that game is significantly worse with just the Pro Controller. Sometimes you have to boot a game up with the gamepad, then swap over to the Pro Controller. The most egregious example is Pokken Tournament. You need the gamepad to create a new save file. That's it. This kind of support I could tolerate with the classic controllers because those were never advertised as anything more than kind of a novelty. The Wii U Pro Controller, I think everybody who bought this was expecting to actually use it, but then we were all met with a knock at the door. I'm pissed! Well, most Wii U games you'd want to play are compatible with this. Its implementation with the system and games as a whole leaves a lot to be desired. And that's not even considering what my thumbs gotta do. Ah! Both thumbsticks at the top? Now, this is replicating where these things are on the Wii U gamepad. One problem, the silhouettes are as follows. Xbox 360 controller, slab. A design like this makes a hell of a lot more sense to have the thumbsticks where they are because it's so damn big. Makes it real easy to hop between stick and butt. Here, I mean, just because you can have this button placement doesn't mean you should. This feels wrong to have the buttons down here, but thankfully, due to the battery life, it can feel wrong for roughly 80 hours. Haha, so that's what makes this a Pro Controller, having an open 80 hours. Well, hot damn, that's pretty professional. Just like the lack of features, high price tag, and half-ass compatibility. Can you tell I know what I'm doing? Thankfully, the next generation with the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller solved almost all of my issues with its predecessor. Practically a one-to-one compatibility with the full library. There's quite a few titles that won't work with it, but mostly games that heavily use Wii Remote like motion controls or features that wouldn't make sense with a more traditional gamepad. Motion controls, NFC support, a killer ergonomic design. This has everything needed to make for a worthwhile investment, rather than something I was constantly trying to find worth eating. It has 40 hours of battery life, but I have 80 hours of free time. Outside of that blunder, the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller is one of my favorite gamepads of all time. But one element may stop it from being considered truly professional. Hit up on the D-pad. Okay. Most of Nintendo's D-pads have a ball underneath to ensure you're only pressing one direction at a time, including horizontals. And it's not that the Switch Pro Controller doesn't have this, it just doesn't feel like it. You can press the whole damn thing down and all directions will fire off. Meaning this is the sloppiest D-pad they've ever made. It's damn easy to hit right, but guess what? The D-pad reads it as down right, or hell, even straight up down, depending on how you press it. Pretty wild how you can't win with either Switch controller. On the Joy-Con, you have the harshest, lamest buttons to press for your D-pad. But hey, at least there's no way it can misread the direction like the Pro Controller. In most cases, I'd rather just use the thumbstick for games I usually prefer a D-pad in. This is really unfortunate. It's nowhere near a deal breaker, but definitely something that holds this thing back from perfection. That, and it doesn't last 41 hours.
So that's what's been stinking up the place.
It all comes down to the most professional controllers available for the most professional consoles, PlayStation and Xbox. These are already often considered the hardcore system, so naturally we have some controllers catered towards those who need that extra layer of overcompensation.
Oh man, get away from my penis now, fellas.
At E3 2015, Microsoft introduced the Xbox Elite controller for Xbox One, considering it to be an elite controller for elite gamers. So then this must be the skunk-ass controller for the skunk-ass gamers. Elite's been the Xbox brand's go-to word for something that's ultimate or professional, like the Xbox 360 Elite, featuring the biggest hard drive and usually some pack-in games. My is a Titan. So naming a controller designed for hardcore players this, it just makes sense. especially when we take a look at the feature set. Complete customization, interchangeable magnetic thumbsticks, D-pads, optional back paddles, hair trigger locks, a price tag of $149.99, a Scott making poor financial decisions, a Scott without money, a Scott with an elite controller though. Yep, this thing was meant for the people who cared about all these extra features enough to warrant blowing 150 big boys on a damn video game controller. Outside of the more premium build quality, I don't see regular players getting anything out of this for the price. But if you're somebody who knows why you need back paddles, this is for you.
Why do I need back paddles?
Alright, so, you may be playing a game where you want your thumbs on the sticks at all times, and reaching over to that pesky D-pad, well, a lot can happen during that movement.
I was just elected senator!
You can map whatever buttons to these, making it so then you can easily access anything while keeping your thumbsticks warm. I can definitely see the value in these. They add functionality to make high-level play more fluid without feeling like you're cheating. I don't really think many games are designed around the concept that your thumb leaves a stick
Let
to
'em
the
cook.
X button, so these are an excellent pro feature. And hey, if you don't like them here, you can flick them out at a moment's notice thanks to some magnets at play, which is also the case for the thumbsticks and D-pads. Xbox D-pads respect tradition.
This sucks!
So to have this one continue that is admirable. Yeah, no matter how many times Xbox controllers try out new D-pads, they always range from deplorable to not the greatest. We have two designs we can use on the Elite. This one that's pretty much the same as the standard Xbox One controller, and this one that's more soap dish than anything. This is integral for fighting games, where you need fast movement from one direction to another while inputting every direction in between. However, for any other game, this is sort of stinky. But to be fair, that's why it's an option, much like the thumbsticks. Oh man, I can pretend to have all kinds of preferences with these. With a setup like this, I can finally wear this shirt. The switch to lock how deep the triggers push in is a nice addition. The controller comes in a fantastic case. Everything feels rock solid and incredibly substantial with a great weight to it all. This was easily the best controller Microsoft had ever created. And at that price, it reached the bare minimum of what it needed to do. But it ain't perfect. For one, I think it's still wild how insistent Microsoft is on not making the rechargeable battery the standard with Xbox controllers. This thing even comes bundled with a USB cable, so you can plug it in and use it as a wired controller. But you can't charge it without forking over more money for a play-in charge kit. How are you charging me this much and a rechargeable battery isn't a part of that? Honestly, as cool as the interchangeable magnetic thumbsticks are, they don't feel good during gameplay for me. They feel weightier due to the more premium materials and speed magnets as well. I don't know. But either way, I feel less in control with these, strangely enough. The added weight makes using the standard controller's thumbsticks a bit snappier. And now I know what you must be saying.
Oscar, your thumb's a bitch.
Which is why I chalk this up to a me issue. The Elite controller is as premium as you can get. Most of the features that make it premium, I'm never gonna use or actively prefer how they are on the original. But this is an excellent product. $100 more excellent? I mean, that's up to you, man. But me personally, I don't think this really offers anything for 95% of consumers out there. For the 5%, this is a must buy, but I feel that most of the people who bought this never use any of what makes it so expensive. They just wanted the Elite controller because, only the best for my video game, Well, Microsoft struck again, 4 years later at E3 2019, revealing the Elite controller Series 2, and one of my biggest problems was fixed. You know, I thought the price tag of $150 just didn't add up. So Microsoft added more! For $180, we get a more refined controller with some complaints addressed, such as the lack of a rechargeable battery. Well, that's here now, whether you like it or not. I think it would have been cool if AA's were still an option. I know I complained about using them with the Series 1, but I've always appreciated how, while it is annoying you have to buy a battery pack separately, you can choose one or the other. But here with the Series 2, it's rechargeable and only rechargeable. They did what I asked.
Those bastards.
We can now adjust the tension of the thumbsticks. I barely notice a difference. I'm not saying this feature doesn't work. Rather, I'm not the target for it. Another level for the hair trigger locks, a new rubberized grip that feels very nice, a third button configuration preset you can swap between, Bluetooth connectivity. This is better than Series 1 in nearly every way. Nearly! Microsoft later offered the Elite Series 2 Core, which is basically just the bare essentials with extras like the case, back pedals, different thumbsticks, and D-pads being available separately. It's still $130. $20 cheaper than the original Elite, where you got everything. You know, cost rise, I totally get it, and I'm not saying this isn't worthy of being that high of a price. The Xbox Elite controllers are some of the most finely crafted accessories in all of gaming. It's just, for over 2 to 3 times the price of a perfectly functional standard controller, for me personally, I'm not sure what they could include here to really win me over. Every Xbox game is designed to work with this controller, a controller that's already pretty expensive at $60, so it's not like this is at a low quality or anything. So when we move over to the Elite controllers, the features are nice and cool or whatever, but most Xbox games I'm playing nowadays are pretty well designed when it comes to an optimal button layout with this thing. And even if they aren't, I don't really care. If I gotta create a custom button configuration to fix a game, more often than not, it's a game that's not worth playing in the first place. I don't play too many competitive multiplayer games on Xbox, and when I do, most of the time, I'm perfectly content with the default button layout. Never needed the triggers to work any way other than how they've always worked. I've never desired for my thumbsticks to be taller than me. After messing around with these, it's become very apparent that while I appreciate and respect the hell out of these products for their level of customization and tremendous build quality, I get nothing out of this. Well, outside of owning very expensive controllers. Holy I'm awesome. Maybe a cheaper one would do the trick. Here we have the eSwap S Pro controller by Thrustmaster. They're really good at it. Thrustmaster mostly specializes in racing wheels, flight sticks, but traditional gamepads don't seem to be their immediate forte. Fully licensed by Xbox, but that doesn't mean a damn thing. Let's see, air trigger locks for the triggers, USB-C, interchangeable thumbsticks. This just seems like a third-party Elite controller. But fair enough, you know, if you don't want to blow $130 on the official one, you can do it on this one instead. What the hell is the point of this when it's the same price as the first-party alternative? Maybe because it's actually better than the first-party alternative. That's right, I'm wrong. I really dug this controller. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to be a go-to for me, but at the very least, I preferred it to the Elite because, well, it's different. It has a different design, different feeling buttons. The Elite is sort of the exact same as a normal Xbox controller, just using more premium materials. With the eSwap, I have more of a reason to use this over something else. The buttons and D-pad are designed to be lightning fast to press down on, using micro switches, which makes them far clickier, yet all the more satisfying. I feel way more in control with this. Plus, I get most of the pro features of the Elite, but with a Thrustmaster twist. We pop the entire thumbstick out here, which allows for more customization possibilities outside of Vertigo. Because these don't really change the functionality of the stick. Here, I mean, we can put a damn racing wheel module in. If one of the sticks is having issues, we can swap them out. And popping this in feels way more solid than the magnetic sticks on the Elite. I think this is a fantastic controller. The Elite may feel more premium, but this feels more practical and functional. I'm gonna go tell the world that I'm pissed! Not wireless for $130. Hey, why not? Call me ugly while you're at it too. And looking at online reviews, it seems that many people have had the thumbsticks die on them just a few weeks in. Take notice, anything with less than a 4.5 on Amazon, run. So this controller does have its problems, but the bit of time I've spent with it does affirm to me why the Elite controller didn't necessarily win me over. I'm willing to give this the benefit of the doubt and primarily use it from this point forward.
Thousands dead and no survivors. In tragic news, Scott's thumbsticks stopped working.
Man, well, after Microsoft proved the validity of these more premium controllers, leave it to Sony to do the same goddamn thing, just more expensive. Introducing the DualSense Edge for PlayStation 5. $200? Half the price of the damn console, and we have less features than the Elite! There's only 2 back buttons, and it has a significantly worse battery life than the normal DualSense, which already has lame-ass battery life. I'm sorry, but I just can't feel a substantial difference between this and a regular DualSense. At least in comparison to the leap between Xbox controllers. The Edge feels heavier, but I don't feel that $130 increase here. Like many of these Pro controllers, it mostly comes down to the customization. You have these function buttons on the bottom, optional back pedals that we can assign things to. We can swap out the thumbsticks. There is value to all of this, and I the end of the day, it's the DualSense. It's one of the best controllers out there. But it was already that for $70. I'm just not seeing how this is worth nearly triple the price. The case it comes in has a feature where you can set this thing up to charge the controller when it's resting inside. Never mind. I love extra features on products. For example, in addition to everything else, I could choke to death on this if I wanted to. Don't get it twisted. This is a very high quality controller, but it's also the most overpriced of the bunch I've seen.
These 9 RuneScape creators will compete in this video for 250 million GP. They'll have to make their way through a series of unique challenges. One by one they'll be eliminated until only one remains. Today's champion will not only win the money, but they'll also earn a spot in the One Remains Hall of Fame. For their first challenge, they'll each have to hop on a sled and race their way down the Scrubfoot circuit. The person with the slowest time is eliminated. Everybody on your sleds. 3, 2, 1, go.
Wait, why am I walking? What's going on?
Wait, am I walking?
Yeah, why am I walking? What the hell?
I had absolutely no idea this thing ever existed, but this is actually pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, the speed boost makes you go fast. Here we go.
Oh, holy shit. I'm trolling.
Yeah, I'm trolling right now, for sure.
Oh, I played so much Mario Kart, Rainbow Road, we got this.
Oh, it's going so well. Let's go.
Man, I'm pretty good at this, I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh no, I started walking.
I've not gone on any of the slow rocks yet, so that's good.
I swear I could barely see this.
If you mess up once, you just start walking for that long.
Oh, I'm going so fast.
The end is bad.
Oh no. Is that it? Mate, there's absolutely no chance I'm out. 105.
105.
Woohoo! Okay, I'm done.
Alright, I'm done. Dang, I didn't even get a personal best. I guess I have done this before.
There we go. 111.
Wait, what the? I got Grizz.
Okay, I'm done too.
No! Oh my god, I gotta hit a jump. Come on. Okay, I'm done.
Only 10 seconds separated first and last place in today's race. Torvesta and Reese had the fastest times with 1 minute and 5 seconds. Eevescape and Z-Cookies were the slowest at 1 minute and 15 seconds. Since only one player can be eliminated in round 1, Eevescape and Z-Cookies need a second race to decide who gets out first. Good luck, guys.
That was a little bit late on the slide-in thing.
No pressure, guys. One misclick is over.
One misclick and it's over.
Oh my god. Oh god, I'm so much slower this time too. Oh no.
Zooming this time. I can't even lie.
Oh, you're not. Oh god, I'm so slow. I picked another path and I was like, oh, maybe that's the thing.
Oh, dude, I got a world record. That's a world record for sure.
Eevescape zoomed his way to a win in the second race, which means Z-Cookies is the first person eliminated.
Good luck, gentlemen. Sleds.
For challenge number 2, the remaining 8 players will be competing in Sketch and Fetch. They'll have to watch me draw a RuneScape item. As soon as they figure out what it is, they have to go and get that item and bring it back to me. Last person to bring the item back loses.
Oh, I've got it.
The lug, guys, obviously. What the hell? What is that?
Easy, bro.
I haven't the slightest idea what this is.
What on earth is that? Hamburger? I don't know.
What kind of meat are you eating? McDonald's, bro. Like, what the? What is that?
Oh, wait, wait, okay.
Oh, I think I might have it.
That's the one.
Ah! Give me the right one. Oh, bro. I already got it.
Okay.
Fucking burger.
Don't worry, guys. It's nothing.
I have no idea.
Guys, that looks tasty.
Yes, I got it! Come on, quick!
No way.
Yes.
That's actually, you know what? Unironically, that's a good drawing, man. Come on, no, dude, no fucking way.
You get RNG on this floor.
Alright, I'm not the last one.
Maybe one more.
Am I last? Crap.
My impeccable drawing ended up being some cake. Tirzu wasn't feeling cake today and
And
instead
then?
brought a triangle sandwich.
Then
Oh,
it's
wait, I
late.
didn't even get the right item. I got a triangle sandwich from pickpocketing the dude by the Tower
You
of
gonna
Light.
stay up for pad?
He was unfortunately last place, which
He's
means
never
he is
coming
the
back.
second player eliminated. You can eat the sandwich at any
That's
final word.
never coming back.
Sandwich is pretty good though. I think I'd prefer it over cake.
Your next challenge is called Clean Shave, and I've got some tips to help you out. If you're still pulling out your ball hairs one by one like I used to, you need to stop. Manscaped's 4.0 performance package will change your life. It includes the Lawnmower 4.0, an electric trimmer with a ceramic blade designed to reduce grooming accidents for a mega precise shave. It's even got an LED light on the front to help you navigate those trickier areas. On top of that, it's waterproof and has a cordless charging system, which is really handy. You'll also receive the Weed Whacker 2.0 nose and ear hair trimmer, the perfect tool to keep those pesky nose and ear hairs under control. It doesn't stop there. You're also getting the Crop Preserver ball deodorant and ball toner spray. Nobody wants bad odor down there, so apply these after you shower for all-day body odor protection. When you order the Performance Package 4.0 using my code, you get 20% off plus free international shipping. Just use code SOUPRS. You'll get 2 free gifts as well, Manscaped's anti-chafing boxers and their Shed travel bag. Everyone I talk to loves their Manscaped products, and I'm sure you will too. I've used Manscaped products for 3 years now and highly recommend them. They're pretty much all I use. So head to manscaped.com/SOUPRS where you'll get 20% off and you can see what all the hype is about. For challenge number 3, everyone will play a classic game of Gilligesser, aka RuneScape Hide and Seek. Every minute they'll be shown a slightly larger picture of the location I'm hiding at. Once they figure out where I am, they'll have to make their way to me and trade me. Last player to find me is eliminated.
What?
Damn, that's a hard one.
Well, if everyone else is stuck, then that's a good sign.
Wait, how do we use a fire ring? What's the nearest one?
Ferox Enclave.
Ferox Enclave fire ring.
Can you not tell where that is from the blades of grass in the photo?
Dude, I'm normally pretty good at this, and I have no
Yeah,
that is. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm thinking Fel de Tolls. I don't know that.
Nobody was able to find me after 1 minute, so I had to show them picture number 2.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Does that make things better?
Oh, I know where it is. I think.
Yeah, I know where it is as well.
Yeah, same,
Oh, wait, yeah.
Oh, come on then, Solo, let's go.
Oh, no cares, though.
You know the fairy ring, buddy?
A fairy ring? What's a fairy ring?
Let's f***ing go, baby.
Whoa, okay.
Number 1.
We're going the right way, right, Curtis? Surely. We're literally on the same tile right now. We're on the exact same tile.
Yeah, I know. This is tick perfect.
Wait, we're in different spots. Do I not know where this is?
No, I went the way.
Oh, peace, I got it.
Oh.
Thought I was in the right spot. I couldn't see you guys on my mini map. I was like, wait, did I go the wrong one?
Oh, hell no.
Where's the nearest fire ring with these teleports? That's a run from Ferox.
No, I just went to a random campfire. I don't play this game, bro.
I'm about to be walking in a second.
Oh, there's a walker.
Where the f did you go for the fire ring? I ran from Ferox Enclave to Edgeville.
Really?
What?
Wait, I'm guessing everyone's there then. Oh no.
The correct location for today's Gilligesser was at the Eagle's Peak. Frame smoked everyone with an impressive time of 1 minute and 54 seconds. Reese wasn't able to find me in time, which means he is the 3rd player eliminated.
That was fun. Good man, I guess. Good luck.
6 players remain, and for challenge number 4, we have to bring out some trivia.
Yay!
They'll have to guess how many tiles it takes to get from the start of the agility pyramid all the way to the top.
Oh, come on.
What the?
How's this guy thinking this shit, bro?
Bro, you asked me an agility question, I lose.
When I say go, they'll post their guesses in the chat box. The person with the worst guess is eliminated.
If you go over an agility jump, does that count as a tile?
Bro,
No,
shut
it
the
does not.
f***
Can you
up.
walk on that?
That makes a difference.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh,
Oh, yes, for the middle. Yes, for the middle.
Oh,
I'm the highest.
Wait, 200 meters.
Oh.
Oh, my God.
everyone went so high.
Okay, so the correct answer is 145 tiles.
Wow. I'll see you guys.
Thank you for taking the bullet from me, bro.
The correct number of walkable tiles it takes to get to the top of the agility pyramid is 145. Solo Mission was the closest with a guess of 181, only 36 tiles away from the right answer. MMORPG was a bit farther away with a guess of 280, which was 135 tiles away, which means he is the 4th player eliminated.
I'm gonna go do some agility pyramid. See you guys.
Up next, I asked if the remaining 5 players were subscribed to me on YouTube. Fortunately, all of them were, so nobody got eliminated. Make sure all of you are subscribed as well, and leave a like to see more One Remains episodes. For challenge number 5, the remaining players all have to score a goal in a game of skull ball. They'll have to race through the course by kicking their skull through a series of goals. Their time ends when their skull gets kicked into the final hole. The player who takes the longest to score a goal is eliminated. 3, 2, 1, go.
Come on, the 1 and 4.
Oh, here they come. Kidding me, bro.
Come on,
Here
man.
they come.
Yes, come on.
You're kidding me, bro.
Oh, come on, man.
Wrong way. Oh, no.
Oh, I'm in.
I don't know if I'm doing this right. Oh no, what have I done?
Dude, I'm
Wait, what? No. Oh.
What the? Oh, no.
No, a Corpon's out of scoring no goals, bro. What are you good?
It, like, bounces off the wall and stuff. That's so troll.
Wait, what? You actually haven't got through that goal yet.
Bro, this is so.
Wait, who's in the bag?
Hey.
Hey, yeah.
Oh my. Wait, that's yours.
When does this thing end? Holy shit, there's so many goals.
Damn it, dude. I suck at this so bad. I'm so fucking gone.
That's why I made this
Bro.
a Banny. Would have hated you for life if you made this a Banny.
Ooh, this is the most agility training I've done in the past 3 years. That's insane.
Hey.
He shoots, he scores.
Shut
Oh, look at a little
up.
dance animation.
Wait, what's this, a mirror? Yeah.
Yeah, over here. Just follow the arrows.
Go, dude.
Dude, hurry up and eliminate me. Come on.
Let's go! Framed was the last player to score a goal, which means he is the 5th player eliminated. He did mention, though, that he's excited to give Skullball another shot.
Skullball sucks. I'll see you later.
Torvesta, Solo Mission, A Cold One, and Eevescape are the final 4 remaining players. To earn today's final prize, they'll have to earn some GP themselves by competing in the world's fastest money-making challenge. Each player will only have 5 minutes to make as much GP as possible, starting just with the teleports in their inventory. Whoever makes the least amount of money is eliminated. Your time starts now.
Let's see if we all pick the same thing.
Jared, I wonder if anyone else is coming with me.
Oh, you. Where is he? Ah, here he is.
Are you talking about our good friend over here?
I'm just talking to my friend.
You have some pickpockets on me now.
Mate, what?
Each player will only have 5 minutes to make as much GP as possible, starting just with the teleports in their inventory. Whoever makes the least amount of money is eliminated. Your time starts now.
Let's see if we all pick the same thing.
Jared, I wonder if anyone else is coming with me.
Oh, you. Where is he? Ah, here he is.
Are you talking about our good friend over here?
I'm just talking to my friend.
You have some pickpockets on me now.
Mate, what on earth? I've had 0 time to think. I don't even know why I've teleported here. Why did I even teleport here? I don't know why.
There's no way you're thinking about doing this overkill. There's no shot.
Surely.
Snake versus snake.
I mean, hopefully I get like good RNG on Zora. That would be pretty handy.
I'm going picking up a iron bar. I don't know. No, I'm not doing that. Why?
No way, these on sale! Oh my god, I'm actually this. I'm done. It's just over.
What is it? God, you gotta leak. You gotta leak, bro.
Fucking frog's legs, bro!
What do you fear? What do you fear? What do you fear?
They're worth 300 and they're not going for 10 GP.
They're worth what someone's willing to pay for it, bro. Come on.
Oh, I knew you were gonna do that, so I bought them out on alt.
They went for 1! It's over, bro.
There's someone in the world as well. Nah, mate. I'm gonna PvP world.
No, I'm actually begging. I could get RNG so easily right now. Please, no. Yes, okay, we're good.
I'm at a severe disadvantage here. I'm 74 on, so I can only lay 4 traps as well. If I went black chins, I could lay 6.
Oh, we're chilling.
Oh my god, bro. I'm just giving up, bro. It's over. Like, what the I've literally just been absolutely violated by the GE today.
How much are chins? 800 GP! You're taking the piss! A red chin zombies 800 GP.
Alright guys, 10 seconds left. Today's top earner in those 5 minutes was Solo Mission, who made 87,088 GP mining Runite ore. Torvesta made 8,853 GP hunting red Chinchompas, and a Cold One earned 7,303 GP pickpocketing Artie Knights. Unfortunately, Eevescape was absolutely violated by the Grand Exchange and was only able to muster 3,139 GP, which means he is the 6th person eliminated.
Thank I can go back to bed. Goodbye.
3 players remain, and one last challenge stands between them and 250 million GP. For their final test, a Cold One, Torvesta, and Solo Mission will race from Lumbridge Castle all the way to Varrock Center, but they'll be blindfolded. By turning on the green screen and hide widget plugins on RuneLite, their clients will turn completely black. For them to make their way to Varrock, they'll have to right-click on their screen and try to determine where they are based off what appears. By adjusting their camera angle, they can also get an idea of the buildings and objects around them. The first person to get to Varrock Center wins. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, this is such a cool challenge, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, oh no, I messed up my camera angle. Oh no. Wait, I see Solomon. Wait, what if I follow him?
Wait, so I can see myself running over the bridge. That's so cool.
I have no idea where I am right now.
Wait, someone's getting attacked. They're attacking a cow. Okay.
How does it feel to set the world on fire?
Technology.
No. He set the world on fire. I'm just allowing it to burn. I just want to watch the world burn.
Wait, I'm seeing moos, bro.
But I didn't
I'm
start
just
the
seeing
fire.
moo go off.
Okay, I see a cow. Oh, this is bad. This is really, really bad.
I think I'm in the cow pen.
Willow tree. Oak tree.
Hey, he's ransomed. I hope he's going the right
Alright,
way.
I'm not
Why
opening
is he-
these
how is he still
permits
running?
because
How does he know where he is?
I
don't
hit a new
understand.
fish tier at 79, which is like
Willow tree.
not much.
Oh baby, is it time to grind another level of fishing before you get your rewards?
Yeah, it will be.
Wait, crate. Oh, okay, crate. That must be that farm, right?
What if I'm on the other side of the river? Oh no, I can't even right click anything. Oak tree. Quack. That's bad.
Wait, did you just get kicked off while you're online?
No. I just got the email on my phone.
I've gone the wrong way. Where am I?
Stand market stall.
Oh,
Wait,
time.
what?
Time. You
Varrock
made Varrock
Center,
Center.
let's go.
You're here. You made it.
Let's
You made it to Varrock. You can hide your green screen.
Oh my days.
Wow, you actually made it. That was so fast.
I'm at the Dark Wizards.
Wait, I'm in Varrock. What? What happened?
Solo made it. He won.
What?
You're in Varrock Castle right now. You were zooming.
What the f?
It only took Solo Mission 1 minute and 22 seconds to get to Varrock Center from Lumbridge. Torvesta comes in with another 2nd place finish, and a Cold One just misses out on taking home the GP 2 episodes in a row. Today, Solo Mission is the one who remains. He takes home the 250 million GP and earns a spot in the One Remains Hall of Fame.
Thank you very much. Winner of One Remains Challenge. Winner of Season 4 Guildlord Games. Thank you very much.
If you enjoy this series and want to see more, don't forget to watch the previous One Remains episode on screen now, and make sure to leave a like on the video and a comment about some challenges you'd like to see done again, or some new challenges you think would be fun for another One Remains video. A big thank you to all the creators who competed today. Don't forget to check out their channels, and let me know which creators you'd like to see in the next episode of One Remains. I'll see you next time.
I'm rating every devil fruit in one piece to figure out which is the best one. This is the Jiki Jiki no Mi, which allows its user to control magnetism. It was eaten by Eustace Kid, captain of the Kid Pirate. With it, you control magnetism and create anything you want out of metal. This includes a rampaging ball, railguns, overpowered fists, and so much more. A quite attractive 22 out of 25 points. In terms of defense, you can build positively impressive armor to protect yourself for 20 points. And for special abilities, this fruit has the potential to make anything magnetic, so you can stick your annoying little sibling to the wall. 18 points. And this fruit is also incredible for everyday use. As long as there is metal around, you can create literally anything that you can imagine instantly. 24 points. However, that strength also comes with a slight weakness, because in order to best use the fruit, there has to be metal nearby, so too bad if you're in the middle of a forest, for instance. So we have to deduct a repelling 3 points, bringing its total to a majestic 81 points, landing it on number 2 on the list for now. I'm rating every devil fruit in one piece to figure out which is the best one. This is the Jiki no Mi, which allows its user to control magnetism. It was eaten by Eustace Kid, captain of the Kid Pirates. With it, you control magnetism and create anything you want out of metal. This includes a rampaging ball, railguns, overpowered fists, and so much more. A quite attractive 22 out of 25 points. In terms of defense, you can build positively impressive armor to... Question is, would Shanks still give up his hat if Luffy doesn't have this devil fruit? And I'm honestly not quite sure, but I do like to think that Luffy's personality would still inspire Shanks. Plus, it is still possible for Luffy to find Laugh Tale and become Pirate King technically without becoming Joy Boy. I mean, Roger did it. So let's just assume that Luffy still does get the hat, and Shanks even tells him that he might even tell him more about what was in that treasure chest when Luffy actually comes back and becomes a great pirate. Which now leaves us with the absolute crazy scenario of Luffy growing up training his haki instead of his devil fruit powers. I mean, can you just imagine him running around the Goa Kingdom blasting off haki punches? He would be insanely strong, and I honestly think that his grandfather Garb would actually be quite happy to see his grandson learning haki so early that he might even decide to train Luffy personally occasionally, which ultimately means that Luffy's fighting style will be quite similar to that of Garb's, where he mainly fights with his fists, which, I mean, Luffy does even with his rubber powers anyways. Although I do suppose there is technically still a chance that Luffy would eventually learn to use a weapon, since most haki-only powerhouses like Roger or Shanks still use a weapon as well, but then again, Garp here doesn't. But in fact, I actually think I have the perfect weapon for Haki Luffy to use, which we'll discuss a little bit later on. But first, Luffy would probably also awaken his Conquest Haki during this time growing up. Perhaps that time where he was captured by the bandits, or maybe even when Sabo died. Which means that by the time that Luffy's ready to start his pirate adventure, his Haki skills have leveled up from kind of noob to at least advanced, if not already master, and he's basically at the same level that he was right after the time skip. But we'll see very soon just how long he can actually survive without his devil fruit. And what you may not even realize though is that not having a devil fruit is actually going to save his life more than once in the East Blue, because while most of the enemies in this part of the story were fairly easy to beat, yes, you may have forgotten that Rubber Luffy almost drowned twice. Once he was thrown off the Baratier, and once when he dropped into the water like an anchor while fighting Arlong. And so yeah, both times he actually had to be saved by others, but that is no longer a problem at all, because this version of Luffy has no restrictions with swimming, so defeating his enemies becomes a simple problem of smashing their faces with his haki-covered kicks, and I guess punches as well. Plus, I mean, his observation haki will help him dodge attacks pretty easily, like for example Arlong's spinning torpedo. I mean, he would even be able to probably break weapons using his haki-infused attacks as well. But of course, the maybe most insane part of Luffy's new abilities is that he would definitely be able to overcome his very first defeat against the Logia fruit using Captain Smoker. Because if you remember, Luffy only really struggled against opponents who actually had a Logia type devil fruit, because I mean, he could simply not hit them without either knowing their elemental weakness or, yeah, having haki. But that's literally not a problem at this point in time, because once Luffy figures out his haki punches can actually hit Smoker, I don't think there is any way that the Marine Captain will be able to defeat Luffy. Which, when you think about it, might mean that his very first haki might actually end up being a way higher heading into the Grand Line, which might actually be a serious problem a little bit later on. But at this point, I also think that we should mention that if Luffy knows so much about haki, he
most likely would also teach other members of the crew what he knows about hockey. Although, let's be honest, he's probably not the greatest teacher, and he might just tell them to figure it out on their own, kind of giving them like a rough explanation. But being around Luffy himself and seeing him use hockey abilities could mean that characters, especially like Zoro and Sanji, do figure out how to use hockey much earlier in the story. And as a result, a much needed early major power boost for the entire crew. Which of course takes us straight through the Alabasta saga to the eventual clash with the warlord Crocodile. And now, in the original story, Luffy had to fight Crocodile not once, not twice, 3 times, and there's no doubt that he would have died each time if it weren't for help from either other people and also a ton of luck. But once again, hockey is just going to completely change these fights because the ability to actually hit Logia Fruit users is just so overpowered that Luffy should be able to deal heavy damage to Crocodile basically right away. However, that isn't to say that this fight would be super easy, especially since Luffy can only basically attack from close range since he can't stretch his body. But then again, Crocodile might also just be super surprised to find someone in this part of the world who can already use hockey, so really there's no doubt in my mind that Hockey Luffy would find a way to win and save his friend Vivi's kingdom. Okay, so far so good for Hockey Luffy, but let's see if he can actually survive against the strongest characters like the one coming up next. And that's because things are about to get impossibly difficult when the crew flies up to Skypiea. Because it's here, of course, that they come face to face with the lightning god Enel, and Luffy is going to need a massive power boost to actually take him down. So let me explain why. In case you forgot, the only way that Luffy was actually originally able to defeat Enel, who was a crazily overpowered fruit user, was because of his rubber body's natural immunity to electricity. In other words, Enel's insane main attacks were basically useless. But that advantage is now completely out of the window, so at this point, Luffy is in quite serious danger of getting one-shotted by this electrical powerhouse. And yes, just like with Crocodile, Luffy can easily damage the Logia Fruit user with his hockey, but the problem is actually getting close enough to Enel to do so. Because I mean, it doesn't matter how hard you punch if you get your heart fried before you ever get close enough to actually attack. But then again, Skypiea also might be the perfect opportunity to introduce 2 new power-ups for Hockey Luffy. Because one thing that we know for sure about Luffy is that he's basically a hockey prodigy, which means that he is extremely good at learning the basic and advanced techniques of hockey. So I do think after pushing his observation hockey to like the absolute max when dodging Enel's lightning bolts, it's quite realistic for him to actually awaken advanced observation hockey during this fight. And doing so would let him see a few seconds into the future and give him a huge advantage dodging attacks and kind of getting close to Enel. But if that still isn't enough, Luffy also gains another huge bonus by not being a Devil Fruit user. And that's because in the original story, we already saw that this Shandian warrior uses Sea Prism Stone to help him nearly kill Enel. And normally, Sea Prism Stone drains the power of any Devil Fruit user, but now that Luffy is Devil Fruit free, he could also somehow use these stones to gain an advantage against Enel. I mean, really, I can just imagine Usopp somehow making him some Sea Prism Stone brass knuckles or something so that his punches would be extra damaging to any Devil Fruit user, which, let's be real, is almost every single one of Luffy's fights. So with all of this put together, Hockey Luffy with his knuckles should be able to take down Enel and save Skypiea somehow. But of course, all of that is not actually going to be enough to save Hockey Luffy from being completely overwhelmed by Admiral Aokiji. I mean, even in the original story, he was just completely washed by the Admiral's Ice Logia powers, and even though Hockey Luffy in theory will probably land a few blows, still don't think that he even comes close to having a chance to win this fight, but we'll see if that's still the case the next time that Luffy actually fights an Admiral in basically just a minute. However, while they eventually survive that encounter with the first Admiral, Luffy's missing Devil Fruit will play a major role in the outcome of this next battle. Because after Robin was kidnapped by the world government secret agents from CP9, Luffy needed not 1 but 2
massive power-ups to defeat the Leopard Man.
Alright,
Lucci. Those, of course, would be Gear 2, which gave him an incredible boost in strength and speed, plus Gear 3, which allowed Luffy to increase the size of his fists. But again, these upgrades are completely gone now. So what is Luffy going to do now? Well, there are a few options I think that could work here. First, Haki Luffy could just be so stupidly overpowered at this point that he beats Luffy even without needing any upgrades at all. And honestly, I think that is actually perfectly valid, but if in some case that doesn't satisfy you, then we can also consider that the entire crew is probably way stronger from seeing Luffy's Haki in action, so perhaps Zoro and Sanji also defeat their opponents much faster and easier, and they can all team up to kind of fight with their captain and take down Lucci. And so either way, I think it should be easier than ever for the crew to free Robin, escape Luffy's grandfather Garp, and then just breeze through Thriller Bark, let's be real, to reach Sabaody. However, this is where things are actually going to go absolutely crazy, and it all starts by you hitting that nice red subscribe button for more One Piece content just like this. But here in Sabaody is actually where Haki Luffy will truly be tested for the very first time. And we could assume that Luffy's advanced observation Haki will actually help him make sure that this mermaid never gets kidnapped in the first place. However, that still takes a lot of fun out of this arc, so let's just imagine that Luffy still somehow punches a world noble, which still means that Admiral Kizaru and the cyborg pacifista still come to hunt them down. So here is, I think, where Haki Luffy is really going to shine, because if we assume that he's actually starting his journey with Haki skills as good as right after the time skip, then he should be able to crush the pacifista, no problem, right? I mean, just look at what he did to this one before they left for Fishman Island. Plus, he's grown stronger through all of his fights, so honestly don't really see the pacifista as being all that big of a problem for any of the Straw Hats, really. Which does mean that we have to ask if they would still need to be separated by the warlord Bartholomew Kuma. I mean, I do think that Luffy at this point might put up a way better fight against Kizaru, but he still wouldn't be able to take him down alone. I mean, just read the manga right now. So if Rayleigh is there to hold off the Admiral, there's a pretty great chance that the crew would escape together somehow. On the other hand, if Kuma was really determined to send them all off across the world, there is really nothing that Luffy could do about it at all at this point. I mean, Haki isn't going to stop the awesome powers of Kuma's pushes, plus they wouldn't be able to go to Fishman Island quite yet without having a coded ship. So let's imagine that the story kind of follows the normal path and they all still get separated like they used to. And now, before we see the huge impact that Luffy's actually going to make at Marineford, we first have to look at his path getting to the Epic War, which would go pretty similarly to the original, I think. Although on the Island of Women, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock might fall in love right from the start because of Luffy's overwhelming conqueror's Haki and of course kindness. But Impel Down, on the other hand, wouldn't change all that much. He still wouldn't be able to punch the venomous warden, so no big changes here, I think. However, when Luffy finally does drop into Marineford, I could definitely see him actually charging straight into the war with his full conqueror's Haki blazing. And can you just imagine the insanity of an entire battlefield of Marines and pirates turning to see this madman dropping down from the sky? A bunch of the weaker enemies would probably just drop unconscious on the spot, and it might even force an admiral to come after Luffy right away because he's an unknown threat at this point. And speaking of the admirals, they are honestly some of the few characters who can actually stop Haki Luffy at this point. I mean, them plus Garp and the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, or the world's strongest swordsman Mihawk, of course, are truly their only hope at this point. Because honestly, even someone like Doflamingo, I don't really think could stop this level of Haki Luffy with his current power level. So Luffy would definitely square off with someone like Kizaru, but instead of being easily sniped like in the original war, Luffy would put up a more than decent fight at this point because of his advanced observation and the fact that he can actually hit the light Logia fruit user, which as a result might mean that the Whitebeard pirates actually stand a way better chance of succeeding in rescuing rescuing Ace, because if Luffy is taking the attention off of an admiral all by himself, that means that the strongest ally pirates like the Emperor Whitebeard, Marco the Phoenix, and the escaped prisoners like Crocodile and Jinbei would get much closer to actually rescuing Ace. But sadly, just because Luffy is way stronger, that doesn't really mean that he's strong enough to win a one-on-one with an actual admiral, so let's imagine that he gets away and frees Ace just like in the original story. Oh, hold on, wait, that just means we're gonna head straight to Donut Ace again, right? Aren't we? Let's find out. Because with Luffy's advanced observation haki, he now should be able to actually sense Admiral Akainu coming and at least dodge his fiery magma fist. But he honestly wouldn't be able to actually run away forever, and even if he is able to block a magma punch here or there, then it would most likely just send him flying all across the battlefield. And then with Whitebeard still suffering his normal heart attack, that unfortunately leaves Ace to once again getting killed by Akainu. Almost, Ace. You got so close this time. So at the major turning point once again.
That's the end of the stream for tonight. Bye, stream.